The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is August the 28th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1189 BC, in the Third Crusade, the Crusaders begin the siege of Acre under Guy of Lasagna. In 1609, English explorer Henry Hudson is the first European to sail into Delaware Bay, names it South Bay. In 1830, first American-built locomotive, Tom Thumb, races a horse-drawn car from Stockton and Stokes Stagecoach Company from Baltimore to Ellicott Mills. Let history record that due to mechanical problems, the horse won. In 1845, Scientific American magazine publishes its first issue. In 1963, Martin Luther King Jr. delivers his I Have a Dream speech addressing the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom Civil Rights March at Lincoln Memorial, Washington, D.C. In 1956, 17th Venice Film Festival opens. No Golden Lion awarded. What a GF! I wanted a lion made out of gold. You couldn't have entered it anyway. You weren't born yet. Oh, good point. Still, that seems like they're cheating someone. In 1965, Bob Dylan booed for playing electric guitar in concert at Forest Hills Tennis Stadium in Queens, New York City. In 1972, Soviet gymnast Olga Korbut becomes media darling at March Olympics, wins gold in the teams all around, follows with 2 gold and a silver. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Wyatt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
What time is it?
It's time for the Abbot and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbot and Costello Show. Jazz
the Abbot and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure, with chuckles with the car load and music by Matty Maldick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Cut out that yelling. What's all these excitement?
Well, I went to a party last night, Abbott. There were 30 girls there. Not one of them would dance with me or even talk to me.
You didn't have any fun then?
No, I was as lonesome as Fred Allen on Sunday night.
I thought you were such a big shot with the girls. I don't believe you ever had a girl.
Oh, yes, I did, Abbott. I had a very beautiful little blonde once, and everything was swell until one day she ran off to Florida. She married a guy, and now she has 5 children. After that, we just sort of drifted apart.
She had... Why don't you speak to my wife, Lou? She was lots of nice girls.
No. Your wife don't like me, Abbott.
Well,
No.
if you hang around with her more, you'll find her. You'll eventually get under her skin.
Well, I guess one more lump won't hurt her.
How can you talk that way about my wife? Remember the first night you met her?
Yes. The minute she walked in the room, I said, there's either an ugly woman or a good-looking man.
Costello, you know you're getting more stupid every day.
Gee, thanks, Abbott. I'm glad to know I'm not stagnating.
Oh, get
Before the boys get any further involved in nonsense, here's a thought that makes good sense.
The saying goes that most fat men are good-natured. There are people, though, who say they have to be because they can't fight and they can't run. But Brad Runyon is one fat man who's done a lot of running and more than his share of fighting. He's the private detective on The Fat Man, heard Friday nights over most ABC stations. When master detective writer Dashiell Hammett conceived the character of Brad Runyon, he saw in his mind's eye a tough criminologist who tipped the scales at 241 pounds, who appeared slothful but could move at a speed almost equaling his lightning thinking. Vast numbers of listeners make the Fat Man program a Friday night listening habit. So for exciting entertainment, join the millions hearing Dashiell Hammett's Fat Man when it's on the air tomorrow night over most of these ABC stations. And now back to ABC's Abbott and Costello Show.
All right, Costello, stop that hollering. What's that thing you've got under your arm?
That's my new Harry Truman rifle.
A Harry Truman rifle?
Yes, a 48 repeater.
What happened to you last night? I called your house and you weren't home.
Well, I went to the movies, Abbott. I saw one of those old-time pictures. It was all about the Romans. They had a chariot race in it, and it was won by a guy named Ben-Hur.
Yeah. You dummy, you mean Ben-Hur, not him, her.
They were all dressed up in them bed sheets. You couldn't tell the hymns from the hers.
Well, if you'd gone to school, Lou, you'd known the story of Ben-Hur.
Did you go to school, Abbott?
Certainly. I started in nursery school, then I went to kindergarten.
So what? I started in nursery school. I went to kindergarten.
And I went from kindergarten to grammar school.
So what? I went to kindergarten to grammar school.
I went from grammar school to high school.
You think you'll be as short as the meatballs this summer?
Costello, you've got the brain of a monkey.
I'll bet you I have not.
Yeah? What do you want to bet?
15 bananas. Trying to insinuate that I'm ignorant? Abbott, you're nothing but a Hollywood character.
Oh, what's a Hollywood character?
A jerk with a personality.
I'll ignore that remark because of your ignorance.
Who's ignorant? When I went to school, I specialized in history. I can name off all the most important dates in history.
All right, go ahead. Name some important dates.
Oh, I will. There's 1492, 1776, 1812, 1917, Rita Hayworth.
Now, wait a minute. Rita Hayworth is not an important date.
Ali Khan seems to think so.
Costello, why don't you listen to me? Take my advice once in a while. I'm your friend. I realize that you're an idiot, and I want to assist you, Lou.
What good can you do me? You're just an assistant to an idiot.
Well, just look at you. You're dumpy,
Now,
swatty,
now, hold it, Abbott.
What do you
Now,
mean?
hold it.
What do you
I'll
mean?
go for so much, and that's all. Now, it's not my fault that I didn't grow tall like the other boys. When I was a little boy over in Scotland, I used to play the bagpipes, but it gave me pneumonia.
Wait a minute. Now, look. Wait a minute. How could playing the bagpipes give you pneumonia?
There was a leak in the bag, and the air kept blowing up my kilts. Instead of wearing a whisk broom in front of my kilts like the rest of the Scotsmen, I had to wear a hot water bottle.
Well, you must have had a very poor childhood, Costello.
I did have it. We were very poor. My mother had to work, and she had to take in washing. She had to scrub office floors. She worked as a blacksmith. She drove an oil truck. And one time for 3 years, she worked in the daytime as a waitress and worked at night in a coal mine.
Well, what did your father do?
He kept the books.
Well, I guess you had a pretty tough time when you were a kid.
Yes, I'll never forget the day my mother made my first pair of long pants. It had 12 buttons down the back and 4 pockets in the front.
Well, what did she make them out of?
My father's old vest. I was the only kid in school that had a watch fob hanging from my knee.
Were you very popular with the other kids in school, Lou?
Oh, I was a pitcher on a baseball team. What a pitcher I was. I had a drop ball, a slow ball, a curve ball.
Did you have a screwball?
That was before I met you, Abbott.
You dummy, you ought to be back in school right now.
For your information, Abbott, I'm keeping steady company with a red-headed school teacher.
What does she teach?
She has a high school class of men all over 40 years old.
40-year-old man. Why don't they go to college?
When she gets through teaching them, there's something else to learn.
Running around with a school teacher. Why don't you find a nice girl and get married?
I'm going to, Abbott, as soon as I get some money.
Money. Costello, don't worry about money. Do you realize what money is? Money is the root of all evil. Money is an invention of the devil. Money is filthy lucre. Money causes misery. Money. That's what I think of money.
May the Bank of America have mercy on your soul.
Costello, you don't need money. What you need is the love of a good woman. Find another girl like my wife, Betty.
You mean there's another girl like your wife, Betty?
Costello, I love my wife. My Betty's a real cookie.
Your wife is a cookie?
That's right.
Abbott, you just said baking back 20 years.
You'd be lucky to get a girl like my wife. My Betty is always straight from the shoulder.
Who wants a girl that's straight from the shoulder? I like a girl that's curved.
Oh, Uncle Bud, something terrible just happened to me.
And this is really his Uncle Bud, and this is the nephew. We don't kid about it. He's got to work. Abbott's nephew. Pay attention to what he says, folks. This may be his last performance.
What is it, Norman? Nephew Norman. Why are you so excited?
Uncle Bud, when I was coming through the pass in the mountains, a mountain lion jumped right in the car beside me.
Yes, then what happened?
The lion killed me.
Wait a minute, Norman. You're not dead. Stop crying. You're working on the Abbott and Costello show. You're still living.
We call this living?
Really, though, sincerely, there goes a brilliant boy. His brain is on a slow boat to the Mayo Brothers.
Now, you lay off, Norman. He's a very intelligent boy. He's always studying and reading. It wouldn't hurt you to do a little reading once in a while.
Oh, Abbott, I do plenty of reading. When I was 7 years old, I started my first book, Little Red Riding Hood. I rented it from the library. The last time I'll ever rent a book from the library.
Well, didn't you like Little Red Riding Hood?
Abbott, up to now, I owe that library $2,800. And Little Red Riding Hood has yet to meet the wolf.
Little Red Riding Hood. Why don't you read some of the newer books?
I just bought Gypsy Rose Lee's new book, The Story of Her Life.
Well, what does Gypsy Rose Lee call her new book?
The Leg and I.
Why don't you read something educational, Lou?
I am, Abbott. I just bought a book on invention. It tells all about new gadgets. I bought one yesterday for my Aunt May.
What kind of a gadget did you buy for your Aunt May?
It's a new girl that's made from surplus paratroopers harness. And it's a handy little thing. At night, she doesn't have to undress.
She doesn't?
No, she just jumps off the top of the dresser and pulls the ripcord.
That's ridiculous. But, hey, I understand you're working on some kind of a silly invention yourself.
And my invention is all finished, too, Abbott. It's a new kind of perfume. And all the girls in Hollywood are going to go crazy about it.
All the girls in Hollywood are going crazy about your perfume. Why?
Smells like money. gave a bottle of it to my Aunt May. Boy, did it make her popular.
Your Aunt May was never popular.
Is that so? Back in Patterson, New Jersey, she was so popular, every guy in town used to drink champagne out of her slipper.
And what did it get her?
She's got the only big toe in the world that belongs to Alcoholics Anonymous. Mister, what's going on here?
That's this darn kid of mine. He won't eat a spinach. Junior, you've got to eat the spinach.
I ain't gonna do it. I don't like spinach.
Will you eat the spinach this Saturday? I'll make you go to see Abbot and Costello's picture, Mexican Hayride.
No, you can't do that to me. I'll eat my spinach till my father stands there.
But I'd like to take that kid over to San Anita Saturday.
What for?
I want to drop him in a claiming race.
Oh, hello, boy.
Hey, look, Costello, it's Viola.
Viola, you look very lovely tonight.
Viola, I understand that you and Costello had a date last night. Where'd you go?
Well, Costello had a terrible time making up his mind where to take me.
Well, you see, I was trying to make up my mind between Ciro's and the Macombo. But we finally went.
Where?
To a hamburger stand between Ciro's and the Mocambo.
Well, don't you worry, Viola. After we're married, things will be different. We'll have lots of little ones, and they'll all look like me.
Oh, gee, I'd always planned on having children.
I'd plan on having a few laughs here. Are you sure you're reading the same script?
Lou, you shouldn't be jealous of me. I don't want to be a comedian. I don't want to make people laugh.
Okay, then you read my lines.
Costello, you can't be funny without me. You need me. Why, where would Edgar Bergen be without Charlie McCarthy? Where would Amos be without Andy?
That's true.
Certainly. One thing goes with the other. Like Dorothy L'Amour. Where would she be without her sarong?
I don't know, but I sure would like to be there.
Costello, I think you're girl crazy. I'm not the girl for you.
But Viola, you can't leave me. What would I do without you?
Don't worry about that. I'll pick you up with a girlfriend of mine. Oh, you'll be just crazy about this girl. When she meets you, she'll rush over and she'll throw her arms around you like this.
Yes.
And she'll squeeze you like this. Yes. And she'll kiss you like this. And this. And this. And this. There, now what do you think of that?
When am I going to meet this girl?
Viola, why don't you take pity on Costello and marry him? Then you'll be known as Mrs. Louis G. Costello.
G? Oh, what does the G stand for, Costello?
Don't you tell her that.
Come on now. What does it stand for? George?
No, I don't want to tell you.
Oh, come on, Costello. What does the G stand for?
Oh, do I have to tell you?
Yes.
Stands for Gloria.
Gloria?
Yes, my mother always wanted a girl, and my father didn't have the heart to tell her.
Viola, why don't you forget Costello and come to the movies tonight and see our latest picture, Mexican Hayride?
Oh, thanks, Bud, but I saw the picture already.
Oh, you did? Tell me. How did you like my acting?
Well, it was...
Hmm?
I'd say...
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me put it this way. You know how Van Johnson has that dramatic touch?
Oh, yes.
And how Clark Gable has that forceful personality?
Yes.
And how Gregory Peck gives that little artistic extra something?
Yeah. But what about me?
Costello, can you drive a taxi cab?
Now get this girl out of here, will you?
Come on.
That's only half the fun, folks. Just as many laughs yet to come. But first, listen to this.
And the night shall be filled with mystery. That's Saturday night on ABC. And prominent among the programs of thrills and adventure is Little Herman, the unusual mystery show which has been gathering more and more fans all over the country. Its hero, Little Herman, is tiny, but there's not a criminal about who underestimates him. Little Herman is tough, and his talents include a thorough knowledge of the ways of the underworld. You see, before Little Herman moved over to the side of law and order, he spent quite a time in the underworld himself, where he was known as one of the trickiest safecrackers in the business. Now he spent his time helping the ex-governor of the state track down fugitives from justice. So Saturday night, don't miss Little Herman when he's on most of these same ABC stations. Yes, the night is filled with mystery. Saturday night on ABC. And now back to ABC's Abbot and Costello show.
And now the spotlight turns to Hal Winters, our singing star. Here he is with Matty Malnick and his orchestra.
I caught you, sir, having a look at her as she went strolling by. Now, didn't your heart beat boom, 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 and didn't you sigh a sigh? I warn you, sir, don't start to dream of her. Just bid such thoughts be gone, or it'll be boom, 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 boom. From then on, for one in love with Amy, always in love with Amy, ever and ever fascinated by her, sets your heart afire to say, once you're kissed by Amy, tear up your lips, it's Amy. Fly her with bonbons, poetry and flowers, moon a million hours away. You might be quite the fickle-hearted rover, so carefree and bold, who loves a girl and later thinks it over, and just quit cold. But once in love with Amy, always in love with Amy, ever and ever, sweetly you romance her. Trouble is, the answer will be that Amy'd rather stay in love with me.
Hey, Costello, come here. How did you get your clothes so dirty? Just look at your coat. It's torn and your shirt is ripped and,
That ain't my fault, Abbott.
What?
I was out on one of my Sam Trouble detective cases last night. I investigated a robbery at the fraternity house in UCLA. But I miscalculated. Got into one of the girls' dormitories.
How did you manage to do that?
By careful miscalculation.
Costello, instead of running around nice on those silly Sam Shovel cases, you should stay home.
Oh, I do stay home a lot, Abbott. Every night last week I stayed home. I cleaned the house. I got a terrible servant problem. I find it very difficult to hold a maid.
Now, what makes it so difficult for you to hold a maid?
I'm mother keeps walking in the room.
Never mind that. I understand you took your brother Pat to the movies last night.
Oh, yeah. But I ain't taking Pat to the movies no more. He acts very strange. The minute we got into the movie, Pat put his hat under the seat.
Well, what's strange about that? What's the men put their hat under the seat?
While their head is still in it.
Oh, talk sense. Hey, wait a minute. Come here. What is that big manuscript you're carrying under your arm?
Well, I didn't want to tell you, but it's a book that I wrote.
A book you wrote?
It's the first chapter. The hero is threatened by a mad doctor who tries to remove his head. In the second chapter, he meets a demented butcher who tries to put him in a meat grinder. Then it ends where three maniacs tie him to a tree and a squadron of wild woodpeckers peck holes in him. But nobody wants to publish it.
Why not?
I guess people are sick of them mushy love stories.
What is your Sam Shovel detective story about tonight?
Well, tonight I do one of my most famous cases. I call it the case of the photographer who was stuck up in a dark room, or he was caught with his prints down.
Well, it sounds terrible, but let's do it.
Now, the makers of Bebop Bubble Bath present the adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product, Bebop Bubble Bath. Friends, would you like bubbles in your bathtub?
You would? Well, why not call up Bubbles and see if she needs a bath? Ladies, try Bebop Bubble Bath. We don't ask you to buy the large size, mind you. Just try a trial size package. It contains a 7-year supply. You'll find that if you use Bebop Bubble Bath every day for 7 years, you'll have skin just like a baby. A baby alligator. Listen to what people all over the country are saying about Bebop Bubble Bath. In Kansas.
Give me Bebop Bubble Bath.
In New Jersey.
Give me Bebop Bubble Bath.
In Oregon.
Give me Bebop Bubble Bath.
In Virginia.
Give me liberty or give me death.
That Patrick Henry never gives up. And now the makers of Bebop Bubble Bath bring you your favorite thriller mystery. Here he is, Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes. I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, Private Detective. The detective business has been mighty slow lately. Last night, having nothing to do, I went to a big public library and buried my nose in a book. This morning, I had a heck of a job finding it. I forgot what book I buried it in. Here comes my secretary now.
Did you call me, Mr. Shovel?
Don't be silly. Why should I call you Mr. Shovel? My name is Mr. Shovel. By the way, Miss Jones, did you find the file on that crook Joe Kirk?
What's his name?
Who?
Joe Kirk.
Never heard of him. Miss Jones, you and I have got to work late in the office tonight. Are you prepared?
Oh, yes. I brought my brass knuckles, my fencing mask, and a baseball bat.
Clever girl. She's so stylish. She was voted one of the 10 best-dressed women in Azusa. That's not so remarkable when you consider there's only 9 other women in Azusa. Suddenly, the inter-office communication system buzzes. It's my secretary. She speaks.
Mr. Shovel, there are 2 men here to see you about a case. Mr. Cohen and Chief Lightfoot Running Gear.
I'll see the Indian first.
Go in now, Mr. Cohen.
The cops have certainly got their hands full these days. Full of 5, 10, 20. I think of my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad. Abbott has been on the police force for 20 years. He knows which side his bread is buttered on. He can take any piece of bread and say, this side is buttered.
Sam, I'm on the trail of Zeke, hillbilly moonshiner, burglar.
Lieutenant Abbott, I'll be glad to help you. What do you want?
Well, you've seen Zeke. Give me a thumbnail description of him.
Well, he uses liquid polish, and his cuticle is pushed way back.
Sam, I want you to go with me to the Ozarks. I've got to capture Zeke. It'll be a dangerous trip. Those hillbillies are strange people. They're always arguing, shooting and farming.
Yep, shooting, fighting, and fertilizing.
Come on, Sam, we're heading for the hill.
Lieutenant Abbott and I arrived in the hillbilly country.
Sam, these hillbillies are strange people, but you'll have to admit they're solid citizens. They've got both feet on the ground.
They've got to have both feet on the ground. They don't wear shoes. I read in the papers where a 75-year-old hillbilly wanted to marry a girl 9 years old.
Did he marry her?
Nope, his parents objected. They didn't want him marrying a girl who'd been divorced 3 times.
Wait a minute, Sam. Here comes a bunch of hillbillies. Let's ask them if they know where Zeke is.
Howdy, strangers. I'm Jim Hartfield. These here are my sons.
I'm Sam Shovel, the detective, and this is Lieutenant Abbott.
Boys, say hello to the strangers. Them?
Do.
Clem? Bert?
Sir?
Bert went to military school.
I don't like the looks of these guys, Abbott. The skinny one has got an ear of corn and 2 pumpkins.
So what? They're farmers, and farmers have corn and pumpkins.
Blown out of their heads.
Well, gotta go now. We're working on the farm. 2 weeks ago, we dug a hole. Last week, we dropped the seed in it. Today, we're going to cover it up.
Do you always work that hard?
Yeah. Except when the weather gets bad, then it slows us up a little. So long.
Boy, is that guy lazy. If he was a chicken, eggs and television sets would be the same price.
Never mind him, Sam. We've got to find Zeke, the moonshiner. Hey, look over there behind those bushes. There's Zeke. There's Zeke. The moonshiner's still. Come on.
Hey, look. There's Zeke. He's making corn liquor. He's jumping up and down on the corn, crushing it.
Hold on there, Zeke. We've got you covered. You're under arrest. Stop mashing that corn with your feet. What are you doing?
I'm making some 90 proof corn liquor. And tomorrow I'm going to make some that's 100 proof.
How do you do that?
For that, I take off my shoes.
Zeke, how do you make that corn liquor?
Well, first I mash up the corn. Then I dump in a gallon of turpentine. Then a gallon of Clorox. And 2 quarts of juniper juice.
Don't you put no alcohol in it?
What? Ruin the taste?
Zeke, we're taking you to jail. Sam, grab some of that moonshine for evidence. You better taste it to make sure we got the right stuff.
Lieutenant Abbott, you know I never touch the stuff.
So you're a brave detective, eh? Sam Chevrolet. Go ahead, you coward. Taste it. That stuff will grow hair on your chest.
He's only kidding, Sam. Go ahead and taste it.
Okay.
Sam! Speak to me, Sam!
Don't stand there, Lieutenant. Call a barber. This hair is so thick I can't see where I'm going. Get me out of here!
Now, before Abbott and Costello have their final fling, we bring you one more thought on this subject.
And now, here's your master of ceremonies, that quizzical money man of the highest rank with $1,000 or more to start tonight's bank, Bert Parks. Does that introduction sound familiar? Well, it should, because that's the way ABC's Break the Bank, along one of radio's most popular quiz shows, starts off each Friday night. One of the reasons for its popularity is Bert Parks' mastery as MC. And contestants have the opportunity of breaking the bank for at least $1,000. And the bank has mounted to more than $9,000. Then, too, there's the exciting wishful feature, where listeners 16 years old or older are eligible to enter their names in a giant wishful. Winners receive the opportunity to break the bank, plus other extras. Yes, you'll find Break the Bank tops in entertainment. So listen when it's on the air tomorrow night over most ABC stations. And now back for a final word from ABC's Abbott and Costello show.
Well, Costello, why don't you tell the folks about your next week's Sam Shovel story?
Folks, my ex-Sam Shovel story takes place in a chewing gum factory. I call it the case of the beautiful blonde who fell into a vat of soft gum, or there's good shoes tonight.
Yes, and our writers are working on the case right now. Our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Raggaway, and Len Stern.
And our producer, Charles Vander. Be sure to be with us next Thursday night.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody in Patterson. Good night, come on.
Aunt May, Uncle Mike, Uncle Tom, Aunt Eva.
Listen each Thursday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Tu m'appartieni a me, a me, a me.
The greatest voice of our time. It belongs to Mario Lanza. But more than that, it belongs to the world. There's a story to this voice, the story of Damon Vincenti, who sang his songs for everybody to hear. But two women listened with their hearts. One of them a devil with the face of an angel. Her evil went deep. The other a banked fire of emotional tempest, but a woman with soul. There were many others whose lives touched Damon, and each brought new brushstrokes to the picture. The picture that was to become a portrait of a man to remember.
Our love is a serenade, a song the heavens made and angels played when first we kissed. En peace, bella, occhio fra poco, e se lo spegnerò. La 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 tra la 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 la.
Where is she? Damon, get back on the stage. Where is she? Damon, forget about her. That's your world now.
Where is she? Damon, don't throw it all away. She's not worth it. She's nothing but a tramp.
Juana, I love you.
As a man should love a woman? Oh, no. You are still afraid of the American woman.
No, Juana.
It is afternoon in the bull ring. The matador spreads his cape. A bull sees the cape and comes fast. His horns brush past. It is time for the sword. The matador or the bull. Now is the moment of truth.
Do you think that would free him?
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Well, now, Rosie, isn't that nice of Durwood and Gary?
What do you mean?
Well, they just turned over the whole, entire, complete, total CBS network to us.
Golly, what sports? What are we going to do with it?
Why don't you sing a whole, entire, complete, total song?
Why, you're being very sweet to ask me, Bing. I'll just do that little thing.
Heaven, I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak, and I seem to find the happiness I see when we're out together dancing cheek to cheek. Heaven, I'm in heaven, and the cares that hung around me through the week seem to vanish like a gambler's lucky streak when we're out together dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I love to climb a mountain and to reach the highest peak, but it doesn't thrill me half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Oh, I love to go out fishing in a river or a creek, but I don't enjoy it half as much as dancing cheek to cheek. Dance with me, I want my arms around you. The charm about you will carry me through to heaven. I'm in heaven,
One of the unwritten laws of show business is...
The show must go on.
But when you're suffering with nasty cold distress...
Obeying the law can be mighty hard unless...
You get relief from those colds, miseries fast.
Like this. Listen.
Here's movie star Rod Cameron.
Cold and sinus trouble can ruin an actor's performance. To feel better fast, I take the new medicine for those miseries. New 4-way cold tablets.
Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress. Tests show 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. Drains sinus congestion, too. Get new 4-way cold tablets, 39 cents.
I'm keeping out of mischief now. Really am in love and how. I'm through playing with fire. It's you whom I desire. All the world can plainly see. You're the only one for me. I have told them in advance they can't break up our romance. Living up to every vow. Keeping out of mischief now. Mischief now. Really am in love and how. I'm through playing with fire, 'cause it's you whom I desire. All the world can plainly see. You're the only one for me. I have told them in advance they can't break up our romance. Living up to every vow, oh babe, keeping out of mischief now. I'm tacit, keeping out of mischief now. Well, sir, wouldn't you know, someone down in Tahiti would come up with an easy way to open oysters.
Someone's figured a bland way to battle a bivalve?
Fella in Tahiti.
In Tahiti, the simple way is the only way.
All right, Rosie. There's no hard way in Tahiti, is there?
Never. If an oyster gives you trouble, let it lay.
Hey, take it easy in Tahiti, I want to tell you. Even the problem of opening oysters down there has been taken care of. What do you think of that?
Let nothing disturb the lush, inert life.
No, sir. No problems in the soft underbelly of paradise.
Oh, I'd love to be down there right now, lolling under a palm tree.
Waiting for a coconut to fall, huh?
Yeah, but not a direct hit, though.
Not right on you, huh, Ken?
No, thanks.
I tell you something. Always lull a little, just kind of lean to one side of the cluster of coconuts before you go to sleep. Yeah, that's one of the first things you're taught in Tahiti.
And never shake a coconut tree.
Well, unless you're auditioning for a lump.
or a fractured skull.
I wonder if coconut insurance is available there.
Oh, it's a stiff premium. It's got to be very high. But it'd be available, I imagine, definitely.
What about this easy way to open oysters, Bang?
Well, as you know, the conventional way, you take a knife. You get your shiv, you pry, and you cut yourself up pretty good with an oyster knife trying to get the kid open.
It's messy work for an amateur, isn't it?
Yeah, even pros frequently emit howls of anguish.
You bet. Anyway, a fella down in Papeete, Tahiti, has come up with a surefire, quick, absolutely foolproof method to open oysters. You know that?
You mean a person opening the oysters doesn't get all scarred up, huh?
Doesn't get scratched a bit. You don't have to worry about a hospital plan with this new way of opening oysters. You don't have to be skilled at all. No tricks to it. What is really all you need is a little heating element. You touch the outside of the shell at the point where the oyster muscle joins the oyster together. Touch that muscle and presto. The oyster lets go and the shell opens and you don't lose a drop of blood.
That's wonderful. It's just terrific.
No necessity to get hit on the head with a coconut to see the advantage of this invention, is it?
I think it's sensational. Did you ever look at it this way, though, Bing? This actually is giving an oyster a hot foot, isn't it?
You could say so, yes. In essence, it's giving an oyster a hot foot. That is true.
Well, it's, you'd say, kind of a practical joke, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is. Ken, in a way, really a practical joke on the oyster. But if you're going to open a shell, you might as well open it this way instead of doing all that prodding and prying. The oyster should be grateful we don't drop a coconut on him. He'll appreciate this hot foot method, I think.
Well, now that that's been simplified, we'll all just sit around under a coconut tree and wait for other problems to get solved, huh?
You got it, kid. Just everybody find themselves a tree, sit in the shade. Someone will figure out everything. You just be patient, wait, relax.
I've got an idea. I wonder why, with this heating element, it wouldn't be possible to cook an oyster at the same time you open it.
You're asking a lot, Ken.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Well,
Let's open it and then worry about cooking it later.
What's wrong with raw oysters?
Well, nothing, but, well, just suppose you like them cooked. I worry about these things.
Ken, that's not the true Tahitian spirit. You don't worry. You just sit under your tree. Someone will figure out how to cook an oyster with the same heating element it's been opened with. No concern of ours. It'll come.
I'll take your advice then.
Say, Bing, I have an idea. Let's you and I sit under that palm tree and sing a song.
Yeah, lap up a little coconut milk.
And the living is easy.
Fish are jumping and the cotton is high.
Oh, your daddy's rich
And your ma's so good looking.
So hush, little baby, don't you
One of these mornings, you're gonna rise up singing. Then you spread your wings and you take to the sky.
But till that morning, there's nothing can harm you. With Daddy and Mammy standing by.
One of these mornings, you're gonna rise up singing. Then you spread your wings and you take to the sky. But till that morning, there's nothing can harm you. With Dad
and Mammy
standing by.
Prosecution ready? Court will proceed.
I'm innocent, Your Honor.
How do you know? You haven't heard the charge yet.
Yes, what is the charge, Mr. Prosecutor?
Well, in these cases, the charge is mere pin money.
That's all? Then I'm guilty, Your Honor.
But guilty of what? Well, somebody please read the charge.
Gladly. Not having her shoes repaired when it costs so little, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. Well, this calls for the maximum penalty. Does prisoner wish to make a statement?
I plead extenuating circumstances.
And I object.
You mean there's no shoe repair shop near you, Miss Clooney?
Oh, but there are. Shoe repair shops are everywhere.
Including ones with a cat's paw cat in the window?
Especially ones with a cat's paw cat in the window.
You see, she has no excuses.
I see. Are you ready for your sentence, prisoner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, using your skill and such unexcelled materials as cat's paw, soft, resilient, non-slip rubber heels, cat's paw soles, and lighter than leather, lighter than rubber microlite soles, the modern shoe repairer rebuilds shoes good as new, quickly and economically.
Wow, what a sentence.
Why don't you make her write it 100 times or 500 times in her best Palmer method? Go ahead, Your Honor.
So ordered. Next case.
There's just one place for me near you. It's like heaven to be near you. Times when we're apart, I can't face my heart. Say you'll never stray more than just 2 lips away. If my hours could be spent near you, I'd be more than content near you. Make my life worthwhile by telling me that I'll spend the rest of my days near you. Spend the rest of my days near you. Near you.
Now, Bing, how about finishing things off musically?
You want me to apply the coup de grace?
Oui, monsieur.
Eh bien, entendu.
I let a song go out of my heart. It was the sweetest melody. I know I lost heaven, 'cause you were the song. Since you and I have drifted apart, life doesn't mean a thing to me. Please come back, sweet music. I know I was wrong. Am I too late to make amends? You know that we were meant to be more than just friends. Just friends. I let a song go out of my heart. Believe me, darling, when I say I won't know sweet music until you return someday. Am I too late amends. You know that we were meant to be more than just friends. Just friends. I let a song go out of my heart. Believe me, darling, when I say I won't know sweet music until you return someday.
Well, it seems we've logged another interlude, friends. We've done it. Why don't you join us tomorrow if you can? Just don't touch a thing till then.
Bye, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you.
Bing and Rosemary have asked me to wish a very distinguished affiliated station happy birthday today. It's WHCU in Ithaca, New York, owned by Cornell University. Recipient of just about every major award in broadcasting, WHCU has been a CBS Radio Network affiliate the last 27 years. Many more happy birthdays, WHCU.
Your thumb sticking straight up in the air, just like that.
Oh, yeah, that gives me balance.
Oh, it gives you balance, does it? You ready? Aim. Fire.
How?
They won't get me. I'll go back in them hills.
You ain't even put hounds on your trail and 40 no matter how far back you go.
Then they better not catch up with me, or they'll be a-wishing they hadn't.
York, take over. The only non-com left.
The rest of you keep under cover.
Come back here. Where are you going?
You didn't give me command.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The American Dairy Association, the nation's dairy farmers, present the Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from the Veterans Administration Hospital in Long Beach, California, with Les Brown and his band of renown. For the American Dairy Association, whose dairy farmers produce the world's finest family of delicious, healthful food, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Our singing star, Margaret Whiting. Our special guest, Esther Williams. And here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Here I am, ladies and gentlemen, for the American Dairy Association, which sends you Christmas greetings for the entire year and me for 30 minutes. Yes, sir. The dairy farmers of of America are really grateful to the American public for their support, and they've asked me to tell you that as long as you keep consuming milk, they'll be in there pulling for you. And a couple of my sponsors don't know it, but today I'm so full of Christmas spirit that I went out today and hung sleigh bells on all their cows. I won't say where, but tomorrow morning a couple of milkers are going to be Swiss bell ringers. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're at the Long Beach Veterans Hospital, which is about 25 miles south of Los Angeles as the crow flies, and about 20 miles south of Santa Anita as the doe flies. But over 2,000 veterans call this place home. At least that's what they call it when the nurses are within earshot. Nurse, that's a girl in a white uniform who can take your temperature and give you one, both at the same time. To give you an idea how cute the nurses are in this hospital, somebody hung a bunch of mistletoe in surgery, and they had to operate on one poor guy twice. Once to cure what was wrong with him, and once to get his lips unpuckered. These nurses are so cute, they even had to put a speed limit on wheelchairs here. Everybody wants a ricochet romance. But really, this is a great place, and I wish you could all see this gorgeous auditorium we have here. And I asked Colonel McBrien what time I could put on my show for the patients. He said right after dinner, Hope. That's the usual time for their sedative. Anyway, it's wonderful to be down here at Christmas and sharing the fun. The cooks here went all out for Christmas. They wanted to give the boys a white Christmas, so they bleached the beans. I'm kidding. Actually, they had a wonderful turkey dinner and topped it all off with a flaming dessert. Flaming dessert. That's better set fire to it, Max. Somebody goofed. But it's Christmas time, and all Hollywood has gotten into the Christmas spirit. Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart hung a light in their window. Gracie Allen and Georgie Burns hung a light in their window, and Alice Faye hung Phil Harris in their window. And naturally, Santa came to Hollywood. He went to Red Skelton's house and left the joke book. Then he went to Les Brown's house and left a clarinet. Then he went to Marilyn Monroe's house and never left. That's his Santa baby for this year. But my wife has been hinting for a mink coat, so I had to do something about it. I gave her 2 minks and a book titled The Virtue of Patience. I didn't do very well this Christmas. Very well. I hung up my stocking. When I went to look in it, foot powder. But I got a few gifts. The boys in the band gave me some cologne. You've heard of Taboo. This is called Babaloo. You don't sprinkle it on. Desi Arnaz comes around, sprays you with a perforated maracas. I won't say it has a powerful scent, but as I was driving past Griffith Park, 2 skunks came out of the trees and yoo-hooed at me. Say, I'm glad to know you had a good Christmas, Bill, and that big smile tells me you're still brimming over with a Christmas spirit.
It's been a great holiday, Bob. Lots of presents, all the butter-baked turkey I could eat, and plenty of eggnog. Now, to my mind, there's the perfect holiday beverage, eggnog. It's easy, fast, and tastes so wonderful. All you do is pick up bottles or cartons of ready-to-serve eggnog at your food store, or have your milkman deliver to your door. Add your favorite hospitality flavoring, and you've got the perfect wintertime beverage, ready to hand your guests in only a couple of minutes from the time the doorbell rings. Let the youngsters enjoy eggnog, too, sometimes flavored with chocolate or fruit juices. Eggnog is so nutritious, rich with all the goodness of milk. Make the most of this holiday season and all your at-home occasions this winter. Serve easy, speedy eggnog.
And say, Bill, did you remind the folks to turn in those empty milk bottles?
Oh, say, that's right, Bob. Folks, because of the current emergency situation, please return your milk bottles so that no one will have to do without. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you've all had a wonderful Christmas. Now, Bob spent the morning at his home in North Hollywood, and up till noon he wasn't quite sure whether he'd had a good Christmas or not.
Let's see. Carry the 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 5. Total adds up to $112.19. What a cheap bunch of relatives I've got. They spent exactly the same amount on presents for me as I spent on theirs.
Well, Bob, have you got it figured out yet?
Yeah, Bill, adding up all the presents I received and all the presents I gave out on the whole deal, I lost 72 cents.
You lost 72 cents?
Yeah, if I hadn't given Crosby a present, I'd have broken even.
Well, gee, you certainly didn't plunge on Bing's gift, did you? What'd you get for him?
Oh, it was very nice, Bill. I gave him an apparently gold watch with 6 apparently genuine diamonds.
Now, just a moment. Is that the kind of stuff you give Bing? Something that's apparently genuine?
Well, it matches his hair.
Listen, Rob, what did Bing give you?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Oh, why? What did he give you?
A lifetime membership in an exclusive golf club.
Well, that sounds terrific.
Yeah, but what a club. The Penguin and Blubber Country Club of Nome, Alaska.
The Penguin and Blubber Country Club?
Yeah, nice club. You don't tip the caddy, you just rub noses.
You could pay him from here.
Yes. Careful, Bill. You can be replaced with a slice of Don Wilson, you know.
Say, Bob.
Yeah, Maggie?
I thought we were going to the Veterans Hospital in Long Beach. Hadn't we better be leaving pretty soon?
Yeah, Maggie. We'll leave as soon as Esther Williams gets here.
Oh, is she going to be in our program tonight?
Yeah. Esther Williams. Yep.
You like her?
Yep.
Her husband is 6'6" and weighs 220.
Yipe. Why do the prettiest flowers always have the biggest fence around them?
Well, gee, Bob, what if Esther's husband were just a little undernourished shrimp?
Yeah.
You wouldn't try to take advantage of the situation, would you?
That, I'm happy to say, is the story of my life. Anyway, Esther will be along in any minute. Just sit down and make yourselves at home, huh?
Hey, Bob, I see you've got some Christmas cards you haven't even opened yet.
Oh, I don't have to open these, Bill. I can tell who they are just by the fragrance. I'll show you. This one's from Ava Gardner.
Oh. Well, who's this one from?
This is Betty Grable.
Well, how about this one?
Roy Rogers.
Roy Rogers?
Yeah, he must have had Trigger lick the stamp.
Well, gosh, Bob, everybody certainly remembers you. Gee, you've got presents here from Gary Cooper, Tony Martin, Alan Ladd. There's even a big package from Jack Benny.
No, that's my laundry. We have a trade agreement. Jack does my wash and I iron his toupee. By the way, Mag, how'd you like the present I sent you?
Oh, I meant to thank you, Bob. Gee, it's wonderful.
Oh, it's nothing.
Oh, but it is. What other girl in town has a gift certificate for a box of Dr. Scholl's corn pads?
Well, they're very handy, Maggie. They're great for sealing up beehives, or you can stick 2 or 3 of them together and make a nice pot holder. For your agent. I'm sending you another... And I'm sending you another present, Maggie. A product my brother Jack puts out. It's a guaranteed lipstick.
What's it guaranteed for?
3 games of post office with a civilian or a trip with a Marine through the Tunnel of Love. Hey, this must be Esther now. I'll get it.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Well, come on in. Esther Williams. Gee, honey, you look terrific.
Well, thank you, Bob.
No, I mean it. You're the answer to every guy's dream. You know you're a natural beauty?
Aren't you taking a lot for granted? How do you know I'm a natural beauty?
Honey, when I see a body by Fisher, I don't ask who made the hubcaps. Esther, you know Margaret Whiting.
Oh, we're old friends. Hi, Esther. Hello, Maggie.
May I introduce myself, Miss Williams? I'm Bill Goodwin, the announcer on this show, and Bob's right-hand man.
Down, Rover.
Well, I feel as though I already know you, Bill. So many of my girlfriends mention you.
Oh, no doubt. I happen to be a great admirer of yours, Miss Williams. The first time I saw you, I said to myself, now there is a girl.
How is that for a lucky guess?
Please, don't be uncouth.
Uncouth? Are those teeth or is your spine coming unraveled? Will you beat it, Bill? I want to talk to Esther.
Okay.
Bob, you shouldn't treat Bill that way. After all, working on your show is his bread and butter.
Yeah, but now he's trying to get in on the dessert. Anyway, Esther, I'm glad... That's all. All right. Anyway, Esther, I'm glad you can be on the program tonight.
I'm glad you invited me.
Well, I'm glad you came.
Well, I'm glad I'm here.
I'm glad you're glad. We're beginning to sound like Liberace looks. By the way, Esther, I just saw your new picture, Easy to Love, with Van Johnson and Tony Martin, and I thought it was just great.
Well, thanks a lot, Bob.
Miss Williams, I saw your picture, too. The color was superb. The swimming scenes were magnificent. The wide screen was terrific. The acting was absolutely...
Bill boy, I don't mind you raving about Esther's picture on my time, but did you happen to catch my picture, Here Come the Girls?
Yeah. Those romantic scenes. Those romantic scenes with Van and Tony were sensational. Gosh, even now I can feel a chill running up and down my spine.
You should. I'm holding a knife at your back. You know, Esther, I'm surprised you didn't have me as your leading man in your picture. We could have made some wonderful love scenes together.
Well, I was very happy working with Van Johnson. Why should I switch to you?
Well, why not?
Well, Bob, when you're riding the Super Chief, who transfers to the Glendale bus? I'm only kidding, Bob. I think you're a wonderful leading man. I'm sure you can be very romantic.
Do you think so, really?
Can you look at a pretty girl and put into words exactly what you're thinking?
Oh, I'd be afraid to do that.
Why, Bob?
Well, it sounds so different in court. I just thought you'd like to make a picture with me, Esther, because I happen to be a champion swimmer, too.
You're a champion swimmer?
Oh, yes. In fact, I once swam from here to Catalina in 22 hours and back in 2.5 minutes.
Well, how'd you do that?
My garter was caught in the pier. And you should see me do a high dive.
I have, Bob.
You have, really?
Mm-hmm. I saw you do a high dive in a pool at Palm Springs last week, and I'll never forget it. You dove with your arms spread out, and a little old lady said, "Look, Lockheed is making them without motors."
Hey, Bob, we better get started for Long Beach.
Yeah, come on, everybody. Say, my car's in the shop, so I'll ride with you, Esther.
Oh, I didn't bring my car, Bob. My husband dropped me off.
Oh, Big Ben? Well, we can both ride with Maggie or Bill, huh?
Oh, I didn't bring my car.
Me neither.
Well, never mind. Here comes a cab. Oh, taxi!
Gee, Bob, it's 30 miles to Long Beach, and cabs are very expensive.
Oh, well, don't give it a second thought, Esther. You're with Bob Hope now. Pile in, everybody. Oh, driver!
Yes, sir?
Take us to the nearest bus stop. Here's Margaret Whiting singing It's Christmas Time Again. Go, Mag. Mark.
Snowflakes falling, church bells calling, it's Christmas time again. Fires lighted, kids excited, it's Christmas time again. Now Santa's sleigh is on its way with candy canes and toys and wonderful things that Santa Claus brings to good little girls and boys. Candle glow and mistletoe, it's Christmas time again. Carols sung and stockings hung, it's Christmas time again. There's a tree to trim, our glasses brim with love and joy and cheer. To all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. There's a tree to trim, our glasses brim with love
during the holiday week, Mom likes to take some time off, too. And believe me, she's entitled to it. Now, one way is to let folks fix their own sandwiches. Big, fat slices of turkey or ham, and, of course, a generous spread of butter. All good sandwiches begin with butter, you know, and it's that wonderful flavor of butter which glorifies the taste of the turkey. So, whenever you set out the makings for sandwiches, be sure you have the butter where folks can help themselves. Butter brightens the flavor of every food it touches. And now we continue with our show from the auditorium of the Long Beach Veterans Hospital. Hey, isn't this a wonderful place, Bob?
Oh, it sure is, Bill. And as Esther Williams just found out, these guys have really got the Christmas spirit.
Why? What happened?
Esther stood under the mistletoe and 200 bed patients became ambulatory.
I've been having a wonderful time talking to these fellas, Bob. I never realized this was such a big place.
And that's the idea, Esther.
What do you mean?
Well, it's spread out so much you have to get well before you can come here. Have you been around looking the place over?
Yes, and I've met some of the doctors and nurses. You know, there are really some cute nurses here.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of romance in a place like this, Esther. This is sort of a Shangri-La with fog.
Really, Bob?
Anybody that finds a hospital at night deserves it. The whole town's on instruments. But anyway, I want to say, you know, Esther, the boys recuperating this hospital come from all parts of the country. Why don't we take them on a quick trip and show them what's going on in other places on Christmas Day?
That's a wonderful idea, Bob. Let's do it.
First, let's see what Christmas is like back in the mountain country.
Paul! Hey, wake up, Paul. It's Christmas again. Paul, it's Christmas, 1953.
53? What happened to Christmas 52?
Oh, Paul, that's gone. You know, you look so tired, I just hung up a wreath on your nose and let you sleep. Merry Christmas, Paul.
Oh, same to you, Daisy Mae, Francie Lou, Springtime in the Rockies Bell. Think we're overdoing it?
Christmas Day like it is, Paul, you ought to do it up.
I did do it up.
You did?
Yep, I did it. Don't know what else I can do unless I take a bath, and I ain't going to do that after what happened last time.
What happened last time you took a bath, Paul?
Oh, I'd been killing off Hatfields for 50 years, and when I got the dirt off, I found out I was one of them.
Hey, Paul, you got Christmas presents for me?
Huh?
You know I ain't the whining kind, but I sure need a new dress, Lum.
Yep, you sure do, Abner.
Abner?
You need a dress, and I need glasses. So you want to pretty up with a lot of feminine fripperies, do you?
Well, a gal has dreams, Paul. Seems like even a little old passel of mountain trash like me ought to have something for Christmas, if and I wantin'.
Okay, I'll get you something for Christmas, if and you wantin' it. If and you wantin' it, I'll gettin' it, if and you wantin' it, if. Don't try to out-hillbilly me. I know Tennessee Ernie personally. All right, Ma. You talked me into it. For a present, I'll give you a pig for your very own. Real live pig for you. Just you. How's that?
A pig?
Yeah.
If and there's one thing I don't want, Paul, it's a darn filthy, stupid-looking pig.
Why not, Ma?
Well, look at the mirror on this wall, Paul, and the marriage license on the other wall. I already got one.
And now let's go to the nation's capital and the White House and look in to see how the President and Mrs. Eisenhower spent Christmas.
Oh, Ike, it's a wonderful Christmas.
Oh, it sure is, Mamie, especially for Republicans. That's about it, isn't it, huh? After 20 years, we're finally in the White House.
How does it feel, dear?
I can't tell you, but Tony Bennett isn't the only stranger in paradise.
Ike, what was that?
It's nothing. It always happens on windy nights.
Well, anyway, Ike, it's been a lovely Christmas. We got some beautiful cards and telegrams.
Yes, except this one strikes a sad note. He felt so sure he was going to be elected, then he lost out.
Oh. Who's it from? Adelaide?
No, Jack Dempsey.
And what lovely Christmas presents we got, dear.
Yeah, I got a fishing pole and 600 dozen golf balls.
600 dozen golf balls?
Oh, it's not too many. I have plans.
Oh. Well, what are you going to do with them all?
Well, I'll keep a couple of dozen to play with.
Yes?
And I'm going to scatter the rest on Senator McCarthy's front porch.
That was wonderful, Bob. Where to now?
Well, Esther, almost everyone in the world celebrated Christmas today.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and thank you, and you.
Who was that?
King Farouk receiving a present from his harem. But next, Esther, let's go on across the country and see what went on today in New York.
Fine, Bob. Whereabouts in New York are we going?
To the tenement district and the tough kids on the wrong side of the tracks. Hey, Moik.
Yeah, Hyman.
Ain't Christmas wonderful, Moik?
Yeah, it's swell, Hyman.
Gee, it makes me feel so good and so warm inside I could slug you.
Yeah.
In fact, I think I will slug you. Merry Christmas to you, Moik.
Gee, thanks. And a Merry Christmas to you, Hyman.
Well, I can always use them for banjo picks.
Yeah. Hey there, Hyman. What'd your folks give you for Christmas, huh?
Nothing.
What'd you give your folks?
Nothing.
What'd your old lady give your pop?
Nothing.
What'd you give her?
Nothing.
Gee, don't you folks like Christmas?
Yeah, we like Christmas. We just don't like each other.
Hyman, didn't you get nothing for Christmas?
My old man tried to do some Christmas shopping, but he couldn't.
You couldn't do any Christmas shopping? How about at night?
That's when he tried to do it, but the cops caught him. They caught him down in the basement of the 5 and 10. Now he's up the river doing 10 to 20.
Gee, I'm so glad you come over, Hyman. It's nice sitting here together.
Yeah, you folks have sure got a fancy apartment, Moik.
Yeah, you like it, huh?
Yeah, what's that room without the door?
Oh, that's where the bathtub is. Pa took the door off.
Why?
Well, when he's taking his bath, he don't want to miss nothing on television.
That's what I like about your folks, Moik. They're ritzy. Hey, Moik.
Yeah?
You ain't mentioned my new suit.
It's real sharp,
Yeah, it's one of them drape suits.
Drape suits, huh?
Yeah, my old lady made it from the ones in the parlor.
Hey, Hyman, I got some news for you.
Yeah?
She should have taken the curtain rods out.
I'd slug you again if I could spare the teeth. You know, Moik, being all dressed up makes me feel like that song, Rags to Riches.
Rags to Riches?
Ain't you heard it?
Yeah.
I'll sing it to you. This suit is kind of tight for singing in, but I guess I can do it. Listen. I know I'd go from rags to riches.
Hey, what do you know, Hyman? You're back to rags again.
Yeah, now I got a split personality.
Hey, shh, Hyman. I didn't tell my father we had a date tonight, and I think I hear him moving around upstairs.
Doctor, what is that down there? Mice?
No, Pa. It's Hyman Hope.
Oh, rats.
Hey, Hyman. Here he comes. He's coming downstairs.
What does he want with me, that old coot?
Hey, what'd you say, young man?
I said your daughter's a beaut.
I want to speak to you about that, young man. You've been calling on my daughter for 8 years now, and I don't know what your intentions are, but I doubt it.
Pa, come on already. Please leave Hyman alone.
You hide her.
Maybe you better go home, huh, Hyman?
Okay, but you come out in the hall with me, huh? Gosh, it's dark out here, Moy. Hold still, I'll kiss you goodnight. Hey, that didn't feel like I kissed you, Moy. It felt like somebody else. Hey, Bob. Yeah.
Bob, as we close our last show of the year, let's pause a moment to think about the ways in which the American Dairy Association touches our lives. You know, it's pretty hard to imagine just what our country would be like with no eggnog or butter cookies at Christmas time, no ice cream cones, no cream for our coffee or milk to drink. Through the natural richness of this great land of ours, these millions of dairy farmers who make up the American Dairy Association make it possible for us to enjoy all the genuine dairy foods which fill such an important place in our lives.
Yeah, let me add a holiday greeting from these members of the American Dairy Association as they extend their best wishes for a glorious holiday season to all our listeners. May the rich blessings of a happy home and the rewarding glow of warm friendships enrich your lives. May this holiday season and the year to come be the finest you have ever known. That is the sincere wish of all of us in the American Dairy Association. Oh, thanks for the memory of Christmas here today in the good old USA. It's peace on earth, goodwill toward men in our old old-fashioned way. And we thank you so much. I want to thank Esther Williams very much for bringing these boys a lot of happiness out here. Also, Les Brown and his band, Margaret Whiting, Jimmy Wakely, Guy Mitchell, Taylor Maids, Bobby Brand, David Dyer, Joe Graydon. They're all out here with us today, along with a lot of Paramount starlets, Joan Taylor, Marla English, Francie Higgins, Rita Sullivan, Marion Ross, Gene Shores, Randy Farr, Joni Paris, Pat Blake, all these people out here, Long Beach Hospital, along with Bill Goodwin, to just sort of bring these boys a little laugh here and there. And to the boys here at Long Beach Veterans Hospital for making us welcome once again. You know, this becoming an annual affair with us, we hope you've enjoyed our Christmas show just as half as much as we'd enjoyed putting it on for you. Got a little of that turkey in my eye tooth. I couldn't see what I was talking about. Now, we really consider it a great privilege to celebrate this Christmas tide with you fellas, who've given so much in our struggle to make a living reality the great ideal of peace on earth, goodwill toward all men. We haven't attained our goal as yet, but with the example of courage and strength set by men like you, we will surely carry on until we do. Merry Christmas and good night.
Be sure to listen to the Bob Hope Show next week from Hollywood with our special guest, Lorraine Day. Esther Williams can soon be seen in MGM's Easy to Love. The American Dairy Association, the nation's dairy farmers, have brought you the Bob Hope Show, an NBC Radio Network production, written by Norman Sullivan and Charles Stewart, transcribed direct from the Veterans Administration Hospital in Long Beach, California. Remember, butter brightens the flavor of every food it touches.
ある山間の小さな村に侍の墓が4つ並んだ。野心と巧妙に疲れた狂気の時代に全く明理を顧みず哀れな百姓たちのために戦った7人の侍の話。彼らは無名のまま風のように去った。しかし彼らの優しい心と勇ましい行為は今なお美しく語り伝えられている。彼らこそ侍だ。黒澤明が描く壮烈な女子誌。彼らはこの旗のもとに戦った。
どういうわけだこれは。これは田んぼの田の字、つまり百姓たち、この村だな。この丸は俺たちだ。 6つしかねえじゃないか。俺はのけもんか。いや、この三角が菊千代様だ。これ。
7人の侍の中の変わり種、の育ちの暴れん坊。襲い来るは野武士、戦国の生んだ大老の群れ。
みんな死ぬんだぜ。でも、もしかしたら死ぬんだぜ。
最後の決戦の日は雨だった。残るは13。これは全部捕らえれん。その前を通り過ぎると同時に追い打ちをかけて村のついで挟み撃ちだ。勝負はこの一撃で決まる。
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to forgery division, shoplifting detail. An organized gang of thieves has started operating in your city. In spite of the precautions taken, the thieves are still working. Your job? Stop them.
It was Monday, September 20th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of forgery division, shoplift detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 9:45 a.m. when we got to the 8th floor of the Whitfield department store. Security office.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
We'd like to see Mr. Dunlop. I believe he's expecting you.
Your name?
Joe Friday.
Oh, yes. You want to go right in?
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
This door here?
Yes, go right in.
Come on in.
Hi, Jerry. You know Frank, don't you?
Sure. How's it going?
Hi, Jerry.
You boys want to sit down?
Thank you.
I'll have the girl sent up.
Okay.
Yes, sir?
You want to have Miss Evans sent up, please?
Miss Evans, yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you guys a favor.
What's that, Jerry?
Poor kid thinks this whole thing is her fault. I'd appreciate it if you could take it easy on her.
Oh, we'll do our best. Sure. What'd they get away with this time?
Oh, here's a list.
Thank you.
Here's a copy for you, Frank.
Oh, thanks. You got any idea when they were in?
It's hard to tell for sure. We're open Friday night, and then Saturday's a pretty rough day. It wasn't until after closing we found it. I figured they either moved in late Friday night or early Saturday morning.
Miss Evans' girl discovered the theft, did you?
No, she didn't know anything about it. The stock clerk found it. He was running through the inventory to replace the coats and suits. Noticed there were several that couldn't be accounted for. He called me.
Mm-hmm.
Evans' girl's in the department. I talked to her this morning. It looks like she waited on the pair.
She able to come up with any kind of description?
Yeah, I think she'll be able to help us. Oh, excuse me. Yes?
Miss Evans is here.
Well, send her in, please.
Yes, sir.
Come in.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Dunlop?
Yes, would you come in, please?
Yes, sir.
Oh, Miss Evans, this is Sergeant Friday and Officer Smith. They're from the police department.
How you doing, man?
Hello. I don't know why you want to see me, Mr. Dunlap. I told you I didn't know anything about them. I told you. You've got to believe me. I didn't have anything to do with them. I never saw them before.
Now, you just sit down, Miss Evans.
Thank you.
Now, the officers are here to just talk to you. They want to ask you a couple of questions. There's nothing wrong.
You mean I'm not going to lose my job?
No.
Really? You're not going to fire me?
We never even considered it.
I don't know how to thank you. My first job, and to have a thing like this happen. I sure appreciate it. Anything you want to know, I'll tell you. You just ask, I'll tell you.
All right, Miss Evans. Have you any idea who might have stolen the merchandise?
Oh, didn't you tell them what I said, Mr. Dunlap?
Well, I thought it would be better if they heard it from you.
Oh, I see. Well, I think I know who they were. I've tried to remember all the people I waited on, everyone. There's only two that stand out, like they were different.
How do you mean different, miss?
Well, they didn't seem like the other customers. You know, like they really wanted to buy something.
Yeah.
They just wanted to look around. I could tell they didn't really want to take anything with them. We had a course on that in school, how to tell if a customer really wanted to buy.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the class problems, to sell a customer who didn't really want to buy anything.
Yes, ma'am. Now, about these people, what was it they did that makes you think they might have been the shoplifters?
Well, first, the way they talked. I was trying to wait on other people at the same time, and they kept me showing them all kinds of things. It took me almost a half an hour to clean up after they left.
There were two people, is that right?
Yeah, a man and a woman.
Can you give us a description of them?
I told Mr. Dunlap all about it. You want me to go over it again?
I've got it, Joe. I'm having it typed for you now.
All right, fine.
You want me to tell it again?
Well, we'll check it with you, yes, ma'am.
What kind of things these people want to see, ma'am?
Oh, just about everything at the counter. They had me so mixed up, I didn't know what to do. Told you I was trying to wait on another customer. Woman who wanted to buy a suit, I kept trying to take care of her. She finally left. These two were causing so much trouble. Every time I left them, I couldn't even take care of the woman. She got mad and left. I don't really blame her. You know, Mr. Dunlap, there really should be more people up there. Only 3 girls, and when we get busy, there just aren't enough to go around. Lots of customers walk out.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see what we can do.
Lots of times they walk out without buying something because there isn't anybody to help them.
Mm-hmm. This woman who walked out, could you describe her for us?
Oh, you bet. She was real nice. Had a lot of patience. Kept waiting for me to go back and take care of the troublemakers. Never said a word.
Well, can you tell us what she looked like?
Well, I'd say she was about 35. It's hard to say for sure. She took real good care of herself. You know, hair all nice and good makeup. Not cheap-like. Nice hands and a manicure.
Was she carrying any packages when she came in? Do you remember?
Gee, I gotta think about that. I don't think so. Oh, you know, a couple of paper bags, like from the notions department. Maybe face cream or cologne, things like that.
No large boxes?
No. I don't see why you're so interested in her. The other two were the ones who caused the trouble. They're the ones who must have taken things. Why are you asking about the lady?
How was she dressed, do you remember?
Oh, just beautifully. Had on a gray suit with large lapels. Kind of peplum that came out like this. Rhinestone buttons, beautifully good taste.
She wearing a coat?
Mm-hmm. Long. Had a stand-up collar, real full skirt, tight bodice.
Where was she looking at the suits?
Over by the counter. She'd hold them up, you know, in front of the mirror. She knew what she wanted, looked at the material, the way they were made. She'd have bought if I could have spent a little time with her. She liked the merchandise, liked everything I showed her.
Mm-hmm. How many things did you take off the racks for?
I guess she looked at a dozen styles. You know, a dozen real high-style suits. That seemed to be all she was interested in. You don't think she had anything to do with the stealing, though, do you?
Well, looks like she was the one who did the actual taking of the merchandise. The other two were there to keep you busy.
I can't believe that. She was so nice, never seemed to get upset, even when I couldn't spend more time with her. Real nice. Didn't get upset at all when she couldn't find what she wanted.
I'm afraid you're wrong there. She found it. We continued to interrogate the witness. We got complete descriptions of the trio. Their physical appearance and their method of operation matched those of the gang Frank and I had been looking for the past 6 weeks. Alice Evans was shown mug shots of known shoplifters, but she was not able to give us an identification. We made arrangements for her to come down to the office and check additional mug files. The average citizen looks at shoplifting as a petty nuisance, which businessmen are expected to endure. It's not entirely true. Shoplifting is big business. Last year, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of merchandise was stolen from stores in the Los Angeles area alone. Most of the goods stolen by organized gangs is sold to fences for final disposal. During the course of our investigation, we'd been working with Stores Protective Association, incorporating all of the security officers in the larger businesses. M.O. bulletins had been gotten out on the gang's activities. From what we'd been able to find out, there were 3 people working as a unit, 2 women and a man. The 3 suspects would enter a store and split up. One of the women would pretend to be looking at merchandise, while the other 2 suspects would engage the clerk in conversation, in that way keeping her away from the first member of the trio. The articles stolen were almost always either coats or suits, and we noticed that one line of merchandise seemed to attract the criminals more than others. Monday, 3:46 p.m. Frank and I went down to a second-hand clothing store on 5th Street to talk to the owner.
Be right with you.
Toby?
Yeah.
Hi, fellas. What's going on?
Oh, we got some things we want to talk to you about, Toby.
Sure, just having a cup of coffee in the back. Come on, I'll pour you a cup.
Fine, thank you. In here?
Yeah, sit down. Get you some java.
Thanks.
Anything special?
No, we're just fishing, Toby. Thought you might be able to come up with a little something for us, maybe.
And here you go. Either of you want sugar?
No, no.
Oh, thanks. Don't use it.
Just doing part of your work here.
Is that right?
Yeah, buy sheets. Want to get to the mail tonight.
Well, we don't want to keep you, Toby.
No trouble, Sergeant. Mac's getting a little tired anyway. Just soon stop and have a cigarette.
How's business? Pretty good?
I'm keeping up. Now, what can I do for you?
You got anything on a boosting gang working around?
Nothing more than usual. Why?
Well, we got a bunch that's giving us a little trouble. We're trying to come up with something that'll hang together on them.
2 men and a woman?
Yeah. You got anything on him?
Oh, nothing worth repeating. Rumbled around about the 3 of them. That's about it. If I had any more, I'd have called you sooner.
Where's the information coming from?
Well, you know how it is, Sergeant. You hear something here, something else there. You put them together, you come up with a story, but no way to trace it.
Yeah, I know. You got any idea where the stuff is being sold?
Same answer. Rumble's got it that all the loot's being shipped out of town. Some of it back east, some goes up north. I got a piece the other day that some of it's going to Mexico.
Mexico, huh?
Yeah. Most of it's ending up in the east, though.
You know any reason they'd be hitting one brand more than the others?
Got a word. That's about all.
What's that?
The gang's laying it out around town that they'll pay up to $25 for a suit. You know, going price is around 5, maybe 6.5.
Mm-hmm.
Figures that if you can do better with one line, that's what you're going to boost.
Huh. Why's the price gone up?
Yeah, the only way I can figure it is that they're worth more on the market.
Anybody approached you?
Nah, if they had, you'd have been called right away. You know that.
Yeah.
You got any idea where we might be able to pick up anything on the trio?
Not right out, but I'll tell you one thing.
What's that?
The way I got it, there's 4 of them.
Yeah?
2 men, 2 women. A man's a gun. He sets up the deals, makes a shipment.
How are they getting the stuff out, Toby? Do you know?
Pick up a kid and offer him a trip. Ask him to deliver a suitcase. Works out good for him. Carrier doesn't know who he's working for. Can't lead the cops back to the operation.
Mm-hmm.
About the only way I can figure it. You say none of the stolen stuff showing up down here?
Nothing so far.
Well, thanks a lot, Toby. If you hear anything, we'd sure appreciate a call.
Sure thing.
Real good coffee, Toby.
Instant. I make it in the percolator.
Well, you mean that powdered stuff? You don't have to make that in a coffee pot.
Habit, I guess.
Well, thanks again. We won't keep you, Toby.
Oh, hang on a minute.
All right.
Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
Buy used clothes?
Yes, sir. What have you got to sell?
That's in the car. Just want to be sure you're buying stuff.
Well, bring it in. We'll take a look at it.
Okay, Toby, we'll see you later, huh?
Right, Sergeant. Give me a call.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think of that, Sergeant? Sure in a hurry, isn't he?
Yeah, let's see why. Come on. You see him?
Yeah. Right up there.
Hey, hold it up there.
Huh? What do you want?
What's the matter? Didn't you hear me? I asked you to wait back there.
Oh, sure, I heard you. I didn't know you were talking to me. What do you want?
Police officer. You want to step over to the car? I want to ask you a couple questions.
Well, I haven't done anything.
You didn't say you did.
Well, why do you want to talk to me? What do you want me to come
Come on, let's go.
All right. You're making a mistake. I haven't done anything.
Mm-hmm.
You got the wrong man. You got no reason to talk to me.
All right. Get in. All right, sit still.
What are you doing? You won't find anything. I don't know what you guys are after. I haven't done anything.
Take your wallet out.
Why?
Take it out.
Here.
Take the money out of it. You always carry that much money, do you?
No, not always.
I know. You keep the money in your hand. Give me the wallet.
Here you are.
Is your true name?
Hmm?
Kenneth Elgin Norris. Is your right name?
Yeah.
You live here now, do you?
No, not now.
Where do you live?
I got a room over on 7th.
You want me to run a make on him?
Yeah, will you? Here's his ID.
Thanks. 1K80 to Control 1. 1K80 to Control 1.
Control 1 to 1K80. Go ahead.
Check for want. Kenneth Elgin Norris. That's Norris. Male white American. 26 years. 5 feet 10 and 3/4. 168 pounds. Black hair, brown eyes. KMA 367.
1K80, Roger. Stand by.
What's all that about?
Checking to see if you're wanted any place.
Oh.
You ever been in trouble?
You mean with the cops?
That's right.
No, never.
Why'd you leave the clothing store in such a hurry?
I remembered I had to meet a guy. I remembered I was late.
Who's the guy?
A friend of mine. You wouldn't know.
Well, try it.
It's a guy named Arthur. I don't know his last name.
Where were you going to meet him?
A bar down the street.
What about the clothes you wanted to sell?
What about it?
Where are they?
I don't know.
Well, you went in to sell something that you didn't have, is that it?
Well, I was going to pick him up from Arthur.
And you don't know his last name?
No.
How come you were going to sell the clothes?
Huh?
Why were you going to sell the clothes?
Well, that's a silly question. Why does anybody sell anything? Because I needed the money.
You look like you're sitting pretty good.
Well, I got to leave town. I'm selling all my stuff.
I thought you said the clothes belonged to this Arthur guy.
Well, they do, but I'm going to sell them for him. He said he'd give me a piece of the profit.
Why doesn't he sell them himself?
Well, I don't know. You better ask him.
We'll try to. Now get the rest of the stuff out of your pocket. Come on, everything.
You guys are making a big mistake. You know that, don't you? A real big mistake.
Well, if we're wrong, we'll tell you.
Yeah. Here it is. Comb, change, cigarettes, and a lighter. That's all there is.
You sure?
Well, why would I lie?
Turn your pockets inside out.
What?
Turn them inside out.
All right.
All of them. The other one, too.
Told you, I gave everything I had. There isn't anything else.
Oh. What's that?
Huh?
Move your foot. What's this?
Looks like a key.
What's it for?
Well, I don't know. It isn't mine.
Well, maybe it belongs to Arthur.
It could be. It isn't mine.
Looks like a check locker key, doesn't it?
It might be. I never saw it before.
Came out of your pocket, didn't it?
No, it didn't. Must have been on the floor all the time. It isn't mine.
1K80, your suspect has a felony record including burglary and is now wanted for parole violation.
1K80, Roger. KMA 367. Thought you said you'd never been in trouble.
I made a mistake.
Looks like you made more than one, doesn't it?
What?
Maybe you were wrong about the locker key.
I told you. I never saw it before.
Oh, sure. You want to sit with him, Frank?
Yeah.
I'll get to a phone.
Right.
It's just a key. What does that prove?
I don't know. Let's find out what it opens. We got the location of the locker, and with the suspect, Frank and I drove over and removed a large black suitcase. The locks on the case had been broken, and inside we found 11 women's suits of the same type that had been stolen from the Los Angeles stores. All identifying labels had been removed, but we were able to find the tag issued by the National Recovery Board inside the seams of the suits. We got in touch with their Los Angeles office, and they told us that the serial number had been issued to a San Francisco company. On the way back to the city hall, we stopped and searched the suspect's room thoroughly, but we found nothing. When we got to the squad room, Frank went to the business office to arrange a phone call to San Francisco, and I took the suspect to the interrogation room. 6:20 p.m.
You guys got to believe me. That stuff's not mine. I don't know where it came from.
Where'd you get the key?
Well, it's not mine. I never saw it before.
That's kind of hard to buy.
Well, I don't care if you want it or not. That's the way it is.
Tell us a little more about this Arthur, will you?
I told you everything I know.
Where'd you meet him?
In a bar down on Main. I told you that before. Now, what's the matter? Don't you believe me?
You're making it tough to believe.
I'm telling you the truth.
Where'd the suits come from?
I don't know.
All right, here. Take another look at them. Might help you remember, huh?
They were in the suitcase when Arthur gave them to me. That's all I know.
Where'd he get them?
I don't know.
Did he steal them?
Well, I don't know.
Why'd he give them to you?
He just said he wanted me to take care
You
of them.
told us before he wanted you to sell them, didn't you?
Well, he did.
Where were you going to make the payoff after they were sold?
He said he'd get in touch with
Where?
me. Around. He said he'd find me.
He gave you over $500 worth of suits, and he said he'd get in touch with you, huh?
That's right.
When?
Sometime.
He didn't name a date?
No, just said he'd look me up.
How many times have you been arrested?
You got the record. Why asking me?
We want you to tell us.
I don't know. I forget.
We'll take a guess.
Oh, a few times.
5?
You got the record.
When's the last time you checked with your parole officer?
I forget.
You know your package is tabbed?
No, I didn't know until I heard it on the radio.
You had no idea, huh?
No.
You went up for burglary, is that right?
Yeah, they sent me up to the joint.
You know you're going back, don't you?
Yeah, I guess.
Not going to look good to have another charge marked on you.
What do you mean?
Burglary.
How'd you dig that one up?
These suits, if you can't explain them, it isn't going to look too good, is it?
Look, I told you, Arthur gave them to me.
And he said he'd get in touch with you.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure.
Come up with the answers yet?
Says he doesn't know them.
Yeah? Maybe we can help. Just got through talking with a George Ryder up north.
Yeah.
He checked the records, code numbers from the shipment to the Whitfield department store. Looks like the bunch we're after.
Now, who's Arthur?
You mean the suits were stolen?
You called it. Who's Arthur?
Look, I don't want to go back to the joint on a beef like this.
We don't decide that.
But if I help you guys, you'll take care of me. You'll talk to my parole officer.
Can't make any deals with you.
Yeah, but I don't want to fall this way.
That's up to you, mister. You're sitting in the middle. Now, which way do you want to go?
Nobody can help you but yourself.
Miss Arthur must be a fine friend, leaving you with a bunch of stolen merchandise.
Might be the way he figured it. What's the matter? Doesn't Arthur like you?
Okay, I'll go the route.
No.
I'll tell you where to find him.
We called a stenographer, and Kenneth Norris gave us a complete statement. He said that he'd been approached by a man that he knew only as Arthur and asked to carry a suitcase to St. Louis. Once there, a man would have him paged at the airport and take the valise from him. In return for this service, the suspect was to be paid $100 and his expenses. Norris explained that he decided he could do better by selling the contents of the suitcase himself. This information was forwarded to the St. Louis Police Department. We got a complete description of the man he knew as Arthur and had the suspect check through the mug books, but he was unable to make an identification. We got in touch with his parole officer and told him that we had Norris in custody. We asked that we be allowed to detain him for a few days. The following morning, we met with Chief Detective Thad Brown and Captain Welsh. It was decided that Norris would take us to the bar where he'd met the thief and he'd point him out. Norris would then be brought back to the main jail and booked, and I would try to establish myself with this Arthur. In that way, we would have a better chance of building a case that we could take to court and apprehending the entire shoplifting gang. On Wednesday morning, September 22nd, Norris, Frank, and I drove over to Main Street. We checked the bar, but the suspect wasn't there. We waited in our car, which was parked down the street. Arthur failed to arrive. He didn't show up at the bar on Thursday or Friday. Saturday, 12:40 p.m. Norris pointed down the street.
There, that's him just going in the place.
Fellow in the gray suit there?
Yeah, that's him.
You sure?
I got no reason to lie, have I?
All right, Frank.
Yeah.
You want to take Norris back to the office? I'll go on in.
Okay. I'll be right back.
All right.
Sergeant?
Yeah.
I'll give you something for free.
Yeah, what's that?
Take it easy with Arthur. Don't press.
How do you mean that?
He's a pretty rough guy.
That's so?
Yeah, I hear he carries a gun. Be a lot of trouble if he's got it with him.
Not unless he tries to use it. I left Frank at the curb and walked into the bar. I saw the man that we knew as Arthur sitting at the rear of the place. I took a seat near the front door and ordered a cup of coffee. In a few minutes, I walked back toward Arthur.
Something you want?
Yeah, I wondered if I could have one of your cigarettes there.
There's a machine up front.
Well, if I had the price, I'd have bought a pack coming in.
All right. Here.
Got a match?
How you fixed for breath?
Look, I just asked you for a cigarette. If you don't want to give me one, say so and I'll shove off.
Never mind. Here's your match.
Thank you.
Hey, you.
Yeah.
You're broke, huh?
All the way.
Just got in town?
This morning.
Where from?
Up north.
Narrow it down.
Look, mister, here's your cigarette bag. Give me one of these doesn't tell you my life story.
You hungry?
I haven't eaten for 2 days.
Here.
Thanks. Appreciate this.
How long are you going to be in town?
Well, it depends on how things work out.
You got a job?
Well, I'm going to look.
What do you do?
Whatever pays.
Tell you what.
Well?
I got some friends around town. Might be able to use you. Check with me in a couple of days. Might be able to do something for you.
How do I get in touch with you?
Meet me here. I tag the place a couple times a week. Just ask if Arthur's around.
What's your name?
That's what I'm using this season. If you look me up, kid, we'll work something out.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. I sat and talked to Arthur for another half hour. During that time, he wouldn't tell me his last name, and I had no way of finding out anything more about him. At 12:10, I saw Frank drive by the front door. That was the signal that the crew of detectives were standing by to follow the suspect. I left the bar and walked down Main Street up to 7th. Frank was waiting for me. We drove back to the city hall and discussed what had happened with Chief Brown and Captain Welsh. During the next 3 days, Arthur was kept under constant surveillance. He didn't drive an automobile. He contacted no one. We were able to learn a considerable amount about the man. Although he didn't try to make contact with any other members of the gang, it was obvious that he was the prime fence and that he was directing the operation. Wednesday afternoon, I walked into the bar on Main Street. Arthur wasn't there, but the bartender said that he was expecting him. I waited. At 6:47 p.m., the suspect entered the place. He took a seat at the rear of the bar and motioned me back. Hi, I've been looking for you.
You're right.
Yeah. Wonder if you've been able to come up with that job you were talking about. I could sure use a touch.
You like to travel?
What?
I think I might have something for you. You got to go out of town, though.
For dough?
I wouldn't ask you any other way.
Well, what do I have to do?
A friend of mine has a suitcase he wants delivered to a party in Chicago.
Why doesn't he send it by mail?
Doesn't want it to go that way. He wants it delivered personally.
Well, what's it pay?
All your expenses and $100.
Well, what's in the suitcase?
That isn't any of your business.
Well, what happens if I get picked up? I don't know. I'm not carrying anything hot.
You got to take my word for it, you ain't.
All right. Who do I deliver the suitcase to?
I'll meet you in the morning. I'll give you the bag then. You catch the 10 o'clock plane. When you land at Chicago, go to the coffee shop. You'll be paged. Meet the man and give him the suitcase.
Well, how do I know if it's the right guy?
We'll give you the name. He's the only one who knows what the name is and when you're coming in.
All right. Where do I meet you?
Be out in front of this place at 8 in the morning. I'll pick you up.
Just one more thing. How about the money?
You won't need any going back. When you turn over the suitcase to my friend, he'll give you the $100. You'll already have your ticket.
All right. Sounds okay. Not as permanent as I'd like.
You carry this off, we'll be able to do more business.
Well, I'll meet you here then at 8 in the morning, is that right?
Right. Be on time. I don't want you to miss that plane. A lot depends on this deal. I don't want anything to go wrong.
No, don't worry.
What?
Neither do I. I left the bar and met Frank. We stood by the front of the place, and at 9:56 p.m., the suspect came out. He called a cab, and we followed him. He went out to the apartment where we knew he lived. Frank and I waited out front. At 11:20, a car pulled up in front of the place, and 3 people got out. They matched the description of the thieves in our shoplifting operation. They were carrying a large suitcase. We waited for 10 minutes, and then Frank and I went up to Arthur's apartment.
Number 408, huh?
Down this way.
Uh-huh.
I get the door.
Wait a minute.
All right.
Yeah. Who is it? A minute.
What are you doing here?
What's this all about, Art?
Police officers, you're under arrest.
Stand still.
Cop, a lousy cop. Should have known. I thought I could trust you. I thought you were honest.
You sure pick him, a cop for a messenger boy. You're real smart.
I thought I could depend on him. I thought he was honest.
You don't know what the word means.
How about it, mister?
Huh?
Do you?
Arthur Nelson Thompson, Samuel Donald Hickok, Georgia Baxter Nielsen, and Dorothy Marie Simpson were tried and convicted of burglary in the second degree, 14 counts. They received sentence as prescribed by law. Burglary in the second degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period not less than 1 nor more than 15 years.
You have just heard Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action, and starring Jack Webb, a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Where's everyone going? What's all the excitement? What's happening? Hold it! That book! Of course, Sex and the Single Girl, that titillating bestseller by Helen Gurley Brown. And the inspiration for a hilarious new motion picture.
Mention sex, and the single girl will blush a lot, though she wrecks every single guy with what she's got.
To participate in the fun and games, there's Tony Curtis, Natalie Wood, Henry Fonda, Lauren Bacall, Mel Ferrer, Fran Jeffries, and other enthusiastic volunteers. We take you now to the analyst's couch in the office of Dr. Helen Gurley Brown.
Oh, Doctor,
Are you really so bashful with her?
I'm even bashful with you.
Well, there's no need to be. See? We're holding hands, and nothing is happening.
Something is happening.
This picture is not a documentary on love, but it does have real live scientific experiments. Like this.
You make many statistical studies, don't you, Doctor?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, I do. Oh, yes. Kissing the ear is very helpful, too. Oh, yes. I made up my mind very early that I was going to learn all I could about love and marriage before I made my mistakes. Now switch over to the other ear. By this time, in most cases, that other ear will just be begging for attention.
You're trying to tell me that Frank has 2 wives. No wonder I don't have any clothes.
Stop! Don't jump! Don't jump! Mr. Broderick! No! Don't jump! No! Mr. Broderick! Oh! Please, don't! Oh!
mention sex, and the single girl will slap your face. That reflex is designed to keep you in your place. She believes that virtue pays until she hears that magic phrase, and suddenly she's not single anymore.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
You now to Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Now, Duffy's Tavern, where they lead me to eat. Eddie the waiter speaking. Duffy and Archie ain't here. Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. Yeah, I just got a telegram, Mr. Archie, from Bellevue Hospital. Huh? Well, it says here, it says, Dear Eddie, Colette. Tonsils out and am still alive. I guess only the young die good. Ha ha. Stop. The nurses here are too cute for wards. Ha ha ha. Stop. He say, my nurse never smiled. I call her Miss Deadpan of 1946. Stop. Returning to Tavern Friday and would highly appreciate surprise party to welcome me home as I am very popular. Signed, Archie. Yeah, well, Mr. Duffy, it'd be nice to have him back, won't it? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And tell him you said so, huh? But Mr. Duffy, see, I don't like to use that kind of language. Yeah, well, I'll have him call you when he comes in.
Eddie, I've got Archie's welcome home party all planned.
That's fine, Miss Duffy. How it works?
Well, first, on account of his tonsils, I think we should give him some ice cream or, something to cool his throat.
Yeah. How about some pig's feet? That'll make him cold all over.
Well, I was saving the pig's feet. I thought maybe we'd have those as the last course. Right before the speeches.
Speeches? After them pig's feet, who's alive to make speeches?
Eddie, why do you always run down the food here? You've been serving it for 5 years, and you're still making the same jokes about it.
No, I'm consistent. Same food, same jokes. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Huh? Who's there? Himmelbacher's Bakery. What's that? Miss Duffy ordered a cake baked in the shape of a tonsil. You... So you ain't got the tonsil mold, huh? Just a second. Miss Duffy, would an appendix do?
Okay. Tell him to send it over, but make sure it looks real.
Yeah. Okay, send it over. Make sure it looks real. Yeah, that's right. Send it up quick before peritonitis sets in.
Thanks, Eddie. Now, let's see. What else?
Hi, Eddie.
Hey, yes, Mr. Finnegan.
How do you like the new suit I bought for the welcome home party?
Hey, wait, now, let me see. Double-breasted, huh?
So what? So am I. But, it fits like a glove, don't it?
Well, yeah, if you're thinking in terms of a catcher's mitt. How many pair of pants did you get with it?
Well, 2, naturally. It's a double-breasted suit.
Finnegan, why do men always have to get 2 pair of pants with a suit?
It's very practical. With 2 pair of pants, the ones underneath don't get dirty.
Finnegan, do you wear both pair of pants at one time?
I do.
But how do you get into them?
My dear, there are certain things that are not discussed in mixed company.
By the way, Mr. Finnegan, did you get the welcome home sign from Mr. Archer?
Oh, certainly I got it for him. A beauty, too. Second hand.
That's fine. What do the sign say?
It says, welcome home from Tokyo, Cecil Schmolowitz.
That don't make no then.
Why not?
Well, Archie's name ain't Cecil Smallowitz.
So what?
And he ain't coming home from Tokyo.
Oh, what does Archie care where Cecil Smallowitz is coming home from? The main thing is that it's beautiful sentiment.
Well, looking at it from here. By the way, did you memorize your welcome speech?
Oh, I certainly did. I know it like my own name.
How does it go?
Clifton Finnegan. What I mean is the welcome home, Archie. Welcome home, Archie. And I want to say on
behalf.
Thanks. Yeah, that's it. On behalf of the
gang.
Yeah, that's it. The gang here at the
Tavern.
Yeah, the tavern. That we want to express our
happiness at having you back in our midst.
Right. I hope I don't forget it by the time he gets here.
You won't. No. You got a mind like an elephant.
Oh, say, fellas, wait a minute. Here he comes now.
Where?
Oh, right
over there.
Oh, yeah. Come on, gang. Let's give it to him.
Okay.
We're glad to see you back. We're glad to see you back. Even without your tonsils, Arch, we're glad to see you back. No tonsils. We're glad to see you back.
Well, gang, I want to thank you. You know, if I had a lump left in my throat, this welcome would give it to me. Got no idea how it touches me to be back among all these old familiar eyesores.
How do you feel without the tonsils, George?
Well, naturally, a little lonesome. Don't forget the three of us grew up together.
Say, Archie, you look a little pale.
A little pale, yeah. Well, you see, before they discharge you from the hospital, they make you take a bath.
Well, welcome back, Arch.
Well, Matty Milner, glad to see you again. You still lacing the old gut buckets on the Miller side and rating out the old reef beef?
Still the same old Arch, huh?
Yes, sir.
Say, Arch, by the way, on behalf of
on behalf of the gang.
Gee, I had a whole speech in me head. I don't know what happened to it.
Well, a poor little speech probably got lonely up there and ran away. But, however, I appreciate the sentiment anyway.
Oh, thanks, Arch. By the way, where are the tonsils? Did you bring them with you?
No, I gave them to one of the nurses as a keepsake. You know how dames are about me. She wanted to have them bronzed for a pair of bookends.
Yes, sir. The bedridden Beau Brummel of Bellevue.
I bet you had a lot of fun with the nurses, huh?
Oh, well, for a few days. But then the doctor got wise, you know, and I became the only tonsil case on the 6th floor with me hands in a cast. And even at that, the nurses wouldn't dare walk past me except in groups of 3. speaking of the operation, they wheel me in, see? Well, sir, there I am laying on the operating table, with them nurses cruising around me like I was Turban Bay. So the doctor pulls out these 2 bottles, the penicillin and the sulfur lemonade. So I said to him, look, Doc, we don't need them things. I ain't afraid. Just shoot me a little ether.
Oh, what's that ether like, Archie?
Well, you take a little and things get hazy, and, then you take a little more, and before you know it, you're paralyzed. It's not unlike the effect of our 15-cent rye.
Hi, Art. How's it feel to be unconscious?
Is he kidding? Well, anyway, as I was saying, we get... Eddie, what's going on here?
Mr. Regan just hit the pinball machine.
Here, give him his nickel.
What's the matter with you? Are you still under that ether?
No, Eddie. When a man lays in bed for a while on the brink of death, he does a lot of thinking. Here, Regan, here's your nickel. Yeah, man begins to take stock of himself and ask, what's life all about, Eddie? Yon always striving, working, struggling, like little bees with the hives. Hunting, searching, seeking. For what?
Butter?
No, Eddie. For something that money can't buy.
Have you tried buying butter lately?
Eddie, please, will you get your mind out of the butter? No? No, Eddie, I mean bigger things. You see, the trouble with most of us is that we worry too much about the little things. Shakespeare was right when he said, what stunks these mortals be? Always worrying about little things. I was thinking there in the hospital. I picked up a paper one morning, and I read where a guy choked his wife at breakfast just because she burned his toast. How foolish he was. And the time that he took to choke her, he could have been scraping the toast. So I say, give Regan his nickel. Money ain't everything. Them millionaires with their cars and chauffeurs and mansions. Now, they can be unhappy, too.
Yeah, then make me unhappy, Pappy.
No, you're wrong, old man. To them that can see it, the grass grows greener in Potter's Field. Always remember that, Eddie.
Well, Archie, as I live and breathe, the top of the bottle to you.
Well, Officer Clancy. Glad to see you. In the back of me tonsil to you, sir.
Well, tell me, lad, how was the operation?
The operation? Everything came out all right, Clancy.
Well, how was it? Painful?
Oh, a little. I couldn't talk for a few days.
Couldn't talk. I wonder if I could persuade me wife to take a tonsillectomy.
Look, Clancy, you wouldn't joke about operations if you ever had one.
Me never had an operation. Listen, me boy. In 1930, they took out me appendix. In 34, it was me tonsils. In 36, out came me liver. In 39, it was me adenoids. And last year, they pulled out all me teeth. Archie, you're talking to an empty cup.
Well, it seems to have done you good, Clancy. You've even gained weight, haven't you?
Oh, I might have put on 40 or 50 pounds.
What are you talking? I bet you got that much in your bay window alone. What do you do when you get your shoes shined, Clancy? Take the bootblack's word for it?
Archie, that ain't funny.
Well, maybe it ain't. But, I always figure it must be kind of tough on your dogs, walking that pavement with all that obeseliness.
Well, that's not when I feel it. It's when I get home at night and pull me shoes off. It takes me feet 10 minutes to stop spreading. Well, praise be to the saints, I'll soon have me pension to look forward to.
Yeah, Clancy, that's right. As long as you got enough to get along on. I was thinking, stop that crap game. Clancy, I was thinking, while I was laying there and... While I was laying there on me deathbed, that money ain't everything. That there are a lot of other things in life that... Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy, it's me, Archie. Well, certainly I'm still alive. Better luck next time, huh? Duffy, the richer you get, the crummier you get. What's your goal, anyway? Oh, you want to be the crummiest man in town? Duffy, look, money ain't gonna make you happy. I've been thinking it over, and you should look at it my way, too. You see, in the first place, you can't take it with you. In the second place, where you're going, it'd melt anyhow. Okay, I'll call you back.
Oh, you really hopped up on this new philosophy, ain't you?
Archie, as I was saying. Well, sir, as soon as I come out of the ether, you see this red-headed nurse is leaning over me, and she's saying, he looks just like Ray Milland, don't he? So, naturally, I take this as a hint. And, hey, what's everybody doing over there at the tables?
Surprise, surprise, surprise!
Hey, what is all of this?
Well, it's a little surprise party for you, Archie.
Yeah, sit down, Arch. Over here at the head of the table. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow,
which nobody can deny. Well, gang, I don't know what to say, except that this is a wonderful tribute to me late tonsils. And I know that if they were here, they'd feel the same way about it. I want to thank you all from the cockles of me heart.
Well, okay. Let's start eating. Here, Arch, have a ham hock.
Finnegan, let go of my arm.
Now, don't get mad about it, Miss Duffy. Anybody would have made the same mistake. Don't let little things annoy you. Have a philosophy. Now, come on, gang. Leave us start eating. Well, fellas, you don't know how a tribute like this touches me. No, I love you guys. Each and every one. Do you know it? Well, I do. Throwing this dinner for me tonight. What a sweet thought it was. I sometimes wonder if I'm worthy of you, all. A very cute reply, Clancy.
Well, now that we've met, Arch, as your oldest friend, I would like to propose a toast.
Oh, thank you, Clifton. I shall be flattered.
To Archie and his tonsils, I bequeath this little rhyme. I knew he had it in him all the time. I thank you.
Oh, Finnegan, did you make that up all by yourself?
Don't be silly, Archie. It was anonymous.
Thank the guy for me, Finnegan. Very sweet.
Now, how about a toast from Eddie the waiter?
Well, I don't know what to say.
Oh, go ahead, Eddie. Just say something flattering.
Well, okay. Folks, Mr. Archie has always been a real friend to me. And while he was in the hospital, I really missed him. The little things he did. Some of them was very small. Hardly worth mentioning, even. I like the way he moved his elbow from side to side while I wiped the bar. His cheerful, encouraging smile while I threw out a customer. And his shy, apologetic manner when he say to me, Eddie, do you need 10 whole minutes to eat lunch? It's these things that made me love him. I thank you.
Now I would like to give a toast.
Oh, thank you, Miss Duffy.
A is for the arguments we have had. R is for the times I proved him wrong. C is for the cash he steals from Papa. H is what he gets when he gets caught. I is for the word he is most fond of. his everlasting nerve. Put them all together, they spell Archie. And that means
Well, thank you, Miss Duffy. That touches me. You know, it's little thoughts like that that make a man want to go and have his throat cut all over again.
Oh. Come now, Arch, let's not get sticky. Hey, Clancy, you ain't said nothing yet.
Well, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to say I've known Archie ever since Annapolis. You all remember them days when Joe Annapolis, the Greek butcher, had a shop on 3rd Avenue? At the time, Archie was a chicken plucker. That was when I first met him. Annapolis reported to the sergeant one day that 2 chickens and 3 steaks had been plucked from his shop. And to make a long story short, I knew then that Archie would go a long way. And I think the way he's handled this tavern has proved it. In conclusion, may I say that I know this friend of the police, this lover of law and order, this protector of civil and constitutional rights, will unhesitatingly buy 2 tickets to the annual policeman's ball. That'll be $2, please.
Wait a minute. $2, Clancy. That's all the money I got. Well, okay, here. Money ain't everything. Friendship means more, Clancy. And your friendship here tonight, folks, has touched me to the hilt. I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. I wouldn't trade it for Bing Crosby's voice. Not for Clark Gable's looks. Not for Lana Turner herself. You know, I had a lot to think about while I was laid up, and I realized that there are more things than money in this world. Friendship, like yours. The little things. Peace of mind and tranquility. Excuse me. Hello, Duffy. Huh? You been thinking it over, what I said about money? Huh? Well, that's nice to hear, Duffy, but are you going to do anything about it? You're going to dock me for the 2 weeks that I was away. You dirty crumb! Why, you dirty
Archie, peace and tranquility.
Will you please shut your mouth, you thick-headed cop? Now, look, Duffy, if you dock me one time, I'll come right down there and punch you in the nose. You dirty
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's the most provocative film of the year. Vincent Canby in the New York Times calls it one of the best of '89. Exceptionally accomplished and witty.
Being happy isn't all that great. I mean, the last time I was really happy, I got so fat.
The Los Angeles Times calls it brilliant. A delicate and sexually charged film.
Well, we're going to do it or not.
Rolling Stone says it's dazzling, fun, and scorchingly erotic.
Oh.
Why don't you let me tape you?
Doing what? John and Ann don't have sex anymore.
And Time magazine calls it terrific. The season's smartest and funniest film.
It's for me.
Yeah, it's for you.
Sex, lies, and videotape.
Is that for me?
hands for you. A Miramax Films release.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Again we return to Jimmy Allen's Air Adventures. The young pilot, you will remember, was cleared of any guilt connected with the murder of Quackenbush, National Airways passenger who was found dead on Jimmy's plane. Speed and Jimmy pursue the notorious digger Dawson, who they believe to be the murderer, into the Michigan woods. There, in a remote, desolate region, they followed Dawson down upon a runway cut between the trees. But while they are investigating Dawson's plane, they are in turn captured by the digger. Bud Knowles, whose plane Dawson chartered at Cleveland Airport, is found unconscious on the cabin floor. At the point of a gun, Dawson marches Speed and Jimmy into the front room of a nearby shack. Jimmy is bound and placed in the rear with Bud Knowles. Dawson makes Speed a proposition to join him, promising the National Airways pilot a fabulous sum. Speed, in turn, traps the digger into admitting the murder of Quackenbush. Dawson, angered, threatens immediate death to both pilots. But on going to the door, he makes the amazing discovery that Jimmy has disappeared. Jimmy gone? Why, what in the world do you mean?
Just what I said. There's not hiding a hair of him in this back room.
But your men bound him and put him in there, didn't they?
Sure they did.
Well, how could he have gotten away?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out soon. Hey, stopper! Duffy! Hey, stopper! Come on in here.
Well, I guess you aren't so smart after all, Dawson. You may kill me, but the kid will get away.
Oh, yeah? You think so?
Let me tell you something, Madison.
No man can get out of this place unless he knows the way. And he'd starve to death before he's found.
Yeah? Jimmy's a pretty smart kid, Dawson. If there's any way to get out, he'll find it.
Smarter men than him have tried it and failed. Well, that kid Jimmy Allen is gone.
On? Move away. Let the preacher alone.
Open that back door and take a look for yourself, then.
Get him, Digger. You're right.
Did you and Tuffy tie him up good?
I'll say we did.
Well, then start looking around. That kid can't get very far. You know that.
There, don't I know it?
All right, now hop through it.
You'll have that kid inside around.
Well, Dawson, things don't look so bright now, do they?
Oh, that kid. I'm not worried about him.
The facts of the case are that you've got too much to worry about. You know, I think I'd go crazy if I were in your shoes.
Well, don't worry about me. I'm not one of those weak-minded guys.
If you're smart, you'll just give yourself up.
What? With a fortune in sight. Why, you're nuts.
All right. What's the next move? I was just thinking about that. Well, why don't you come to some sort of conclusion? I'm getting rather tired of sitting in this hard chair. Well, I have. You won't have to sit on that chair much longer. Well, that's a swell.
You won't think it's a swell when I tell you what's going to happen.
Oh, you got a little surprise for me. Ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah, I have. And here it is. I can't let you write any letters. But if you've got any praying to do, you'd better start right now.
Praying? Oh, I see. So that's the surprise you have for me, eh? You're going to bump me off.
Yeah. I made up my mind there's no use wasting any more time. If you'd have talked reason with me, you could have made yourself plenty of dough. But I can see right now that while you and Alan are running around loose, I'm not going to be very safe.
That's certainly a very true statement.
So I figured in a few days this spot's going to get rather hot anyway, and I better rub you and Alan out and beat it to some other part while the going's good.
A very logical conclusion. But you see, you haven't got Jimmy.
With you out of the way, Robertson, it won't take us very long to find that kid.
Yes, that's right. You won't have to sit around and watch me.
Exactly. Start praying, because I've got my watch out, and you've only got 2 minutes to live.
We've got a lot longer than 2 minutes to live, Dawson. Drop that gun and raise your arms over your head.
Why, you...
Come on. Hurry up. Drop that gun and I start shooting.
Give him cover, Jim. I'll get the gun.
That's the stuff. Well, Dawson, how do you like things now?
How in the world did you do it, kid?
Never mind that now. I'll tell you later. We've got to do something and do it quick.
Yeah. And special neck we have. Did you see anything of those two thugs of Dawson? All Stopper and Chunky?
Yeah, they're out looking for me. I waited until they got a little ways away from the shack. They'll be coming back to us.
Well, let's decide right now what we're going to do.
Well, how about tying Dawson up? Sticking him in our fleet wing along with Spud Knowles and taking off?
No. We haven't got enough gas, eh?
We could bring the gas out of the cormorant.
That won't do you any good. I was just about out of gas when I landed here.
Yeah, I'm afraid we wouldn't get very far. And another thing. It's going to be pretty tough to take off between those trees in the dark.
In other words, you think we better stay here?
Yeah, I think we better. At least until daybreak. And don't forget just one thing.
Well, what's that?
We radioed our position to Jackson about 10 minutes before we landed. By daybreak, this whole country will be buzzing with flames.
They'll never spot this place.
No? That's what you think. They'll spot it all right. We'll make it easy for them to spot it.
Well, here's what we better do. We'll tie up Mr. Digger Dawson here so we won't have to worry about him. And then I think the three of us can hold this place against Digger's two thugs outside and any others we haven't seen.
The three of us? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Why, you, I, and Spud Knowles.
Oh, sure, Spud. Is he conscious now?
Yes, he came to while he was lying next to me in that back room on the floor. He didn't do much, but he reached into my pocket and got my pocket knife. Then he succeeded in cutting the rope that found me. Here, you watch Dawson while I turn him in.
Okay, kid. We've sure got to take care of him.
Can you beat that? I knew I should have tied that guy up.
Yes, of course. But you see, we all make mistakes, Dawson. And it's just some little mistake like that that's going to let you swing.
It's all right. I'll get out of this.
Here he is, Steve.
Oh, the poor fellow. Yeah. Put him down on this rug. Is he conscious now?
Yeah. I'm conscious, Mr. Robertson. I feel awful weak.
Oh, sure you do, I know. With a hard crack you got over the head. Here, let me take a look. Now, you keep your eye on Dawson, kid.
Right you are, Steve.
Yeah, Bud. I think you've got a nasty cut on the back of your head. A lump as big as an ostrich egg.
He sure went out like a light when he hit me.
The dirty coward. Hitting somebody in the back of the head when he didn't have a chance to defend himself.
Is there any rope around anywhere, Jim?
Yeah, there's some in the back room. I'll get it and tie up Dawson while you watch it.
That's the stuff, kid. But make it snappy. As soon as you're through, we'll douse the light here. Otherwise, we may be pumped full of lead from the outside.
Okay.
Yeah, that wound of yours ought to be dressed, Bud. Just as soon as I can get out to that fleet wing of ours, I can get the first aid kit and fix you up.
Don't worry about me. I'll be all right. I want to see you turn this Dawson over to the law.
We're going to do that all right. Don't you worry about it.
You think you are?
Tell me what happened, son.
Well, there's not much to tell. This guy Dawson, only didn't say his name was Dawson, came out of the hangar and wanted to get to New York in a hurry.
Hey, none of that, Dawson. Keep those hands up. Don't move toward that window. Oh, there you are, Jim. Let me get that fella tied up quick.
I'll have him tied up in a jiffy, Steve. Here, Dawson. Lie on the floor and put your hands behind your back. Get down there. That's the stuff.
So, he wanted you to take him to New York, did he, huh?
Yeah, he spiked a road and shook a horse. Then, after we were in the air, he told me to circle around over the lake and head west. I asked him where we were going, and he said that was his business. And I told him it was my business, too, because I didn't want to get stuck somewhere if I couldn't get any gas or oil.
Oh, sure. I don't blame you.
Then the next thing, I saw a great big flash of lightning. That was all.
I've got Dawson tied up, Steve.
That's swell, kid. Come on over here and we'll decide.
Hey, Fibber.
Quick, Jim. Douse that light.
I'll hurt in a second.
That's better. That's swell. Listen, Jim. You've got that gun, haven't you?
Yes, and I've got that 32 on my ship.
I've got Dawson's automatic.
It is my gun in the back room.
Get one for me, will you?
Sure, I'll have one with Jeffy.
Well, what are we going to do?
Well, we know Dawson's got 2 men on the outside. We may have more. I think the 3 of us can defend this shack all right. I'll take the window on that side. Jim can take the one on the opposite side. And you can stay here in the middle to help out for everyone. Are you feeling a little stronger now?
Yeah, a little bit. Not much.
That's good. We'll be all right, kid. Just take it easy now. Take it easy, and everything's going to be all right.
There's not a medal for you. Good. Let's have one. Hey, Digger. Hey, what's going on here? What's the matter? What'd you get the lights out for?
Shut up, Dawson. Now, listen to me, Stopper. Don't take a step inside that door. Your friend, the Digger, is tied up on the floor. And that's where he's going to stay until the law takes him out. So if you know what's healthy for you, you and any pals of yours better start moving out of this place pretty fast. And if I were you, I'd put just as many miles between yourselves and this place by daybreak as you can.
You listen to me, Stopper. You stick around and give them the work.
Jimmy and Speed have the upper hand for the time being. But what will happen during the long stretches of the night? Can Stopper and his men do anything to help their chief? Exciting moments are in store for you.
This here's a movie about the second most important thing in the world, football. And also about the first most important thing. It's called Semi-Tough.
Oh, you don't come near me till you brush your teeth.
It stars Burt Reynolds as Billy Clyde Puckett, a running back who lives for just 2 things. One of them is football.
You don't give up, do you? Oh, you wouldn't like me to do.
Chris Christopherson is Shake Tiller, a wide receiver with great hands and beautiful moves. Jill Clayburgh is Barbara Jane Bookman. Her daddy owns the team, and she plays with him.
Don't look right, my daughter living with 2 of my players.
I'm not sleeping with him, Daddy.
Well, that's what I mean. Ain't normal.
Now, they're all playing together in Semi-Tough.
Okay, guys, I give. You got me.
The story of two guys, a girl, and a football. And all the wonderful people they meet on the way to the Super Bowl.
TJ, you pull that girl back, you hear? We got a big game Sunday.
Their spiritual advisor.
Why can't we go to the bathroom if we have to?
Because you can't.
The men who inspire them.
Time was this country was pure. There was people you could look up to. Lombardi, MacArthur, J. Edgar Hoover.
And the women who admire them.
How can we have so much fun and not end up in bed together?
It's all about passes, but not the kind you throw. It's all about scoring, but not on the field.
Are you kinky?
Those ain't mine.
It's all about the world's greatest game, and it sure ain't football.
Leave on the underwear.
Semi-Tough, starring Burt Reynolds, Chris Christopherson, Jill Clayburgh, and Robert Preston as Big Ed.
Different jokes for different folks.
When you're semi-tough, it don't matter if you win or lose, just as long as you score.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. About this time of year, you can be very thankful if you've been using the wax method of housekeeping. If you have, then you don't get the jitters over this spring house cleaning business. You can take that job in your stride because your floors, furniture, woodwork, and many other surfaces probably just need a touching up with Johnson's Wax. This famous wax polish is more than just a product. It's a method of protective housekeeping. When you wax your things regularly throughout the year, you accomplish three important objectives. First, your home is more beautiful. It has that mellow wax-polished radiance that's so much admired. Second, your floors, furniture, woodwork, and accessories are protected against wear, dirt, and moisture by the tough film of Johnson's Wax. And third, you save hours and hours of work, both in your daily and weekly housework and in these days of spring house cleaning. Believe me, it will pay you to adopt the modern wax method of housekeeping with genuine Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream. Newspaper delivery boys have a little game they play called Let the Old So-and-so Look for It. The rules of the game are very simple. If it's a sunny afternoon, toss the paper up on the roof. If it's raining, throw it in the gutter. But the most fun is when there's deep snow on the ground. Then they can throw the paper almost any place and it won't be found until spring, if ever. Well, the game is on at 79 Wistful Vista. And guess who's it? Yep, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Magee, where are you?
Over here.
Did you look under the rose bushes, dearie?
Did I look under the rose bushes, she says. Maybe I got so many thorns sticking out of my arms I look like a porcupine. Did you look around the side of the house?
5 times. I've worn a rut around the house 8 inches deep.
If I ever lay my mitts on that delivery kid, I'll blow into his ears until he all swells up, and then I'll smack him on the britches till he busts open like a paper bag.
Well, I'll admit he's been getting very careless lately.
Don't be silly. There's nothing careless about it when you can hide an evening paper this good. It takes planning and organization.
Well, my goodness.
I can just see him now. Him and his pals, huddling together in an old abandoned warehouse with a blueprint of our house and extensive grounds, arguing about where to hide the paper tomorrow night.
Say, I wonder if all the neighbors have the same trouble. There's Mr. Stroats over there on his porch. Ask him.
By George, I will. Hey, Sid.
Yeah?
Did you get your evening paper tonight?
Sure, why?
Where did you find yours, Mr. Strokes?
Why, the boy rang my doorbell and handed it to me. Why?
Oh, nothing. Thanks, Sid. So, he rings other people's doorbells and hands them their paper, does he? The dirty little rag-a-pretzel.
What? Don't you mean ragamuffin?
No, muffins I like. Well, come on in the house, Molly. The kid wins again.
Well, I wouldn't be too hasty in blaming the delivery boy, McGee. Maybe somebody came along and took our paper.
Oh, I'm not being hasty, Mrs. McGee. This ain't just a sudden whim of the moment. For 7 years, that little bicycle bandit has been hiding our evening paper. 3 days out of the week he does it. If he'd only...
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee. Has the evening paper come yet? I want to see what's at the Bijou Theater. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong?
No, Alice. No, dear, but the evening paper seems to have spread its little want ads and flown away.
We got a delivery boy with a new technique, Alice. Oh? He discovered a way to dig a hole in the lawn, bury the evening paper, and grow grass over the hole again, all in 20 seconds flat.
Well, maybe the boy hasn't been here yet. My little brother Marvin used to have a paper route, and he fell off his bicycle one day and knocked himself out, and we would never have known about it if we hadn't seen his bicycle come rolling in the front gate with an empty saddle.
Oh, the boy went past here all right. We know that, Alice. He rang Mr. Stroatz's doorbell and handed him his paper.
Yeah, how do you like that? And to think that every Christmas I dig down and give that ungrateful little squirt 50 cents.
I happen to know that Mr. Stroatz gives him $5 every Christmas.
Heavenly days, $5.
Uh-huh.
That Stroatz guy is going to ruin things for the whole neighborhood. $5. That ain't fair.
Well, Mr. Stroatz makes a lot of money, Mr. McGee. Yeah. He promotes all the prize fights at the stadium, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Say, McGee, why don't you give the paper boy $10 every Christmas? Then maybe he'd bring the paper inside and read it to you.
No, sirree. I won't be shook down. I'm paying to have my paper delivered, and if the Gazette don't fulfill their part of the contract, I'll take it into every court in the country. I'll go higher than that. I'll write a letter to Fulton Lewis, Jr.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. McGee. I'll run down to Kramer's drugstore and buy an evening paper.
Well, thank you, Alice.
No. Don't do that, Alice. There's a principle involved here. I'm entitled to have my paper delivered, and by George, they're going to deliver it.
Well, don't shake your fist at me, Mr. McGee. I didn't do anything.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean you. I was merely trying...
Oh, look, dearie, look. Control yourself. What's so important about tonight's paper in particular?
Because it's got something about me in it. That's what's so important about tonight's paper in particular is why.
Oh, creepers, Mr. McGee. Did you write an article or something?
Oh, he probably wrote another nasty letter to the editor, Alice, threatening to cancel his subscription if they don't bring Daddy Warbucks back.
On the contrary, girls, I gave the Wistful Vista Gazette an important scoop. There was a reporter and a cameraman out here this morning while you were at the grocery, Molly.
Well, heavenly days. I wondered how the living room got so full of cigar butts and empty bottles.
Boy, can those guys put away the root beer.
What was the story you gave him, Mr. McGee?
I'd prefer you read it in the paper, Alice. I'll get the... Hey, we haven't got a paper. Hand me that phone, Molly. I'll call them up and demand a little service.
Here you are.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the Wistful Vista Gazette, you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, huh? What's say, Mert? Your uncle. Found $4,000 when he was digging in his victory garden. 4,000, sure enough?
Why the southern accent, Mr. McGee?
It was Confederate money. What's say, Mert? Okay, I'll call later. Line's busy.
Tell us, McGee, what was the big scoop you gave the Gazette?
Oh, I don't want to tell. You'll read about it.
Oh, please, Mr. McGee, tell us. What was it? Come on.
Well, all right. But you coaxed me.
Yeah?
I was looking out the front window this morning, and I saw it.
Saw what, dearie? An accident? A murder? Hit and run?
A robbery?
No. The first robin. You'll read about it in the... Hey, we got to get a paper. Get your hat, Molly. We're going to go down to that Gazette, and I'll tear that joint apart if we don't...
Billy Mills and the orchestra playing Candy.
busy place, isn't it, McGee?
Yeah, nothing like a newspaper office for excitement. If they don't start delivering my evening paper, they're going to have some. Hey, sis.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
Well, our evening paper was not delivered, and we wanted...
Oh, excuse me, madam. Wistful Vista Gazette. You saw what? A baby bear shuffling along at 14th and Oak Streets. Okay, Joe, I'll tell him.
Who's Joe, sis?
One of our cub reporters. Now, what was it you were saying, madam?
Well, our evening paper was not delivered this evening, and...
Hey, Bertie, call Eddie and tell him to change the lead in the Tavern show on. We're double-trucking the Bulldog and using a spillover from right next to the masthead of the boilerplate. Murphy just tied page 3 and Andy's on the lobster kick. Get right to it.
Yes, sir.
My gosh, what did he say, sis?
Search me, mister. I worked here for 6 months, and I still don't know what they're talking about. Now, what was it again?
Well, our evening paper was
Let
not...
me handle this, Molly. Now, look, sis, I am an old subscriber, and when I...
Excuse me. Wistful Vista Gazette. Yes? Yes. Oh, yes, Lillian Lovejoy's advice to the heartbroken column. Yes. Oh, well, somebody else will have to write it for a couple of days. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I just love Lillian Lovejoy's column. I hope nothing has happened to her.
His wife just beat him up again, that's all. Now then, you were saying...
Doggone it, sis, I was saying that I'm an old subscriber to this paper, and I pay for having it delivered. But tonight, that...
Hey, kid, tell Edelson we need a new leg man on the City Hall beat.
What happened to the other one?
Broke his leg.
My, something doing every minute around here, isn't there?
Yeah, I used to be in the newspaper racket myself, sis. Had a pretty soft touch, too. In Death Valley, that was.
What was your assignment?
I covered the waterfront. Now, looky here, sis. If this half-baked, illiterate rag don't want a lawsuit on its hand, they'd better do...
I think you'd better see the managing editor, sir. Right through that door there.
Thank you very much. Come on, McGee.
I shouldn't ought to waste my time with these small fry. I should ought to by rights take this up directly with the publisher.
Who is the publisher?
I don't know. It's never been published. Hey, Bud, are you the managing editor?
Yes, Pro Tem.
How do you do, Mr. Tim?
Oh, hi, Pro.
You...
Now, look, I'm Mr. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Carstairs.
Well, heavenly days. Hello, Mrs. Carstairs.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? What a pleasant surprise finding you without your... Oh, there you are, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carsty. Aren't you a little out of your league messing around with these newspaper stumblebums?
Mrs. Carstairs occasionally drops in to assist Mrs. Rice, our society editor, Mr. McGee.
Isn't that interesting? You know, I always read the society column myself, and when I saw the item last night about Betty Swizzlestick getting engaged to Mortimer Borden Egworthy III, why, I was so thrilled I almost burnt the hamburgers.
Well, my dear, I feel that with my entree to the homes of our better element, I can better assist in discouraging the nouveau riche in their aspirations to social ascendancy.
How was that again, Mrs. Carstairs?
She says that being able to crash the Crumpet Group herself, she can put the slug on the hoi polloi with the fast-folding dough when they try to mingle it with the Mayflower mouth. Slap me down if I called it wrong, Carsty.
It was admirably, if a trifle crudely expressed, Mr. McGee.
Yeah.
You see, we of the social register feel that family background and good breeding are so much more important than the possession of mere money.
What's so darn mere about money?
I know exactly what she means, McGee. She just hates to see the 400 marked down to 398. By the way, Mrs. Carstairs, how are you getting along with your old clothes?
My old clothes? I beg your... Oh, you mean our collection for war victims. Oh, splendidly, my dear, splendidly.
Excuse me, but I'm a busy man and I have work to do. What did you want to see me about, Mrs. Carstairs?
What did I wish to... Oh, yes. I think this is a very interesting item for tomorrow's society column, Mr. Canfield, about Mrs. Winterbottom Huntley winning first prize at the horse show.
Okay, Mrs. Carstairs, go ahead and use it.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of her, Carsty, and she'd win a prize at any horse show.
He's just joking, Mrs. Carstairs.
Of course, my dear. However, I must say that the resemblance to dumb animals is not exclusive with any one section of society. Good day.
What did she mean by that last crack? Was she incinerating...
Excuse me, Mr. McGee. What did you want to see me about?
Well, our paper was not delivered tonight, Mr. Editor, and...
Excuse me. Managing editor? What? Well, listen, Clancy, I'm getting tired of your excuses. You come back with that yarn, or you're fired, see?
Important story, Bud?
No, my wife is trying to finish knitting a sweater, and I sent one of the boys out for some more wool. Now, what was your trouble?
Well, our paper wasn't delivered tonight, and we thought...
I'm paying to have my paper delivered, Bud, and by George...
Hey, where's the managing editor?
I'm the managing editor. What's on your mind?
I want to report a crime. I was walking up Oak Street, you see, and... Oh, hello, Molly. Hi, Fibber.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. What was it, a shooting? Reason I asked was...
Please, let the man talk. Let's have it, son. We can still make the last edition. What was the crime?
Well, I was walking up 14th Street, you see, and this tough-looking guy steps out of a doorway and forces me into a taxicab at the point of a gun.
Heavenly days.
No crime in that, Junior. Only way you can get a cab these days is with a gun. My gosh, did you...
Let the man talk, will you? Go on, Wilcox.
Well, we went out to the suburbs, and I was taken into a house. Nice house, too, except the kitchen linoleum was faded and worn and in very bad shape. Well, sir, I said to the man, what do you want with me? And he said, you represent the Johnson Wax mob, don't you? And I said, yes.
Since when did anybody have to force you to admit that, Waxy? I never knew you were the...
Pipe down, will you, McGee?
Okay.
Go on, son.
Well, the guy said, tell me what to do about this linoleum. And I did. I said, get some Johnson self-polishing glow coat. I said, pour out a little, spread it around, and let it dry. You'll be surprised what glow coat will do to bring back the sparkle and beauty of linoleum. Make it last 6 to 10 times as long. Make your wife's work 10 times as easy because spilled things wipe up so easily. And it eliminates old-fashioned floor scrubbing. Well, sir, the man was so happy about it, he drove me back downtown, shook hands, and drove away.
Yeah, but what was the crime, Mr. Wilcox?
Why, gee whiz, letting his linoleum get into such a condition when a little Johnson's glow coat would so easily preserve and protect it. Don't you think that's a good human interest story for the Gazette?
No.
Okay.
Friend of yours?
Just on Tuesdays.
I don't get it.
Well, if you went around with us, you would.
But about our evening paper, Bud, when I subscribed to it, it was understood it would be delivered every night. But tonight...
I think you ought to talk to our circulation manager about that. Second door down the hall.
Thank you very much.
Does it seem to you we're getting pushed around here, Molly?
I haven't seen a prettier runaround since they closed the racetracks, dearie.
Well, I'm beginning to burn. That's what I'm beginning. Here I go, give them a swell scoop about seeing the first robin.
Oh, McGee, look who's coming down the hall.
Where? Oh, hi, Beulah.
Well, for goodness sakes, my people.
My, what are you doing down here, Beulah?
Oh, I'm looking for the classified advertising department, ma'am.
Classified advertising department. What are you advertising for, Beulah?
Nothing, sir. I'm answering an ad I saw in last night's paper. Well, what are you folks doing down here? If I ain't being too nosy.
Well, we came down to complain about our paper not being delivered, Beulah, and we haven't got to first base. So we left home some time ago.
Oh, yeah, that paper delivery boy, he's sure getting careless, ma'am. Last Friday, he flung that paper smack up into the old elm tree in the front yard. Now, I like Mr. Winchell, but I ain't going to climb no tree to read about who's expecting what.
Well, they make newspapers out of trees, Beulah, but looks like we're going to have the only tree in the country made out of newspapers.
Oh, there you go again. Only tree in the country.
What did you say you were going to advertise for, Beulah?
Me, ma'am? I ain't advertising for nothing. There ain't anything I need. Got a job and my health and a boyfriend. As long as I got my health, I can hang on to my job. As long as I got my job, I can hang on to my boyfriend. As long as I got my boyfriend, everything is copacetic.
I thought you said you were looking for the classified advertising department, Beulah.
Yeah, that's the truth, sir. I saw an ad in last night's paper. I'm going to answer.
What kind of an ad, Beulah?
Well, here it is right here, man. Look here. You see what's here? Wanted cook for small family. Must be pleasant and congenial. High salary for right person. 2 days a week off. Use of car. No laundry. Box 227 Gazette.
Oh, Beulah, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Hear what, ma'am?
Well, if you're answering that ad, it looks like you weren't quite happy with us, Beulah. However, if you can do better someplace else, I guess I don't blame you.
Oh, for goodness sake, Mr. McGee. I ain't going to leave you, fool. How you get a ridiculous idea like that?
Well, if you're happy with us, Beulah, why are you answering ads like this?
Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart, ma'am. This little old ad looked like it was aimed right at me. See, I'm a good cook, ain't I?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pleasant, congenial, ain't I?
Yes, but...
Well, sir, so I think it's only polite of me if I come down here and tell Mr. Box 227 that I don't want the job.
of you, Beulah.
Yeah, you had me scared there for a minute, though, Beulah. Anytime you quit cooking for us, I'll have our napkins bordered in black.
Oh, that's so nice of you to go to all that. Oh, look here. What you talking about? Hello there, man.
King's Men and the Three Caballeros.
Three caballeros, three gay caballeros, they say we are birds of a feather. We're happy amigos, no matter where he goes. The 1, 2, and 3 goes, we're always together. 1, 2, 3. Somos los tres charros, los tres caballeros, y nadie es igual a nosotros. Felices amigos, siempre vamos juntos. Donde va primero, van siempre los otros. Yeah, yeah. Oh, 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 we have the stars to guide us. Guitars here beside us, to play as we go. We sing and we samba, we shout, ay caramba. What means ay caramba? Oh yes, we all know. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Three happy chappies with snappy serappies, you'll find us beneath our sombreros. We're brave and we'll stay so, bright as a peso. Who says so? We say so. The Three Caballeros. Squall. We stand close together, all for one for all. Like books on a shelf, never mind what befall. Good pals, or we may be, when some Latin baby say yes, no, maybe. Each man for himself, each man for himself, each man for himself.
Which door down the hall did that guy say, Molly?
Third, wasn't it? This is the third door right here. Come on in.
Okay.
Yes. What was it you wanted, please?
Circulation department, sis. We were looking
It's the next door to the left, sir.
Oh, here. Now, what's the matter, dear? What's wrong?
Nothing, madam. This is the comic strip department. Dick Tracy is caught in that boxcar. Orphan Annie is on the lam again. Dagwood can't get any sleep. It's just trouble.
Come to think of it, Molly, there's nothing sadder than a funny paper these days.
Compared to the comic strips, the radio serials are just full of happy laughter. Well, here we are, Magee, right in here.
Well, hello there, folks.
Why, Dr. Gamble.
Hi, Aerosmith. What are you doing down here? Trying to wangle a little free publicity?
If it's any of your business, knucklehead, I have just finished giving the circulation manager an examination. He hasn't been feeling very well.
Oh, he's the one we want to see, too, Doctor.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have to wait a few minutes, my dear. Let him get his shirt and pants back on.
Mm-hmm. You probably scared the pants off him. Anybody that comes to you for medical advice is just begging to put you on a pension.
I don't know of anyone more deserving. But what are you doing here, Molly? Is the poor man's Ernie Pyle here giving out with some editorial advice?
No, Doctor. We just came down to complain about our paper not being delivered.
Though while I'm here, tonsil snatcher, I could very well give him an editorial or two.
You don't say. Well, let's go sit under the oaks, Dumbarton, and discuss the matter.
Doctor, himself here has a wonderful idea for permanent peace in the world.
I would dearly love to hear it. The solution has eluded the best minds of the past few centuries. It'd be just like a little peasant like him to pop up with the answer.
And I got the answer, too. Look, Germany starts all the wars, don't she?
Yeah.
Well, I'd take Germany and call it Switzerland, see? That's a peaceful name. Then I'd take Switzerland and name it Germany.
Fascinating.
Then the next time Germany wanted to start a war, she'd look around and see how small she was, sitting up there on top of the Alps, and she'd change her mind. Simple, ain't it?
I thought it was a wonderful idea, Doctor.
It staggers the imagination. In fact, if you'll excuse me, I want to run home and lock myself in my study with a pony of buttermilk and ponder the suggestion. See you later, friends.
So long, butcher boy.
By the way, Doctor, what was wrong with the circulation manager?
Poor circulation.
You know what, Molly? I might apply for a job as a political analyst on this newspaper.
Yes, you might indeed, dearie. And you've got a 50% chance of getting it, too.
Gee, you really think so?
I certainly do. They'll either say yes or no, which gives you an even break.
Yeah. They might even send me to Europe as a foreign correspondent.
You wish to see me?
Are you the circulation manager?
Yes, madam.
Well, what do you know? We finally got to somebody that can give us an answer. Now, look, Bud, I've been subscribing to your evening wahoo for a long, long time now, see? And when I pay for having a paper delivered, I want it delivered.
You haven't been getting your paper?
Well, if we got it tonight, it was printed on cellophane and delivered by the Invisible Man.
If you guys want a lawsuit on your hands for breach of contract, you can have it. My patience is just about exhausted, Bud. And by George...
Just a minute, please. What was the name?
The Wistful Vista Gazette. We've been subscribing to it.
No, madam. Your name.
Oh, Fibber Magee.
One moment. I'll look in the file. M. Oh, here we are. Fibber Magee of 79 Wistful Vista?
That's right.
Now, none of your phony alibis either, too, Bud. They hand the guy across the street's paper to him, Sid Stroats, and I'm sick and tired of...
Excuse me, Mr. Magee. According to our files, your subscription expired 3 weeks ago.
Really?
We delivered up to last night as a courtesy. You were sent 3 notifications which you ignored.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Oh, my gosh. Well, gee whiz. Well, what do you know about that? Well, I'll write you a check, Bud. Now, start delivering it again tomorrow.
Sorry, sir. Under present conditions, we are taking no new subscribers.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
This being the month of showers and rubbers, it's a good time to be sure your linoleum floors are protected with Johnson's Glow Coat. Muddy or wet tracks and spilled things are wiped up quickly with a damp cloth if your floors are glow-coated. And that means you can keep your linoleum clean and beautiful, protected against wear and moisture with a very minimum of work on your part. It's so easy to use Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. You simply apply and let dry. And in 20 minutes, without any rubbing or buffing, your floors have taken on a beautiful polish. The colors of the linoleum fresh and bright. The regular use of Glow Coat will add greatly to the life of your linoleum. And that's very important in these times. If you're not already using Johnson's Glow Coat, try some, won't you?
I wouldn't even have bought their dirty old swindle sheet if it didn't have my name in it, of all the...
Oh, wait, here's the story, dearie. With the picture of the robin.
Well, never mind the robin. What's it say about me?
Let me see. It says, Wistful Vista's first robin was sighted this morning.
Yeah, that's it.
By a neighbor of Mr. Sidney Stroats, longtime subscriber.
What?
Yes.
Why, those...
Sure.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
gotta call her my darling. My dear, my precious, my pet.
Going courtin', oh, it sets your senses in a whirl. Going courtin', dudin' up to go and see a girl. Oh, it's fun to hunt and shoot a gun, or to catch a rabbit on the run. But you'll find it's twice as sportin' going courtin'.
Bless your beautiful hide, prepare to bend your knee, and take that vow, 'cause I'm a-telling you now, you're the gal for me.
Every field wears a bonnet with some spring daisies on.
And the obvious reason is because of the season.
Each nest is twittering, they're all babysittering. Spring, spring, spring.
Yes, sirree, spring discloses that it's all one supposes it's a real bed of roses, wagging tails, rubbing noses. Each day is Mother's Day, the next is some Mother's Day when love is king.
So sweet on those girls, why don't you do something about it? Why don't you go marry him?
Oh, sure. Let's go marry him, as easy as that.
You know they'd never let us marry him now in 1,000 years.
And do like the Romans did with the Sabine women, or Sabine women, or whatever they called them. Those Romans were in the same fix you're in. They was opening up new territory, and women were scarce, just like here. And there was these Sabine women down in town. So what'd the Romans do? They went down there and they carried them off.
So then what happened?
Gather around, I'll tell you.
They never did return their plunder. The victor gets all the loot. They carried them home by thunder to rotundas small but cute. Now let this be, because it's true, a lesson to the likes of you. Wrap up like them there Romans do, or else they'll think you're tense. Oh, that same women was sobbing, 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 fit to be tied. Every muscle was throbbing from that riotous ride. Oh, they acted angry and annoyed,
but secretly they was overjoyed.
You might recall that when corralling your steers.
Oh, 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 the poor little dears. Oh, yes, and the women was sobbing, sobbing, sobbing women.
Them sobbing women.
Just remember what Robin Hood would have done.
Them sobbing women.
They'll be just like them, they're merry men. They call everyone again.
And though there'll be a sobbing for a while.
Oh, yes, we're gonna make them sobbing women smile.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Mr. Allen, Mr. Allen.
It isn't Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky, kiddies. Oh, evil!
The Fred Allen Show, with Fred's guest, the Metropolitan Opera star, Doris Melchior, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius as Mrs. Nussbaum, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And if you ever want to have me paged, my name is Kenny Delmar. gentlemen, a certain news commentator starts his program saying, "Ah, there's good news tonight." We start our show by saying, "Ah, there's bad news tonight." And here it is. Meet Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Kenny, speaking of news, it may interest you to know that I was called to Washington this week.
Oh, still trying to get out of the draft, huh?
No. No, Kenny. General Grant straightened that out for me.
Mr. Allen!
Well, of course.
What is your question tonight?
Was your family income higher in 1944? And if it was, what accounted for the increase?
Shall we go?
As the nostril said to the Kleenex, I think I'll blow. Something tells me the Senator's home. I smell chitlings cooking.
Somebody, I say, somebody now.
Yes, I know.
Claghorn's the name, Senator Claghorn, that is.
You don't have to...
I'm from the South. The only candy I eat is cotton candy.
I don't care what...
Seen Gone with the Wind 72 times.
Look, I don't
When
care...
I'm in New York, I refuse to drive through the Lincoln Tunnel.
Now, look, Senator.
What's eating your son out with
Well,
it?
I just would
Your
like...
jaw keeps wagging, but nothing comes out.
Well, I don't give
You're
it...
like Charlie McCarthy without Edgar Bergen.
Well, if you just give me a...
Regular dummy. Dummy, that is.
Now, wait a minute. Put me down off your knee, Senator. Now, what about families earning more money in 1944?
Well, it ain't what people earn, son. It's what they can keep.
You mean...
Most people end up with nothing.
It's the law of averages?
It's the Ways and Means Committee.
The Ways and Means?
If you've got means, they'll find ways to get it. So long, son. So long, that is.
So long, Senator.
Don't forget, vote for Jefferson Davis.
I'll write him in. Well, you can tell the Senator's doing a whale of a job. Instead of a cane, he carries a harpoon. Oh, well, let's see if Titus Moody is here.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, you don't look so well tonight, Mr. Moody.
No.
Oh, you have sinus trouble?
Yeah. When I was a little boy, my mother used to pick me up by the nose.
Your mother picked you up by the nose?
I had small ears.
Oh, Well, I couldn't see your ears. You have your ear laps on there.
Yeah, I've been out chasing my wife.
Chasing your wife, huh?
My wife had a dog biscuit, accidental.
Ate a dog biscuit?
Yeah, last 2 nights.
Uh-huh.
She's been running up and down the road barking at strangers.
Well, about these higher wages, how did you do in 1944?
Only made one deal.
One deal, huh?
Yeah, in January, I bought a pig for $8.
I see.
Fed the pig $12 worth of swill.
Yeah?
$20 worth of mash.
Yeah?
December, I sold the pig for $40.
Now, wait a minute. If you bought the pig for $8, spent $12 for swill, that's $20. $20 more for mash, that's $40, and you say you sold the pig for only $40.
Yeah, I didn't make no money.
No?
No, but I had the use of the pig all the year. So long, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody will never know enough to bring home the bacon, I guess. Let's see what happens at this next door.
No.
Oh, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You are expecting maybe Russell and Yussel.
Tell me, Mrs. N, did your family make more money in 1944?
Money is all over.
Oh, really?
In the closets is money.
Closet?
On the shelf is money. The cat, a little pussy, is sleeping on money.
Well, with all this money, were you and Pierre both working?
I am welding with overtime.
Oh, welding, huh?
Pierre is working in the shipyard.
Fine.
He is a funnel sealer.
A funnel feeler?
Yes. When a ship is finished,
Uh-huh.
Pierre is sealing up the funnel.
Well, why should he seal up the funnel?
If nothing is in the funnel,
Yeah?
smoke can going out.
Oh, Well, what happened to all this money you made?
Pierre is buying a filling station.
Good, a filling station.
Pierre's gasoline heaven.
Gasoline.
Open 23 hours a day.
23 hours, why not 24?
A man has to sleep.
Oh. Pierre ran the whole station alone?
And what service he is giving.
You mean when a car drove up?
Pierre is running out and combing the raccoon tail on the radiator cap. Next, with a squidgy, he is cleaning the windshield.
Good.
He is waxing the chassis,
Uh-huh.
putting air in the tires,
Good.
polishing the fenders.
I see.
And for the driver, he is shining the shoes, pressing the suit, and blacking the hat.
Hey, with that service, Pierre must have made a fortune.
In 2 months, he is broke.
Broke?
Pierre is so busy combing, cleaning, waxing, shining, and pressing.
Yes?
He is forgetting to sell gasoline.
And today?
He is still calling it Pierre's gasoline heaven.
Uh-huh.
But the business is going to...
I see your point.
Thank you.
Well, here we are at the last house in Allen's Alley. Let's see what happens here.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Well, the DeMarco kids. Have you rented Magee and Magee's house?
Yes, we got it for a song.
And the song is?
It's been a long, long time.
Oh, swell.
Kiss me once, then kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. Haven't felt like this before since can't remember when. It's been a long, long time. You'll never know how many dreams I dreamed about you. Or just how empty they'll seem without you. So kiss me once, then kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. Kiss me once, kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long time. Haven't felt like this before since can't remember when. It's been a long, long, long time. You never know how many dreams I dreamed about you. Or just how empty without you. So kiss me once, then kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. It's been a long time.
Mr. Goodman has just rendered a shorthand version of It Might As Well Be Spring. That's as much music as Mr. Goodman's men can hold on their stands without crowding off their racing form. So that happens every Sunday the same way. Yes, Portland, you,
Who is our guest tonight?
Well, our guest is a little mix-up, Portland. I did have Balsam Bemis.
Who is Balsam Bemis?
Who is Balsam Bemis? He is the manager of the only theater in New York City that isn't showing an Ingrid Bergman picture this week. But he just called up. He can't make it tonight. His popcorn machine went haywire. It squirted 2 pounds of butter on a statue of Louis B. Mayer in the lobby. And he's there with some bread mopping up the lobby. That's what happens. Our guest stars drop out like that. We never know.
Well, Is anyone coming?
Well, Lawrence Melchior, the big opera star, may drop in. He called me up and said that he wanted to see me.
Wasn't Mr. Melchior here 2 years ago?
Oh, it's over 2 years ago. He was griping about Sinatra making $30,000 a week, remember? Mr. Melchior wanted me to get him on the radio.
Well, what does he want tonight?
Well, at that time, I told him to stay in opera. He became a big star, so he probably wants to thank me for giving him that advice.
This must be Mr. Melchior now.
Come in. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Mr. Lawrence Melchior. As a lover of shellfish, Mr. Melchior, I welcome you to our little clam bake.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you.
The last time I saw you, remember, you wanted me to get you into radio.
Here I am again, Fred.
Lawrence, you mean?
Fred, you've got to get me into radio.
Radio? Why, you were one of opera's biggest stars. I went by the Metropolitan a few weeks ago. You were billed outside. There was a line.
Line wasn't for the opera, Fred.
No?
That was the end of the Paramount light waiting to see Sinatra.
Again with Sinatra. Lawrence, stop worrying about the narrow nightingale. Don't forget that you are the great Melchior.
But Sinatra makes $30,000 a week.
It's ridiculous. You, the great Wagnerian tenor, would like to be in Sinatra's shoes?
Why not? My shoes have holes in them. Look.
Gosh, you've got paper in the soles.
It's an old copy of Downbeat.
Well, what are a few holes in your shoes? In opera, you are a star.
Fred, make me another Frankie boy.
No, Lawrence.
Another Terry Coleman.
No, Lawrence.
Dick Haynes.
Not even Dick Haynes. Lawrence, think back. What did I tell you 2 years ago?
You said Sinatra was just a flash in the pan.
That's right.
He's been in the pan a long time.
Lawrence, you came to me whining before. I told you to stay in opera.
And I stayed in opera.
Well?
I wish I was dead.
Lawrence, in opera you sing to audiences in top hats, evening gowns, mink windbreakers. Do you want to sing for kids in sloppy Joe sweaters and bobby socks?
For $30,000. They can sit in the union suit.
Now, Lawrence, listen to reason.
$30,000. And what does he sing?
You took some liberty with the lyrics, I see. Lawrence, who could take your place in opera? Carmen Lombardo is on the road by request. You can't give up Tannhäuser, Lohengrin, and Tristan in his shoulder.
$30,000, but... Relax.
Gosh, Lawrence. Think of your opera tradition. What would the great Melba say if she could hear you now?
Oh, for $30,000, the great Melba would think...
Oh, I don't understand what you want in life. You have fame. You just made a picture in Hollywood, didn't you?
Yes, but I was in thrill of a romance.
Thrill of a Romance with Esther Williams and Van Johnson. It was a big MGM hit.
Sure. But who saw me?
Who saw you?
The men who looked at Van Johnson.
The Hollywood autograph fans didn't mob you?
Oh, just one little girl asked for my autograph.
Well, that's something.
She thought I was Edward Arnold.
Well, you did better than I did. They kept mistaking me for Thunderhead, son of Pasternak.
Fred, you've got to get me into racing.
No, Lawrence, and that is positively final.
You be my manager, Fred.
Be your manager?
We'll split the $30,000, 50-50.
And you'll never regret it, Lawrence Melchior.
When do we start?
Right now. You know, a lot of radio producers and sponsors listen to this program. Now, if you can give an audition, we might get an offer tonight. Is there something you can sing?
How about Because?
Because, fine. The Jack Benny contest theme song. I like Jack Benny. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Melchior is now available for any and all radio engagements. After his audition song, any producers or sponsors interested in Mr. Melchior for radio can phone us here at the Fred Allen program. Well, go ahead, Lawrence. Give it plenty of schmaltz. Andy Russell was in the hall and thought it was a choir. He never heard it. That was wonderful, Mr. Melchior.
Any phone calls yet?
No phone calls. Keep your leotard on, Lawrence. When those phone bells start ringing, you'll think it's a good humor man with St. Vitus dance.
Fred, are you sure the telephone's working?
Yes, it's working, Lawrence. Now stop biting your nails. Every big producer in radio is probably fishing around for a nickel to call us. Now relax. Ah, there's the phone. Here's the first nibble, Lawrence. I've got it. Hello? Fred Allen, manager of Lawrence Melchior speaking. You heard the audition? You want Mr. Melchior right away? Well, I'll see.
A job, Fred?
Yes, it's the 4 chicks and a chuck. They want you to fill in.
Do they want me to sing at a chick or a chuck?
Well, I'll find out. You have a choice there. Hello? Oh, you wanted to sing with 4 other people? Now listen. Mr. Melchior sings as a soloist or not at all. Goodbye.
But Fred, it was a job. What
a job, just for 2 weeks. One of the chicks was molting. If you go into radio, Lawrence, you're not sitting on a nest singing with any group. You are singing a solo.
Fred, the telephone.
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, Mr. Manville? It's Tommy Manville, Lawrence. Yes, Mr. Manville. Hold the line. I'll see. Lawrence, do you know Oh, Promise Me?
No, Fred, I can't sing at weddings. When I open my mouth, I always get a mouthful of rice.
Well, it's a good offer, Lawrence. Not much money singing at Manville weddings, but it's steady work.
No, Fred.
Sorry, Mr. Manville. Thanks for calling. What? No, I don't know Lucy Monroe's number. Goodbye.
Maybe I should sing again, Fred.
Now, Lawrence, stop worrying. Something big will come in any minute.
Maybe we could call back the Chicks and the Chuck.
No, Lawrence.
If the next is big enough, I could sit
Now, please, Lawrence, be... Hello? Yes, Mr. Melchior is here. Hold it, I'll ask him. Lawrence,
yes,
can you sing in a blonde wig and slacks?
In a blonde wig?
It's Phil Spitalvi. What shall I tell him?
Tell him my wig size is 7.5.
Yes, Phil. What? No, I won't let him sing falsetto with 14 dames. Goodbye. You're going to sing a solo or nothing.
But, Fred, I'm
hungry, Lawrence. Hello? Yes? An offer for Mr. Melchior? What? You sing a solo? We'll be right over. Goodbye. Lawrence, this is it. Grab your hat and alpine stock.
Never mind my hat. Let us go.
All right, let's... This is the studio, Lawrence. See that sign on the door?
Radio Productions Incorporated.
Let's go in.
Can I help you, Jim?
I am Mr. Melchior's manager. This is Mr. Lawrence Melchior.
Oh, Mr. Badu, Mr. Melchior's here.
Melchior, the great Melchior, it's you.
How do you do?
Mr. Melchior, everything is ready.
Not so fast, Badu. Before we sign anything, remember Mr. Melchior will only sing a solo.
It is a solo. The orchestra is 100 musicians.
At last, you're in radio, Lawrence. Are you happy?
Fred, I can never thank you.
The studio is ready, Mr. Melchior. Right through here.
And what an orchestra. What an orchestra. Toscanini personally is playing the cymbal.
We're ready, Mr. Badu.
Here is your music, Mr. Melchior. We're all set to go.
Good luck, Lawrence.
Thanks, Fred.
Quiet, everybody. Let's go. We're on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the glorious voice of the great Lawrence Melchior.
Singing in the bathtub, singing for joy, living the life of life, boy. Can't help singing, 'cause I know the life I really love.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Kiss me once and kiss me twice, and kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time.
Haven't felt like this before.
Since can't remember when. It's been a long, long time.
You'll never know how many dreams I dreamed about you.
Or just how empty they'll seem without you. So kiss me once and kiss me twice and kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. Kiss me once, kiss me twice and kiss me once. Seem without you. So kiss me once and kiss me twice and kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. Kiss me once, kiss me twice, and kiss me once, 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 twice, and kiss me once.
A foul sty. Do you know if you ripped the fronts off houses, you'd find swine?
I don't want you to touch my mother. So go away, I'm warning you. Go away or I'll kill you myself. Your hands. Oh, let me go, Uncle Charlie. Let me go.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and smoke. The story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Bonnie don't hardly get a chance to take his boots off anymore. You'd think a man didn't have no call to sleep.
Never mind, Chester. I'll take care of it.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah?
I'd like to see the marshal.
I'm the marshal. Come in.
My name is Cassius Magee. I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, Mr.
Dillon, Matt Dillon. That's all right, Mr. Mayhew. Won't you sit down?
Yeah, thank you.
Well, what can I do for you?
My journey westward has been interrupted by the illness of my wife.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
And I'm gravely worried. I was taking her to a dry climate for her health. That's the purpose of the trip.
It seems to me, Mr. Mayhew, that you need a doctor more than you need a marshal.
Yes, I was hoping you'd be able to put me in touch with one.
Oh, sure I can. Doc Adams is a very good friend of mine. I'll go roust him out for you right now.
Marshal Dillon.
Yeah?
There's another purpose for my visit to your office.
Oh? Well, what's that?
This suitcase. I'd be obliged if you'd keep it for me. Keep it locked up, I mean.
There's something valuable in it, I take it.
Yes, there is. All the family treasures that we were able to bring on our journey. They mean a lot to Mrs. Mayhew. I'd feel better if they were kept here.
Well, I suppose I can do that for you. You, know how long you're going to be in Dodge?
Well, that depends on my wife and your doctor, Marshal.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, I'll take care of the suitcase for you. And I'll go get Doc Adams, too. Go ahead, Doc. Eat up. Chester told me that he had 3 helpings of that stew.
Well, that's no recommendation. Chester's got 4 stomachs, like a camel.
It doesn't look as bad as all that, Doc. Not as bad as usual, anyway.
Maybe not, man, but I'm not very hungry. I want to get back up to the Dodge house to see Mrs. Mayhew.
No. How's she getting on?
Not good, man. Not a bit.
Still can't travel then, huh?
No. Between you and me, be a long time before she's able to head west.
How's the old man taking it?
Well, he's taking it hard, man. Oh, well, he's the soul of devotion and taking care of his wife. Nobody could be kinder and more patient. But it's clear to me that he's mighty anxious to move on.
Yeah. He trying to hurry you, Doc, so you will say that she can travel?
Oh, no. He's too fond of her to do anything like that. I can just kind of sense it, though.
After all, you can't blame him. It's, yeah?
I would expect to find the marshal in his office in the middle of the day.
The marshal has a right to eat his dinner.
No, that's all right, Doc. Who are you?
My name is Henry Brailes, and I'd like a word with you in private.
Well, I'll be going along, man.
Take your time, Doc. Take your time.
No, I'm late now. Unless you need me.
No, Doc. You go ahead. I'll see you later.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, Mr. Brailes, what do you want?
An office is the proper place to transact business.
If you don't have anything to say to me, you're wasting both our time.
All right, Marshal, but we'll have to go to your office anyway.
Oh, what for?
Why, to open the suitcase, of course.
Are we going to open the suitcase?
Why, certainly. The suitcase left with you by Cassius Mayhew the other night.
Oh? Well, go on, Mr. Brailes. You seem to have this all worked out.
Why, it's perfectly simple, Marshal. Cassius Mayhew is my brother-in-law. He left the family home very suddenly to take this trip. I followed him. I want to be sure that he's not making off with some of the things that belong to me.
Mrs. Mayhew is your sister, huh?
She is.
And did you know that she's a very sick woman?
So I understand.
You haven't been to see her?
No, Marshal. When I accosted Mayhew and he told me you had the suitcase, I felt it was important to see you at once. Now, if you come with me, we can open it.
Just a minute, Brailes. I can save you the walk.
What do you mean?
I'm not going to open that suitcase unless Mayhew himself tells me to do it.
But I tell you, I have a right to see what's in there. I'm a member of the family.
You're not acting much like one.
Well, I certainly am.
Sounds to me like you're more interested in the suitcase than in your sister.
Marshal, it is your duty.
It's my duty to protect property around here, including anything left in my care. Now, you better go on, Mr. Brailes. I want to finish my dinner.
But the law...
You let me worry about the law, huh? Now, Jack.
Yeah?
When you got time, I'll have another cup of coffee.
Sure, Marshal. Coming right up.
It's an awfully pretty night, Matt. I enjoyed the walk.
Yeah, so did I, Kitty. You know, it's the first time I can remember that I've walked when I didn't have to.
You suppose your horse got on all right without you?
I sure hope so. But I wouldn't want to make a habit of covering much ground without him.
You coming in for a drink, Matt?
No, thanks, Kitty. I think I'll go on back to the office.
I thought you said the jail was empty.
Oh, it is. Of people.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
Excuse me, Miss Kitty.
Oh, sure, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, that fella Brails is fixing to raise an awful row up the Dodge House trying to get in to see Miss Mayhew.
Oh? I better come with you. Good night, Kitty.
Night, Matt. And thank your horse for me.
Yeah.
Right, Miss... What do you mean by that?
Never mind, Chester. Tell me what happened.
Oh, well, Mr. Dillon, I was there at the desk, talking to Mr. Dobie about trying to buy one of his hotel pillows off him. Mine's getting awful hot.
All right. You go on, Chester.
Well, this fellow Brails come in, and he tells Mr. Dobie he wants to know what room is Miss Mayhew in.
What did Dobie tell him?
No, sir, he didn't. It was late and all, and he knowed Miss Mayhew was terrible sick. So he tried to tell Brails to come back in the morning.
The Brails wouldn't leave, huh?
Not by a jugful, he wouldn't. He kept right on at Mr. Dobie, and then pretty soon Mr. Mayhew come out on the landing. Brails seen him, started heading up the stairs, and that's when I come for you.
All right, Chester. Let's go in.
And you have no right, sir, to keep me from seeing my sister. I'm going in that room.
I would respect the necessity of shooting you, Henry.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, Mr. Mayhew's got one of them little derringers.
Yeah, hold it up there. You better put that gun down, Mr. Mayhew.
Marshal? I demand to see my sister.
You sure picked a funny time for it.
He has no right to keep her locked up in a strange town, not letting her be seen by a member of her own family.
I am protecting her health, Marshal. I don't intend to allow her to be distressed by anyone.
You mean you don't want to ask any questions about what's in that suitcase? That's what you mean.
Get down those stairs, Brails. I wouldn't want to have to push you.
This is outrageous treatment, Marshal.
It'll get a lot more outrageous if you don't do what I say. Now go on, get out of here.
I'll go, for now. But no country marshal's going to deprive me of my rights. I'll be back. You can count on that.
I'll be here.
Thanks for your assistance, Marshal Dillon. You spared my wife an ugly scene.
Yeah. And I think I'd keep that derringer in my pocket if I were you.
Well, I'm not a shooting man, Marshal. I've never even owned a pistol before. But Mrs. Mayhew thought I might need protection on the journey.
Yeah. Well, sometimes a man needs protection from his own gun, Mr. Magee.
Yes, Marshal. I understand. It will not happen again.
Stage a riot outside of her door. I tell you, it just makes you wonder.
No, I don't blame you, Doc. I'm sorry it happened. I've been meaning to talk to you about Miss Mayhew, though. I'm glad you came by.
Well, I can only tell you that she's a very sick woman.
Too sick to talk to me?
Well, too sick to talk to anyone. What in the world would you have to say to her?
Doc, this whole business is a little hard to understand. One half of a family against the other half. Brails accusing Mayhew, and Mayhew keeping him off at gunpoint. I thought maybe Ms. Mayhew could give me a couple of answers to a couple of questions so that I could get Brails out of here for good.
Well, maybe she could now, but I couldn't be responsible for what it might do to her. That scene outside her door last night almost finished her off.
Yeah, all right, Doc. Never mind.
Oh, thank you, man.
Brought the mail, Mr. Dillon. Hello, Doc.
Chester, how are you?
You were gone long enough to write some of it, Chester.
Well, I was noticing things. Man can't hurry himself when he's noticing.
No, of course not. Well, and what did you find to notice this morning?
Oh, my land, there's lots of things going on one place. sometimes it doesn't pay to be a bachelor. And I seen that Braille fellow.
What was he doing?
He was going
Sure, but we will have to bet that he'll be the first one to see that we find out.
Marshal Dillon? Marshal Dillon. You can go get the suitcase now. We've come to open it. This is Sheriff Dyer from St. Louis.
Hello, Sheriff.
Marshal.
You're a long way from home, Sheriff.
The suitcase is right inside. Right inside the marshal's office.
Mr. Brailes, I'll handle this. That's what I've come to do.
Well, handle it then.
You've come all the way from St. Louis about that suitcase?
Yes, Marshal Dillon, I have. My office received a telegram.
Yeah, I'll bet you did.
I don't deny sending it.
Maybe I should explain a little further. Both Mr. Brailes and Mr. Mayhew are from old St. Louis families. I've known them personally for years.
And you probably know that Mrs. Mayhew's a very sick woman.
Indeed I do. Here are my credentials.
Huh?
If you don't mind, let's you and me have a look at that suitcase.
You know that Mayhew doesn't want Brailes to open it.
Mr. Brailes won't be opening it, Marshal. We will.
All right, then. Come on inside. The suitcase is in back. You stay here, Brailes.
But
I think it would be best if you followed Marshal Dillon's advice, Mr. Brailes.
Come on, Sheriff. Suitcase is in here.
I've got a couple of keys I think will fit. This one fits. It'll open.
Wow. I don't see any of the family valuables Brailes was talking about, but that looks like an awful lot of money to me.
It should be just about $20,000.
You're telling me this isn't Mayhew's money, huh?
He worked in the same bank in St. Louis for many years, Marshal. He left in kind of a hurry.
Yeah, he told me his wife was sick.
And this money disappeared on the same day.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Mr. Mayhew was a highly respected man.
It's hard to blame a man for trying to save his wife, isn't it?
It is for a fact. Well, Marshal, shall we go across the street?
I've got a right to know what's...
There's nothing here that concerns you, Mr. Brailes.
That money. Cassius stole all... I knew there was something wrong. I was right.
I bet you feel fine about this, Mr. Brailes.
I think we better go, Marshal.
I'll go with you.
As Marshal Dillon said, this does not concern you.
I have a right to confront him.
As you wanted to confront your dying sister? You stay away from me, Brailes, from now on. The room at the top of the stairs, Sheriff.
Oh, Matt.
I want to see Mayhew, Doc. I don't want to bother his wife.
You can't. She's dead.
Oh.
I'm sorry to ask this at such a time, Doctor, but would you tell Mr. Mayhew that I'm here?
Matt?
This is Sheriff Dyer from St. Louis, Doc.
Well, all right, Matt. He's in pretty bad shape.
I am able to face up my responsibilities. Hello, Sheriff Dyer. Hello, Mr. Mayhew. I'm sorry about your wife, sir. Thank you. You know why I'm here? Yes, I know. The money. I took it to give her a chance at a new life. Now, her life is gone. Mine is gone with it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Magee.
I'm sorry, too, Marshal. Sorry for imposing on your good faith and kindness. Sorry for betraying your trust.
Mr. Mayhew, she never knew that you took the money.
No. She never knew. That's one thing. She never knew. And she never will.
Welcome, William Bendix.
Nobody can act up to par with a nasty cold. I check my cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
4-way's the fast way to relieve those cold miseries. Then you feel better quickly.
4-way cold tablets, only 29 and 59 cents.
And now a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Do you know you can actually improve the appearance of your hair while you free yourself from itchy, unsightly dandruff? It's true. Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo contains no harsh ingredients whatever, yet it reaches right down to the scalp to get rid of every trace of embarrassing dandruff. Guaranteed with just one lathering. And note this, Fitch Shampoo can also make your hair as much as 35% brighter. And remember this about Fitch Shampoo. It positively removes dandruff, as it definitely acts to brighten hair. Use it regularly. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Ralph Moody and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on...
Take 15. What's the word?
What word, sir?
The word. What's the word?
Action?
Action. Action!
Too great for Hollywood.
What the world needs now is a lasting peace. And they've got it. Mae West.
How do you like it in London, Marlowe?
Oh, I like it anywhere.
In the uninhibited, unabashed, unforgettable, overexposed sextet.
That dress is so fantastic that even I would wear it. In fact, I have.
Mae West is Marlowe Manners. She's the most successful film star in history.
I'm the girl that works at Paramount all day and Fox all night.
But she won't be satisfied until she's loved by all mankind, one man at a time.
Well, wall-to-wall men.
Meanwhile, negotiations break down in a secret conference. And the world is on the brink of disaster. There's only one hope left.
Remember, she's doing this for Uncle Sam.
The world's leading expert in international relations.
I don't know much about politics, but I do know a good party man when I see one.
Because no one handles heads of state like Marlowe.
Yotchka, darling. Oh, sexy Alexi.
That's me. Come in, my dear. Even on her wedding night with Timothy Dalton.
Stiff upper lip, you know?
You gotta start somewhere.
George Hamilton.
Give me the number to Miss Manners, sweet. I'm afraid we're not allowed to give that information out. If I can.
Tony Curtis.
You remember that vulgar night we spent on the river?
What?
I mean that night we spent on the river Volga.
Dom DeLuise.
Hello. Are you trying to get rid of me?
Oh, no.
Ringo Starr.
Husband number 6, meet husband number 4.
A pleasure.
Alice Cooper.
Blues chance with you.
Keith Moon.
Aztec go.
Walter Pidgeon. Rona Barrett. George Rapp.
I haven't seen you in 2 years. What have you been doing?
2 years.
Tut!
And the U.S. athletic team.
What are you trying to do? Give me competition?
All right.
Oh, stop. Oh, stop. Oh, well, go ahead, honey.
Immortal comedy will live forever.
Oh! It's later than I thought!
You won't.
By the time she gets out of bed, there may be a new administration.
See Mae West in the all-star, all-new, all-outrageous...
I'm sticking up the world. Stick 'em up, world!
Sextet.
And remember, parental guidance is suggested.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
People today go more, take their pleasures with them. This is the lively life, the life for Pepsi-Cola. Light, bracing, clean-tasting Pepsi. So think young. Say, Pepsi, please. Take Pepsi wherever you go.
So go ahead and pick a drink. And let you drink, young as you think. Yes, get the right one, the modern light one. Now it's Pepsi for those who think young.
Well, now, Marshal, you've come ask what I want for supper? Huh? Or did you just come to see am I comfortable in your jailhouse?
Come on out.
Where are you taking me?
I'm letting you go. Come on out.
You letting me go? After all them things you said I'd done? Well, Marshal, that's one on you.
Come on. Get out of there.
Oh, sure, Marshal. I'll go, all right. I told you all along you weren't going to hold me. You remember I said that? You remember, Marshal?
I remember.
Well, maybe next time you ain't going to be so quick to haul a man.
You listen to me, Bernie. I'll haul you in every chance I get, and the quicker it is, the better I'm going to like it.
You just have to let me go.
Don't count on it. If I catch you hanging around Dodge, I'll arrest you for disturbing the peace, and that's a charge I can make stick by myself.
Well, you can't do that.
You just try me. Now go on, get out of Dodge while you still can.
There, what'll it be, Marshal?
I have a beer, Sam.
Okay, Marshal. There you go.
Thanks.
Oh, hello, Matt. I didn't see you come in.
Hey, you look mighty interested in that poker game over there.
Oh, yeah. I always get nervous when the stakes get that big. Everybody paid off, though. No trouble. This time, anyway.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it.
You want to sit down? You haven't been in here for
No, thanks, Kitty. I haven't got time right now.
Well, I guess I'll have to be grateful for small favors.
Huh? How's that?
That I catch a glimpse of you at all.
Oh, now, Kitty.
Here comes Doc.
Oh, yeah. I'll be here, Doc.
I see you. I see you. You don't suppose I could miss the sight of your big frame cozying up to that bar? Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Doc. Have a drink?
Yes, I don't mind.
A beer for the Doc, Sam.
Sure, Miss Kitty.
Oh, there's nothing like beer to wash the prairie dust down a man's throat.
Are you just off the road, Doc?
9 miles out, 9 miles back. There's a new baby at the Lurie place.
Here you are, Doc.
Oh, thank you.
How's Molly, Doc?
Oh, she came through fine. She doesn't really need me at all. She knows more about it than I do by now.
How many does this make it?
7. And I suppose I'll be going out there again this time next year.
You ought to give them a bargain rate.
No, not for that trip. Oh, say, all On the way, I passed Art Burney, riding hard for his old man's place.
Yeah.
I thought you had him locked up.
Well, I did, Doc. I still ought to have him locked up.
What happened?
I got a wire from Abilene saying to release him. They've arrested another man for the murder. They're bringing him here.
Well, then Art has a right to go free, doesn't he?
That's what they tell me.
You still think he's guilty, man?
I'll say this. I sure don't think he's innocent.
Oh, you had to let him go?
Yeah. For now, I had to let him go.
Pa? Pa? Me, Pa.
Quit your bellering. Come in the house.
Sure, Pa. I told that big marshal he weren't never going to hold me.
He let you free, did he?
He sure did, Pa. He sure did. I knowed he would. Ain't no jailhouse going to hold Art Burney, Pa. You know that.
You feel proud.
Well, sure, Pa. Figured to make you prideful, too. Me riding away laughing at that marshal.
You know why they let you go?
They just couldn't hold me at all, Pa. I'm too smart for them.
They let you go because they arrested your brother, Junius.
If what?
They took in Junius over to Abilene.
For that same shooting?
For that same shooting.
Well, there ain't no sense in that. Old June wasn't no nearer than 10 miles to the hold-up that night.
I figured you'd know that for sure.
Well, Yeah, I know it, Pa. Well, they can't hold old June. Who told you they went and locked him up? Maybe there's some mistake.
There's no mistake. Old Brackett come by. He was in the telegraph office in Dodge when the wire come in. They got Junius. So they let you go free.
Well, that ain't right, Pa. It just ain't right. Old June didn't have nothing to do with it. He can't even shoot straight.
Then you better fix things, Art.
Oh, sure, Pa. I'll fix things.
You better fix things so nothing happens to your brother, Junius.
Well, ain't nothing going to happen to old June, Pa. I'll see to that for certain.
It ain't fit that a man pays for what he never done.
That's the truth, Pa.
And it ain't fit neither that a man lets another man do the paying.
Well, I'll get him, Pa. I'll get him. You know I always took care of old June.
You bring him home.
Well, sure, Pa. I'll bring him home.
You can explain away the unique qualities of the CBS Radio Network's in-person program with the word entertainment. True, there are highly entertaining facets to the program. But calling in-person entertainment is like describing the Empire State Building as an office building. Fact is, Monday through Friday evenings, CBS Radio airs on in-person intimate word portraits, sketched by artists with highest authority on the subjects they discuss. These artists have ranged from chorus girls to former delinquents, outraged citizens to winners of windfalls, people brushed by comedy or tragedy. In Person brings you real stories that have overtaken real people in all walks of life, told by the people involved. It's more than entertainment, more than news. It's In Person, a program far easier to hear and enjoy than describe. Each weekday evening, In Person offers novelty and high human interest, sometimes tears. Listen for it here.
A breakfast sure tastes better when you don't cook it, Mr. Dillon.
I like 'em better cooked myself.
Oh, well, now, of course, they ought to be cooked. But I claim it's better when somebody else cooks it but me.
Yeah.
See, Mr. Dillon, what I mean is, I don't think that anybody...
All right, Chester. Never mind. You might as well go down and pick up the mail, huh?
Yes, sir, I'll do it.
I'll be in my office.
All right, sir, I'll bring it right there.
Marshal?
What? Who's there?
Me, Marshal. Art Burney.
I told you to stay out of Dodge, didn't I?
Well,
I come to see about my brother, Junior.
What about him?
You know what about him right enough. He's been took in for that shooting. You got him in that jailhouse.
Not yet, I haven't. He's due in a couple of days.
Well, now, you listen to here, Marshal. Ain't no sense to holding old June. Ain't no sense at all.
How do you figure that?
Well, you're holding him for that killing, ain't you?
That's right.
Well, old June never killed nobody in his life. He wouldn't even know how.
The sheriff in Abilene thinks he did.
Well, I know different. Old June, he went within 10 miles of that hold-up that night.
You pretty sure of that, are you?
I know that for a fact.
You tell it to the judge.
How's that?
Your brother will be standing trial in Hayes City next week. All you have to do is tell the court what you know.
No, I ain't fool enough to walk into no court.
And it's up to you.
You listen, Marshal. It just ain't right. You just can't hold old June.
We'll hold him, all right. Unless we got somebody else for the killing. You remember that. And if you have anything more to say, I'll be in my office.
Well, I'll be back, Marshal. I'll be back.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon!
Huh? Yeah, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, there's this telegraph just come in.
Oh, thanks.
Will I go get the horses?
What?
Well, Mr. Dillon, if we're going to take the prisoner off the stage at that relay station, we got to hurry.
You should take more time reading my telegrams, Chester.
Well, I just happened to see it, Mr.
Well, you didn't see it right. It's tomorrow we meet the stage. We'll leave in the morning.
Sure must be in a hurry to get this fellow, Mr. Dillon. Having us take him off the stage way out here.
That's because of the judge. He has to get to Larned. They're pushing the trial up.
That's all right with me.
Well, most prisoners ain't in such a hurry as you.
Well, if you ain't done nothing, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Ain't that so, Marshal?
Yeah, if you can prove it to the judge.
He'll believe me, Marshal. A man like a judge with all his learning is bound to believe me. I ain't never been one to lie much.
The judge has to believe the evidence. They tracked your horse, Junius.
Well, that don't say I was riding it.
You better find out who was riding him, then.
Well, I won't have to find him. He'll come if I need him. He'll come.
You'll need him.
Mr. Dillon, look yonder. From the dust it's raising, somebody sure is riding the dust in a hurry.
Yeah. Let's wait and see who it is.
You ain't supposed to be taking him yet.
Hello, Ark.
You said he'd be in Dodge for a spell.
They moved the trial up.
Well, he ain't going to stand no trial.
I told you, Marshal.
I told him, Junius, how he could fix it.
Ain't nobody going to go to no court. You let my brother Junius go, Marshal. Let him go right now. Marshal, I'm warning you.
And I'm warning you, Ark, don't you draw on me ever unless you mean it.
Well, I mean it about freeing June.
All right, Ark, draw. Well, go ahead, draw.
That's all right, Ark. No need for shooting. You come along to the trial. You can tell the judge. I'll wait, Ark. I can wait.
Don't worry, June. Don't you worry about a thing.
I guess Ark wants to tell Pa about it first.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he does.
The present estimated teacher shortage across the nation is 135,000. That's how many teachers' jobs await right now, with every reason to believe the number is on the rise. This poses an important question for high school students and college undergraduates. Tomorrow's citizens will be forced to cope with this problem if it is not solved in the near future. Tomorrow's citizens can best contribute to the solution by embracing teaching careers. It's as simple as that. More teachers graduating from our colleges are literally the only way this critical shortage can be eliminated. During the month of April, observed for the 4th year as Teaching Career Month, educators join in urging more students to look into teaching. Added to the personal rewards in teaching, there is an important intangible, the importance of being needed. Consider seriously your increasing value to your community as you become a teacher, school administrator, or professor, serving your nation's needs as you grow in ability and stature.
Well, that sure didn't take long, did it, Mr. Dillon?
No, Chester didn't.
Ain't much time at all for a man to have his life ruled away from him.
Yeah.
Just don't seem right, even with all that about the horse and the money bag being found near him and all such as that. I kept thinking somebody'd come up with the real story.
Yeah, Junius thought so, too.
Mr. Dillon, if he knows who done it, why don't he speak up?
I don't know, Chester. Maybe he doesn't know for sure. Maybe he won't speak up against his brother. I don't know.
You think Art did it all right, don't you?
Yeah. But I can't prove anything. Any more than Junius.
Marshal?
Come on out, Art.
Is it over?
Yeah, it's over. He was found guilty.
They can't do nothing like that to old June, Marshal.
They've done it, Ark, and they're going to hang him. Unless he talks. Or you do.
June won't never talk.
You sure?
Oh, sure, I'm sure. My brother ain't.
Yeah. I wondered about something.
What?
Are you his brother? Come on, Chester, let's get away from him.
Hello, Matt.
Is it all over?
Yeah, it's all over. An ugly business.
Well, a hanging isn't supposed to be pleasant.
I couldn't do a thing, Doc. I'm sure he was innocent, and I couldn't do a thing.
He never talked?
No, not once. It was as though he was proving how he could be brave. And he was.
He's probably trying to prove he could be as brave as that bombastic brother of his. He'd probably been waiting for this chance all his life.
Well, he got it.
And, of course, if you're right about things, his brother's really a coward.
Yeah, Doc, if I'm right, he's a coward.
Don't ask me, Paul. Don't ask no question.
You left your brother. Your brother's dead.
Yes, I left him. He's dead. Couldn't rightly help it.
You could help it.
No, Paul, I tried. Rode to Dodge, I rode to Hayes City. I talked myself blue with that marshal.
But you never talked straight.
Paul, I told him Junius never done it.
Did you tell him how you knowed for sure he never done it?
Paul.
Did you speak up in court where it counted?
Listen, Paul, no way I could have done that unless...
Unless what?
You know, Paul.
You tell me, Arp.
Unless they'd hung me instead.
I figured. I had to hear it from you, but I figured. Now, you hear me, Ark. You hear me good. We Bernies ain't never been much, but we stood for our home.
Listen, Paul.
I ain't your pa, not no more. Ain't no son of mine who won't stand up for his brother.
I tried. I I just couldn't do it.
You keep the horse. You get right on him, you ride on out. Don't you never come back.
Pa.
Go on now. Don't you never come to my door again.
But it's the home place. I'm your son.
I ain't got no son.
Chester, if you insist on whistling, would you mind doing it outside?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. I just thought it might kind of cheer you up, son.
Mm-hmm.
My land, you've been cross as a bear lately. Even Miss Kitty says so. I figured this might help.
Well, it doesn't, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Marshal?
Oh, I'm tired of seeing you, Art Bernie. I told you I'd lock you up if you hung around Dodge.
You won't have to, Marshal.
No? Well, you just watch me.
Now, wait a minute. Wait. Marshal, I've been wrong a lot, ain't I?
Enough.
I was wrong about my brother, wasn't I? They hung him.
Yeah.
But you know he never done that, Marshal.
You were the only one who could prove it.
Yeah, I was. I'm the one should have paid for it, too.
Is this a confession?
You don't need no confession. You remember when I wouldn't draw on you that time on the road, Marshal?
I remember.
When you faced me right down, I turned tail and I run?
That's right, I remember.
I ain't never running no more, Marshal. I'm paying up. I'm drawing on you now, Marshal.
His gun!
Marshal, tell my pa that I tried to square it. You tell him
He's dead.
Yeah. Hand me his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon, I could have swore he had you outbrew.
Yeah, Chester, he did. The gun's empty.
Well, it ain't like Art to make a mistake like that.
He didn't make a mistake, Chester. He was trying to make up for one. He was paying up the only way he knew how.
Everybody likes good news. Since this is true, wouldn't expanded CBS News broadcasts find greater favor with the vast CBS radio listening audience if they simply omitted bad news? There's a pretty obvious answer to that one, and it goes like this. Of course not. Expanded CBS News has only one object, to present all the important global news swiftly and without bias. This takes more than just good intentions. It takes thousands upon thousands of miles of complex communications links, hundreds of skilled newsmen. There's that matter of experience, too, the kind of experience only years can create. For longer, stronger coverage of world happenings, it's expanded CBS News on CBS Radio. You can depend on it. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Ken Lynch, and Vic Perrin. Farley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
starts it, Nick. Had you dinner yet? Come on, Nick, join us.
Oh, yes, Nick. Well, if it ain't Nick Charles and the little woman. Nicky, pal, how's Trick?
I hope you get out of it all right.
Thanks, lady. Good night.
Boy, oh boy, wait till I tell the family I met Nick Charles and Mrs. Charles. This is Mrs. Charles, isn't it?
That's the way we check in at motels.
No one will get a word out of me, Nick. It's okay, honey.
Okay, let's go.
Mama goes home.
Oh, Nicky, you know you click better when I'm around.
Not in a men's shower. I'll tell you what. You go home, cold cream that lovely face, slip into an exciting negligee,
Yes.
and I'll see you at breakfast. Stick 'em up or I'll blow you in two.
Oh, don't shoot, Nicky. It's me.
One thing about a murder case, if you just let people talk long enough, sooner or later, somebody spills the beans. Well, somebody has.
Is it me?
Yeah, Nick, is it her? Nick, who is it?
I didn't go near the track that day, and I can prove it.
And I haven't killed a jockey in weeks. Really.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens a program with Way Down Yonder in Seattle. Hot or cold, summer or winter, Jell-O is a mighty grand dessert. Yes, sir, the sun may be shining where you folks live, or it may be snowing outdoors. But snow or sun, you'll discover that there's no finer treat than Jell-O. Jell-O is a dessert that's always good, always suitable to every season. It's a dessert that everybody likes, everywhere, every time. Because Jell-O has such a gay, inviting look, a colorful beauty that's one of its biggest attractions. And you simply can't beat Jell-O for rich, refreshing flavor, a flavor that rivals the juicy, ripe fruit itself. So order Jell-O tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. Incidentally, strawberry and raspberry Jell-O are now better than ever. Both have a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is a truly distinctive goodness. Serve a tempting mold of Jell-O tomorrow. Yonder in Seattle, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that Jack Benny has not yet returned from his trip to New York City. However, he will be back with us next Sunday, and in the meantime...
No kidding, Don. Ain't Jackson going to be on the show tonight?
No, Phil. He wired me saying he's been delayed in New York. A big business deal's holding him up.
A big business deal?
Yes.
He's probably sitting in a restaurant waiting for the other guy to pick up the check. I know Jack.
No, I'm serious, Mary. He won't be back until tomorrow.
Well, what am I waiting for? Jello again. This is Smiling Phil Harris talking. And, folks, here's the hot one. You know, folks, a funny thing happened. A manicurist says to a guy in a barber shop, "Shall I file your nails?" And he says, "No, honey, just throw them away." Ain't that a Lulu?
Now, just a minute, Phil, just a minute. I'm sorry, but you can't be the master of ceremonies tonight. Jack has arranged to have Herbert Marshall take over the show.
You mean Herbert Marshall, that big movie star?
Yes, sir.
Gee, Herbert Marshall. I wish I'd known about this before. My hair's a mess.
Mine, too. I wonder if we'll have time to go to the beauty parlor.
Say, Don, what time is Mr. Marshall getting here?
Well, Rochester went over to pick him up. He should be here any minute.
You know, I'm pretty anxious to get acquainted with that guy. I never met him.
Well, don't say ain't never in front of him. You'll scare him away.
Don't worry now. I can be highbrow. When I put on the dog, you'd think I was graduated from Oxnard.
Oxnard? You mean Oxford.
All right, I got my towns mixed up. But you got nothing to worry about, fellas. I can be just as ritzy as he is.
You don't have to be ritzy, Phil. I've known Bart Marshall for years, and he's a grand person.
Hello, fellas.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh, boy, guess who I just saw out in the hall?
Who?
The big movie star, Hubert Marshall.
Hubert, you mean Herbert Marshall. You're as bad as Phil.
Oh.
Well, Dennis, why didn't you bring him here with you? Mr. Marshall's taking Jack's place on the program tonight.
Gosh, if I'd have known that, I'd have baked a crumpet.
Hey, Don, don't you think you ought to go out and get Marshall?
Yeah, don't lose him.
Well, maybe that's him now. Come in.
Pardon me, is this the Jello program?
Well, Bart, come right on in. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm awfully sorry I'm late, Don, but Jack sent his man over in a Maxwell to pick me up. Yes, we had some tire trouble.
Oh, did one of the tires blow out?
One would have been nothing. Sounded like a gangster movie.
I know, Bart. I've ridden in that car. Oh, pardon me. I don't believe you know the other members of our cast. This is Mary Livingston, our leading lady.
Hello, Mr. Marshall.
How do you do, Miss Livingston? I've heard you on the air so often I feel we're old friends.
Gee.
So let's not be formal. I'll call you Mary and you call me Bart.
Gee.
You know, I'm not used to this sort of work. I hope I make good tonight.
You made good with me already.
Well.
And Bart, this is Dennis Day, our young tenor.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Marshall, if I'm not too excited.
Calm down, Dennis. Calm down.
Hey, Don, how about giving me a knockdown?
Oh, yes. Bart, this is Phil Harris, our musical director.
Glad to know you, Mr. Harris.
Put it there, Herbie. What's cooking?
What's cooking?
Yeah, you know. Are you jiving? Are you solid? Are you on the beam?
Solid on the beam.
He means, how are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you. The weird fellow, isn't he?
Well, Bart, you'll just have to get used to Phil. Musicians are like that.
Oh, are they? Well, I'm sure we'll all get along beautifully, although it's rather difficult coming in here on such a short notice.
I'm sure Jack appreciates it.
Hey, Herbie, I can't figure this out. Are you pals with Jackson?
Jackson?
He means Jack.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes. No, really, I ought to have an interpreter with this fella. Well, Phil, no, we're not exactly pals, but I've known Jack for some time.
Did you work in a picture together?
No, I've never had that pleasure.
Well, then did you meet him at a party or something?
No, ours is more of a business relationship. You see, for years now, Jack has been selling me Christmas cards.
Very nice ones, too.
Christmas cards? Holy smoke!
He meets more darn people that way.
Well, let's get on with the program, shall we? I think a musical selection should be in order. You have an orchestra, haven't you, Mr. Harris?
Yeah, them's it.
But them's it.
Yeah, them boys sitting over there is it. What's the matter? Don't you speak English?
Well, frankly, old boy, I'm beginning to wonder. Amazing creature, isn't he?
He certainly is, Bart. Well, what are you going to play, Phil?
Well, it's an original composition written by myself entitled That's What I Like About the South.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, and I'm going to sing a couple of choruses, too.
I've got a good notion to take Herbert Marshall and go home.
Now, don't you believe her, Herbie. It's going to be a great number.
All right, let's hear it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a band number by Phil Harris and his Them's It's. Play, Phil.
With me to Alabama. Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy. That's what I like about the South. Why, there you can make no mistakey. Where your nerves are never shaky. Ought to taste a layer cakey. That's what I like about the South. She's got baked ribs and candied yams, those sugar-cured Virginia hams, basement full of those berry jams, and that's what I like about the South. Hot cornbread and black-eyed peas, you can eat as much as you please, 'cause it's never out of season. That's what I like about the South. Don't take one, have two, they're dark brown and chocolate too. Suits me, they must suit you, 'cause that's what I like about the South. Way down where the cane grows tall, down where they say you all walk on in with that southern drawl, 'cause that's what I like about the South. It's down where they have those pretty queens to keep a dreamin', those dreamy dreams. Let's sip that absinthe to New Orleans. That's what I like about the South. Come old Bob with all the news, got the box back coat and the button shoes, all caught up with his union dues, and that's what I like about the South. Here come old Roy down the street, who can't you hear them scuffling feet? He would rather sleep than eat, and that's what I like about the South. She's got ham hocks and butter beans, spare ribs and turnip greens, Mardi Gras in New Orleans, and that's what I like about the South.
That was, That's What I Like About the South, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, with a vocal chorus by Mr. Harris. Did you really write that number, Phil?
Yep, every word of it. Ham hocks and butter beans and backbones and turnip greens. Don't that make your mouth water, Herbie?
Oh, yes, it's one of the most appetizing songs I've ever heard. By the way, how did you happen to compose a number like that?
He was hungry.
Very good, Mary.
Oh, now cut that out. No, that wasn't it at all. There's a lot of songs about June and moon and love, so I figured I'd write about food.
Food, huh?
Yeah, just give me a cookbook and a piano, and I'm going to town.
That's very interesting. I had no idea you had such a gastronomical outlook.
Gastronomical? Hey, I better write that down. That's a longie.
A longie?
He means a long word.
Oh, but why does he write them down?
He puts them in his scrapbook. He's making his own dictionary.
Yeah, I got over 300 of them, but I forget what they mean.
I see, yeah. He gets more fantastic every minute.
Oh, by the way, Bart, did Jack mention in his wire about our sketch this evening?
Why, no, he didn't. What sketch do you mean?
Well, we were going to do our version of Somerset Maugham's great play, The Letter. You know, the picture you made recently with Betty Davis? And Jack was going to play Herbert Marshall.
Well, that's very flattering.
And I was just wondering, Bart, since Jack isn't here, perhaps you'd be willing to play your part yourself.
Well...
You think you can do it, Hubert?
Well, Bart, how about it? Would you like to join the Benny Little Theater group?
Why, yes, it might be fun. I'll tell you what. Dennis, you sing your song, and then we'll do our version of the letter.
Oh, why bother? Let's just play post office.
That might be fun, too. But I think we better do the letter first. Now, you, Mary, you will be my leading lady.
Somebody pinch me. I'm dreaming. Ouch, Dennis!
I'm sorry, Miss Livingston.
Oh, go ahead and sing.
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, just a moment, please. It's for you, Mary, New York calling.
New York? Probably Jack. Hello? Put him on. Oh, hello, Jack. How are you? I know it's long distance, but how much does it cost to say how are you? All right, forget it. Say, Jack, how did your business deal come out? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah?
What about that business deal, Mary?
Alan finally paid the check. What's that, Jack? Yes, he's right here. I'll put him on. He wants to talk to you, Mr. Marshall.
Thank you. Hello. Oh, hello, Jack. How are you? Sorry, old man. I forgot it was long distance. What? No, you don't have to do that at all. No. No, but really, old boy, I don't expect anything. Oh, very well, if you insist. Thanks awfully. Goodbye.
Well, I'll be darned. Is Jackson going to pay you for being on the program tonight?
No, but next year I get my Christmas cards for nothing. Let's have your song, Dennis.
Yours in the gray of December, here or on far distant shores, I've never loved anyone the way I love you. How could I, when I was born to be just yours? This night has music, the sweetest music. It echoes something within my heart. I hold you near me, oh darling, hear me. I have a message I must impart. Cuando se quiere de veras, como te quiero yo a ti. Es imposible, mi cielo, con separados vivir. Cuando se quiere de veras, como te quiero yo a ti. I've never loved anyone the way I love you. How could I, when I was born to be just yours?
That was Kera Mamucho, sung by Dennis Day, and a very beautiful number. You know, Dennis, I like the way you sang part of it in English and part in Spanish. That's quite a linguistic feat.
Yeah, linguistic.
And now let's have a go at our sketch, shall we? I'll play the same role I had in the picture, that of Robert Crosby, the rubber planter. And Mary, you'll be my wife, Leslie Crosby. It's a very difficult role.
Let's rehearse a little. Kiss me, darling.
Later, Mary. Now, let's see. We'll need a barrister. Phil, do you think you can handle the part of the lawyer?
Absolutely, old boy. How do you want me to play it? Gastronomical or linguistic?
A little of each. Well, I think that about takes care of the casting.
Say, Mr. Marshall, am I going to be in the play?
Well, in a way, Dennis. You see, you enact the role of the man who's been murdered. But unfortunately, as the story opens, you are already dead.
Oh, no dialogue, eh?
Well, hardly. And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Then I might as well go over in the corner and have a chair.
That's a good idea.
Of course, it'll be more believable if I lay down on the floor.
Very well, you can lie on the floor.
But if I do that, I'll get my new suit wrinkled.
Young man, let's not worry so much, shall we?
Okay, Bub.
Good. And now, for our feature attraction this evening, members of the Benny Stock Company and myself will present our version of Warner Brothers' current film achievement, The Letter.
Speaking of the letter, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you of the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert. It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Fine, if you'll please pardon the interruption.
That's quite all right, Don. I may want to be on the program again some other time. You know. Ladies and gentlemen, The Letter. The locale of our play is Singapore in the Malay Peninsula. Leslie Crosby, a beautiful young Englishwoman, has just been acquitted of the murder of Jeffrey Hammond, her lover.
That's me, folks. I'm just full of holes.
Young man, will you please lie down?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Crosby's husband, her friends, and even the court believe her to be innocent. However, a very valuable piece of evidence has been withheld. A letter. A letter so condemning that it would have changed the entire course of the trial and sent Leslie Crosby to the gallows.
Hey, Hubert, shall I lay on my face or on my back?
Either one. Her husband has no knowledge of this damning bit of evidence, which is now in the possession of Mrs. Crosby's attorney. As the scene opens, the trial has just ended, and Leslie is being escorted through the crowded courtroom by her attorney.
One side there, thank you. Come into this room, Leslie. I must talk to you.
But my husband...
You can see him later. Come along. Well, Leslie, aren't you going to compliment me on my magnificent plea? I had that jury in the palm of my hand.
You had him drooling, too. All you talked about was ham hocks and butter beans. Some plea.
Well, I got you off, didn't I? Thanks to me, you are now a free woman.
Why shouldn't I be free? I shot Jeffrey Hammond in self-defense.
That's what the public believes. But you murdered him, and you've done it with malice and forethought and all that stuff.
What are you talking about?
Well, just look at this. Look at this letter.
Dear Phil, I waited for you last night until all...
Wrong letter! Yeah, give me that. Now, here's the letter I mean. Do you see it?
Why, that's the letter I wrote to Jeff Hammond.
Precisely.
Oh, fine.
Now, look, do you realize that if this letter had been introduced as evidence, they'd have given you a hemp necklace?
Oh, never mind that. How did you get hold of this letter?
Well, I had to buy it from a blackmailer. He wanted $10,000, but I talked him down to 85 cents.
85 cents? Why, that's all the money my husband had in the world.
Well, that's the best I could do. Here, now take this letter and burn it up. It's the most terrible thing I've ever read. And if your husband ever sees it, you're going to...
Quiet. Here he comes now.
Oh, yes. Hello, Robert.
Hello, old boy. Ah, Leslie, my love.
Robert, kiss me, my darling.
Oh, my dear, I'm so glad this terrible ordeal is over.
Kiss me, my darling.
It's been like a horrible nightmare. And now, thank heaven, it's over. At last, we are together again.
Kiss me, my darling.
You'll never know what I've been through. Those nights of torment and loneliness.
Please, kiss me, my darling.
Oh, yes. Sweetheart.
Hey, Herbert, we got the same technique. if you'll excuse me, old man, I'll toddle along. This is the most gastronomical day I've ever gone through. Hip, hip.
Oh, Robert, alone at last.
Yes, alone at last.
Kiss me, my darling.
Take it easy, old girl. We only just got through. Oh, Leslie, I can't tell you how happy I am.
But I've made such a frightful mess of things. How can you love me after what I've done?
But I do love you. Darling, I do.
No, you can't.
Believe me, Leslie, I love you now more than ever. I adore you, Leslie. Here, rest your head on my shoulder.
Oh, boy, if the girls at the May Company could see me now. Gee.
I've everything planned, Leslie. We're leaving Singapore, leaving it forever.
Yes, we must go away.
I know of a rubber plantation in Sumatra that we can purchase for only 85 cents.
Uh-oh. But there's something I must tell you, Robert. I had to use that 85 cents to buy a letter.
What? You've squandered my life savings on a mere scrap of paper? Leslie, let me see that letter.
I haven't got it.
Don't lie to me. What's that in your hand? Leslie, I must see that letter.
No, I can't show it to you.
Then read it to me.
No, it's too shameful, too horrible.
I don't care. I paid 85 cents for that letter, and I want to know what it says.
You're as bad as Benny. Very well, I'll read it. Dear Jeff. Oh, Robert, it's too terrible. I can't continue.
I insist. Read the rest of that letter.
I can't go on with it.
You must.
All right. You might as well know. Dear Jeff, roses are red, violets are blue. I like my husband, but I'm nuts about you. There. Now you know.
So that's it. You were in love with Jeff Hammond.
Yes, Robert, and I still love him. With all my heart and soul, I love the man I killed.
Yeah, killed.
Young man, will you please lie down?
Kiss me, darling, kiss me.
Please, Mary, please. Play, Phil. Christmas cards or no Christmas cards, I'll never go through this again.
Was Keep an Eye on Your Heart, played by the orchestra. And Bart Marshall, on behalf of Jack and every one of us, I want to thank you for coming over here tonight and doing such a swell job of pinch hitting.
No kidding, Herbie. You were terrific.
Terrific. I'll bet anything that means terrific.
Now you're catching on, Bub.
Thanks, Bill. Well, everyone, I've had a grand time here this evening, and it's been fun meeting you all.
Say, Mr. Marshall, you live in Beverly Hills, don't you?
Yes, Mary, I do.
Well, I live out that way myself. Would you mind dropping me off?
Why, no, I'd be glad to.
And on the way home, maybe we could stop at a drive-in for a sandwich.
A drive-in, that's a splendid suggestion.
Of course, I'm pretty hungry. Maybe we ought to go to a restaurant instead.
All right, we'll stop at a restaurant.
Well, I'll phone Ciro's and reserve a table.
Well, we certainly got there in a hurry. Come along, Mary. Well, goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Cheerio, everyone. Oh, by the way, Mary, I'm afraid I'm being rather rude. Do you think I ought to invite the rest of the gang to Ciro's with us?
Nothing doing. You're mine, Bub. Come on.
As the famous poet once said, ladies and gentlemen, a thing of beauty is a joy forever. And believe me, that's a quotation practically made to order for General Foods' new dessert recipe book. This grand book is certainly a thing of beauty. And it's a book that you'll find a joy forever. From cover to cover, it's filled with lovely paintings in the spirit of each month and season. And dozens of dazzling color photographs showing rich, luscious desserts, so vivid and natural looking that you'd almost declare they were real. There are 365 different dessert recipes and suggestions, one for every day in the whole year. Suggestions for shimmering Jell-O treats as well as for delicious pastries, puddings, cakes, and cookies. And it's as easy to use as 1, 2, 3. The most convenient book you've ever seen. It's easy to get, too. All you have to do is just send 10 cents in coin or stamps to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. I'll repeat the address. Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Send 10 cents for your copy tonight. This is the last number of the 18th program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time when Jack will be back with us again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that this coming week marks the 31st anniversary of the founding of the Boy Scouts of America. May we, on this occasion, wish this great movement continued success. Good night, folks.
Good night, Jack.
J-E-L-L.
You come.
We found our men, Mr. Shaft.
You. And what do I have to do?
Become a slave.
We need a trained investigator. He has to let himself be recruited. In Africa.
Africa's the name. Shaft's the game. From MGM. This is it. The biggest shaft of all. Shaft in Africa. Shaft is back, where he's never been before, hitting the mother country like a black tornado.
Cat named Shaft ain't gonna be bad with a stick.
It's a brand new scene.
Cross leg.
A whole new number. When this uptown dude from the concrete jungle trades his wheels for a camel and his iron for a CNI stick.
36 exposures. Extra film in here. Now, I'm not James Bond, simply Sam Spade.
Shaft, tracking down a ring of 20th century slave runners across 2 continents.
Listen, if Shaft is still breathing by this time tomorrow, I'll have you killed.
Why don't you really clamp down on the slave trade? I'll tell you why. Because the black ghettos of Paris is as far away from the Champs-Élysées as 125th Street is from Park Avenue.
From the sin towns of the Ivory Coast.
You know who I am, don't you? Who told you? Who? Talk!
To a slave ship on the Red Sea.
All right, gentlemen. Everyone into the hold. Go on, move it.
Black Africa in Paris. Means black trouble from Shaft. Now you're gonna get it. The biggest shaft of all. In the hottest place of all. Shaft. in Africa.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Berkeley Square, starring Ronald Colman and Maureen O'Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. If any of you are thinking of writing a novel, I commend to your attention a little-known volume by one of America's best-known novelists, Henry James. It's called The Sense of the Past. It contains not only this novel, but also the author's notes which he jotted down while working. And it contains one of the most fascinating ideas ever put on paper. The idea behind tonight's play, Berkeley Square, in which a young man, through his love of the past, breaks through the barrier of time and finds the girl he loves in the 18th century. Before reaching the screen, the play suggested by Henry James' novel was one of the great successes of our generation. It was filmed by 20th Century Fox, and it comes to you tonight on the Lux Radio Theater with two favorite stars, Ronald Colman and Maureen O'Sullivan. I suppose all of us have at some time toyed with the idea of visiting the past and reliving some romantic period that appeals to us. And certainly 18th century England is one of the most picturesque with its colorful, elaborate costumes. You can imagine how helpful Lux Flakes would have been in taking care of those voluminous, expensive garments. In fact, Lord Chesterfield, the arbiter of fashion of that era, prescribed that not only should one's clothes be well made and one's wig well powdered, but one's linen should at all times be extremely clean. If Lord Chesterfield could pierce the barrier of time like the hero in tonight's play and visit the 20th century in America, I'm sure he would add a hearty recommendation for Lux Flakes. Now the clock points to curtain time. And here's the first act of Berkeley Square, starring Ronald Colman as Peter Standish and Maureen O'Sullivan as Helen Pettigrew. How many of us have longed to escape from the narrow limits of reality into the romance and excitement of another time and another century? But if we could journey back into the mystery of the past, what would we find? Contentment or unhappiness? This is the narrative of a man who made such a journey. A man who went from today into yesterday. London, 1939. A week ago, a member of the staff of the American Embassy resigned his post to assume a commission as military observer with the British Expeditionary Force. His name is Peter Standish. This is his last night in England. And now, in a large and venerable home in Berkeley Square, he sits alone, writing feverishly.
I am leaving England tomorrow. My orders read that I am going to France. A lot of bother and expense to the War Department, for I do not think I shall return. My hand is steady as I write. My mind clearer than it has been all my life. And I am happy. But I can't help wondering what purpose I serve by writing down the events I have experienced since coming to Berkeley Square 2 months ago. Perhaps it is with a faint hope that poor Marjorie someday shall find this, and reading it will understand. Or perhaps in writing I can live it all again. It began with the day I found the Crux and Satyr. It also was on that day that Marjorie came to see me. Marjorie.
Hello, you. Aren't you going to kiss me?
Again and again, if I may.
Well, that's better. Peter, do you realize you haven't seen me, not even called me, for 2 days? Is anything wrong?
Oh, no. No, of course not.
Well, then, finish up whatever it is you're doing and we'll... Why, Peter, I believe you've forgotten all about it.
Forgotten? What?
Well, darling, tea, of course. 4 o'clock with Mr. Little from the embassy.
Oh, my dear. Well, I can be ready in a moment.
A week's time. Oh, Peter, what's that there on your desk?
Oh, I just found it in the attic. It's the Crux and Satyr.
Crux and Satyr?
I was looking at it when you came in. The Ansata Cross. Yes, I'm sure that's what it is. The symbol of eternal life. And that's not all I found. Look.
A diary?
Yes. Peter Standish's diary. It says here, his trip from New York to England took 27 days. The Revolutionary War was just over. He fought under Washington. Look. Look here. He says here that Sir Joshua Reynolds refused to finish his portrait. But he did finish it. There it is on the wall. Look, it's obviously all Reynolds' work.
Peter, that portrait, I've always said you might have sat for it yourself. And his name was Peter Standish, too. It's very odd.
Yes, he married Kate Pettigrew, the eldest sister. They lived right here in this house. Then there was a younger sister, Helen. And look, here in the diary, here's something about a shawl, a cashmere shawl that Helen's aunt gave her just before Peter's arrival here. You see? Look, minute details.
Peter, I don't understand it.
You don't understand what, dear?
Well, this place, it's like a museum. Why would they leave things here for 155 years?
Oh, the house has always been in the Pettigrew family. And for some wonderful reason, each new generation kept things just as they found them. Just as they found them through all these years.
But this fascination it holds for you, it isn't... It's not natural.
Oh, it's the most natural thing in the world, my dear. After all, it was a Standish ancestor of mine who built the place.
Well, I still don't understand why old Mr. Pettigrew left it to you in his will.
Because he knew I'd take care of it.
What?
Well, old Pettigrew is rather fond of me, I suppose. And after all, we were distantly related. But I've told you all this before, my dear.
Yes, I know.
And look, Marjorie, look. Just look at these letters. Dozens of letters from Peter Standish to Kate Pettigrew, courting her from across the Atlantic Ocean. And this one. The very letter he wrote Kate's mother the day he arrived in England. Read it.
The Blue Boar Inn, Jermyn Street, September 3rd, 1784. Lady Anne Pettigrew, Honored Madam, having arrived within the hour, I shall do myself the honor to wait upon you at 5:30 in Berkeley Square. Peter Standish. 5:30. September the 3rd. Well, that's today, September the 3rd.
The paper's yellow. The ink all but faded. But I imagine Lady Anne is reading that letter now. 155 years ago today, 5:30, September the 3rd, 1784, he walked through that very door.
Peter.
Hmm?
It's not very flattering, playing second fiddle to a house.
Oh, Marjorie, my dear, how can I...
I'm almost glad we decided not to be married until Christmas.
Oh, darling, I'm sorry.
I'm afraid my feelings have been hurt, Peter.
I'm ashamed of myself, Marjorie, but I can't see you for the next week or two. I must have 2 weeks to myself. Here. Alone. Oh, please, trust me.
Oh, I will trust you. I will. If you'll only tell me what this is all about.
No, I can't. Please. What's that?
What?
It sounded like a coach. A coach rattling over the cobblestones. It seemed to stop here. No. No, it's nothing.
But, Peter, a coach? Cobblestone?
Yes, silly, wasn't it? Well, shall we go and pick up Johnny Little?
Oh, yes, and let's walk. A little fresh air will do you good.
But I have to be back here at 5:30.
Someone coming?
No, but I must be here.
Mystery upon mystery. Very well, darling, you shall be here.
I'm behaving very badly, Marjorie. I know it.
I know it, too.
Why do you put up with me?
Possibly because I love you.
Thank you, Marjorie.
But what in the world happened to Marjorie? I thought the three of us were going to have tea.
Yes, so did I. We started out to meet you, Johnny, and then she said she'd better run on home. I'm afraid I've hurt her badly.
Yes, you have, Peter. She telephoned me after she left you. She thought perhaps if I spoke with you alone that...
What about?
Peter, I've known you for a long time. There's something wrong with you. I'd like to know what it is. If I can, I want to help you.
Help? Do I look as if I need help?
Where have you been keeping yourself? I haven't seen you in a month.
Oh, it's the house. Been taking up most of my time.
The house? People can get morbid and musty shutting themselves up in old houses. Marjorie's really quite disturbed about you.
Yes, I wish she weren't.
Look here. Why don't you get away for a while?
Yes, it would be great to get away, wouldn't it? Really away? There still are adventures, John. Inconceivable adventures.
Adventures? What adventures?
Oh, why shouldn't I tell you? John, I believe that when I go back to my house in Berkeley Square, I shall walk straight into the 18th century and meet the people living there. All right, I told you now. I'll go and call up a psychiatrist.
Oh, there's time for that, I think. Well, I never met anyone before who believed in ghosts.
Who said anything about ghosts? I believe they're alive, John. That Peter Standish, my ancestor, is alive, and just as I'm living here, he's living there, back in his own time.
Own time? The 18th century?
Yes.
Now, hold on.
Oh, I know what you're thinking, but maybe this will tell you what I mean. Now, suppose you're in a boat, John. A boat that's sailing down a winding stream. You watch the banks as you pass by. A few minutes ago, backstream, you passed a grove of maple trees. You can't see them now, can you? You saw them in the past.
Of course.
Well, good. Now you're watching something else. Before your eyes now is a field of clover. Now, in the present. And you don't know yet what's waiting for you when you round that bend in the river just ahead. There may be wonderful things there, but you can't see them till you pass that bend. It's in the future, isn't it?
Really, Peter?
Now, isn't it?
Yes, it's in the future.
All right. Now, remember, you're in the boat. But supposing I'm in a plane, high above you. I'm looking down, and in one glance, I can see it all. What is past and present and future to the man in the boat are all one to the man in the plane.
Proving what?
Well, don't you see? Proving that all time, real time, is nothing but an idea in the mind of God. John, how would you like to walk down the quiet streets of London? Breathe the clean, fresh air instead of gasoline fumes. Ride in sedan chairs. Meet Samuel Johnson and John Adams, our ambassador.
And how far would you get? You'd make mistakes. They'd find you out.
No, John, no. I have a passport. Passport? It is a diary. The diary of a man who came to London from America. I know everything he did from the moment he arrived. Naturally, I'd have to do everything he did. I mean, I couldn't change anything in the 18th century that had really happened in the 18th century.
Peter, for heaven's sake.
Well, it's 5 o'clock, John. Thanks for tea.
Peter.
And I'll call you. I'll call you in a few days. Perhaps.
Berkeley Square, you said, sir? Which house?
Just a little further on. No, never mind. I'll get out here.
But it's pouring, sir.
Well, that's all right. Here.
Thanks, Governor.
By the way, what time is it?
Time? About 25 minutes after 5.
25 minutes after 5. Thank you.
Dummy.
Honored Madam, having arrived within the hour, I shall do myself the honor to wait upon you at 5:30 in Berkeley Square. 5:30, Berkeley Square. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Look, and Kate, a letter from our cousin Peter Standish. He's arrived in London.
A letter?
When did he dispatch it? From where?
It came but now from the Blue Boar in Jermyn Street. By messenger. Here.
Wait upon you at 5:30. Why, say, Mum, it's almost that now. Storm or no storm, our Yankee wastes no time.
Kate, you will welcome him downstairs.
Oh, Mother, not alone. Surely you'll present him to me.
You will do as I tell you.
I'd blood the girl grows timid. Now look at Kate. Hook this Yankee Standish, and there need be no more talk of poverty in this family.
Money. I know what you've in mind for him, dear brother. Drink and cards. A companion who will pay for your entertainment and your losses.
Your future husband will find you sharp of tongue, my lad. Odds life, if only he'll take you.
Mr. Crosby and the lady.
We shall receive him, Mary.
Throstle, that disgusting little man.
Hush. You well know Mr. Throstle is to enter our family, too.
And what of my poor sister's feelings, Mum?
What's wrong with Throstle? She's none too good, perhaps. But £1,500 a year.
Thomas.
Mr. Throstle and the lady.
Lady Anne, Miss Pettigrew, and Sir, your servant.
Come in, Mr. Throstle. We have great news.
I am aware of it. I met but now Major Clinton. He journeyed from America with your cousin, milady.
America, Thomas. Remember, you are not to say colonial.
Yankee puppy, then.
Milady, Miss Helen.
You'll find Miss Helen in the music room, dear Miss Throstle.
Oh, yes. Lovely, Miss Helen. Lovely.
Oh, thank you.
Miss Helen, you are aware that I have your mother's permission to pay my visit.
Surely you know my feelings, Mr. Throstle.
At least, if your affections are not disposed elsewhere, I may continue to hope.
I shall never marry.
Yes, Helen, our cousin Peter Standish is in London and is about to present himself. And Mr. Throstle, Mr. Standish has written that he would buy a townhouse, a country estate.
And a wife.
Thomas.
Mother, I hear a coach.
A coach? Quickly, Kate, down the stairs.
Good luck with your service, Kate.
Come, dear Mr. Throstle. Helen?
Helen, why must Mother do this to me?
Only be yourself, Kate, dear. Our cousin will not eat you.
Where is he? What happened to him?
I don't know.
Well, he must be here. We saw the coach from upstairs.
Well, I thought he must have let himself in. Mary said she heard no knock on the door.
Oh, she didn't hear it for the rain. Go and let the Yankee in.
No, he's not there. I just looked.
Well, someone must have let him in. Oh, of course. He's gone to the servants' quarters. He knows his place. I'll bring him back, sister.
Yes. I'll wait.
Who are you?
Oh. Your servant, sir. Kate Pettigrew.
We'll bring you Act 2 of Berkeley Square in a moment. Meanwhile, here's Libby.
With a bedtime story.
That sounds interesting.
For ladies only. Once upon a time, there were 3 pairs of rayon stockings. 1, 2, 3. They were really lovely, but alas, they were bought by a very careless girl. First, she wore pair number 1. And that night she washed them. But oh, what she did. She used hot water and rubbed them with a cake of soap, and in just a few days they were gone. So then she wore pair number 2 and washed them. The next morning when she went to put them on, they weren't quite dry, but the careless girl put them on anyway, and that was the end of number 2. She was furious. She was so mad she went right down to the store where she bought the stockings to tell them about it. But the salesgirl said, "What a shame. But these are lovely stockings. With the right care, they'll really wear. Did you use Lux? And dry them thoroughly? At least 24 hours?" So that night, when the careless girl took off pair number 3, she did just what the girl in the store said. She made lukewarm suds with mild Lux flakes and squeezed them gently through the stockings. Then she rinsed them and hung them to dry. All that night and all the next day, too. And the last we heard, she was still wearing pair number 3, which lived happily thereafter.
Using Lux is the way to make you live happily with your stockings. There are all sorts of scientific tests that show stockings washed with Lux last twice as long as those washed with a strong soap or rubbed with a cake of soap. Yes, actual strain tests, hundreds of them, prove this. So better stick to Lux Flakes for stockings. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Berkeley Square, starring Ronald Coleman as Peter Standish and Maureen O'Sullivan as Helen Pettigrew. Berkeley Square, September 1939. And at his desk, Peter Standish continues to write of the bewildering events which have carried him out of the present and into the year 1784, to the 3rd of September, 1784, when at 5:30 o'clock on a rain-swept evening, the door of this very room stood flung open, and Peter Standish stood before Miss Kate Pettigrew.
Have you had a tiring journey, cousin?
I just come over from America.
Indeed. We had not thought you came from Poland, sir.
In the General Wolf. We had not thought... It took 27 dreary days.
A ship? You did not swim across?
Oh, cousin, I'm being a bore. Inexcusable for one who has just met his betrothed.
Betrothed?
Oh, come, Kate. It was all arranged in our letters. Or don't you want me to kiss you?
Oh, not, sir. I vow you are the audacious fellow I've told Helen we must expect.
Helen? Oh, yes, your sister. Of course, if you want a formal declaration of my sentiments, I know exactly how it was done. How it is done. Miss Pettigrew, fair cousin, will you be my wife?
Oh, you go much too fast, sir.
Oh.
Tell me, Mr. Standish, in America, do visitors just walk into houses?
Walk in. But I pressed the bell.
The bell?
The buzzer.
The buzzer?
I knocked.
But who let you in?
The door was ajar. I walked in. Raining cats and dogs, you know.
But your clothes, your shoes, they're dry.
She's disappeared. And blood, the Yankees. Oh,
My brother Tom, Mr. Peter Standish.
Servant, sir. Mom, he's here. In here.
In there? Mom, I present our cousin, Mr. Peter Standish.
10,000 welcomes, dear cousin. And allow me, sir, our dear friend, Mr. Throstle, and my other daughter, Helen.
Mr. Standish.
Miss Pettigrew?
Now then, sir, I'm ready to show you the town.
Yes, by all means.
Of course, I shall put you up in Brooks Club. You'll meet every gentleman in London at Brooks Club.
And when you wish, sir, I shall be glad to present you to the President of the Royal Academy, Sir Joshua.
Reynolds? Sir Joshua Reynolds, the painter?
Whom else, sir?
Do you think he'd paint my portrait?
Aye, at 100 guineas.
A monstrous sum, cousin, but he's the fashion.
Our prospective brother-in-law, Mr. Throstle, may persuade him to paint you for less.
Brother-in-law?
Tom, please. Helen, dear, what good fortune. Our cousin is here for your birthday reception.
Your birthday, Miss Helen?
Yes.
Why, of course, your aunt's gift is for your birthday. The cashmere shawl.
Oh, is it a shawl? She sent a parcel for my birthday, but I wasn't to open it until then. Well, I'll go and open it now.
Oh, strike me. How do you know about Helen's present?
Oh, I really don't know. Just a hunch, a shot in the dark.
Hunch, sir? Shot in the dark?
Look, an American jest. Look, it is a shawl.
Is it? Why,
Come, sir. How did you know?
Well, here's a rival for you, Helen. Looky, cousin. Can you read thoughts like my sister?
Helen reads thoughts?
Oh, at times I seem to see things that others do not.
What things?
Why, I believe you're trying to change the subject, Mr. Standish. Mom, I fear our cousin is not well.
Oh, it's just a headache. A rather tiresome headache.
Then you must rest till dinner. Tom?
Come, sir. You to your room, and I to the blue ball for your boxes.
It was rather stupid of me to have mentioned that shawl. And strange that Helen should be so quick to sense my confusion. Helen. The diary mentions so little of her, and nothing at all of her second sight. Tom left me alone in the room, and suddenly, before a mirror, I saw an incredible sight. Myself, faultlessly groomed in knee breeches and silver buckles. A wig on my head and lace at my neck. I went to a window and flung it open. Yes, it was all true. I saw other men in the square, men dressed as I was dressed, and coaches and sedan chairs, and a watchman bawling the hour of the day. I, Peter Standish, had, in the year 1939, swept time away and walked into another century. I was alive in 1784 in Berkeley Square. And then I heard music, a spinet. I followed the sound, and in a moment I stood again before Helen Pettigrew. You play very well, Helen. Oh, no, please, don't stop.
Your headache is cured already, cousin?
Completely.
You really did not have a headache?
No.
How did you know about my shawl?
No, please. No more questions. Helen, I feel you're the only one here I can talk to. You'll help me, won't you?
How can I help you, cousin?
Well, it's all so strange, all this.
This? London? Berkeley Square?
And I didn't think it would be. It makes me uncomfortable. You can see that, can't you?
Kate will soon put you at your ease.
And you, Helen, are you really engaged to Mr. Thrussell?
Tom had no right to say that. Mother would like me to be.
I thought so. Look, we'll make a bargain. You help me out, and I'll back you up.
Will you?
I want... Oh, I keep forgetting. I can't interfere with things that really did happen. I mean, you see, my position here... so awkward.
Awkward, sir? You're reported to have £10,000 a year. With that, you may do anything you wish.
Perhaps you do marry Thrussell after all.
Never.
Helen, look at me. Is there anything strange about me?
Strange?
Well, I'm an American, you know, and just come into this new world. That's why I may seem nervous.
The family's inside. Perhaps we'd better join them.
Oh, no, please, don't go.
Kate is waiting for you, Peter.
Oh, yes.
And my brother. He and Mr. Thrussell spoke of taking you to Brooks Club.
Brooks Club, yes. Yes, I think I shall like that.
Would you look at him, Major? Just look at him.
Well, perhaps he's never before viewed a gentleman's gaming club.
That scant excuse to ogre like a country lout.
When we came here an hour ago, he turned his back on the Prince of Wales.
And why so, Mr. Thrussell?
Because His Highness blew his nose with his fingers.
Oh, come now, come. I sailed across the Atlantic with him. That doesn't sound like my Yankee at all. Hi, Standish.
Have I had the honor, sir?
Well, Standish, you haven't forgotten Clinton.
Major Clinton? Why, of course, but dressed like a peacock? Why, your own mother wouldn't know you. You don't seem the same man, sure.
Nor you, sir. Not the same man at all.
Well, we must push off now, mustn't we, Mr. Thrussell?
Push off?
Well, you offered to take me to Sir Joshua. He's going to do my portrait, Clinton.
But you haven't met him yet.
He'll do it. He's got to. Well, Thrussell, let's get a taxi and... let's be on our way, shall we? Good day, gentlemen. A few minutes later, I was talking with the greatest portrait painter England has ever known, Sir Joshua Reynolds. In the days that followed, I made frequent visits to his studio. And one morning, Helen and Kate came with me.
Please, Mr. Standish, the pose.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tell me, sir, now that you've broken away from England, you're determined to do great things in the in the United States, are you not?
Oh, I suppose we shall. You see, Sir Joshua, our forefathers, that is we have brought forth upon that continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
All men created equal?
But, sir, that proposition is absurd.
Absurd? Well, yes, yeah. I suppose it does seem a little cockeyed.
Cock-eyed?
An American term, Kate. We've invented a new language over there.
Step down, Mr. Standish. I can paint no more today.
Sir Joshua, what's wrong?
His face. Something in his face. It completely eludes me.
A very ordinary face, Sir Joshua.
It is anything but that, Mr. Standish. It holds something I've never encountered before.
Oh, now what expression in any face could elude an artist who painted Mrs. Siddons, the mistress of all expressions, as the tragic muse?
What? What did you say?
The tragic muse.
Sir, you make sport of me. You have talked with Mrs. Siddons?
Peter, you haven't met Mrs. Siddons.
Oh, I only say what everyone else knows. Surely the tragic muse is painted.
Come here. Look, behind the drape. You see? The canvas has scarcely been started. One sitting, Mr. Standish. That is all. Not even Mrs. Siddons knows the name I have in mind for this. The tragic muse.
Oh, I'm sorry I mentioned it before it happened, Sir Joshua. When may I come again?
If you wish, next Wednesday. By then I shall know if I can continue your portrait or not.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Helen's birthday was the next day. Late in the afternoon, I saw her alone in the garden. I had to talk with her. As I passed the drawing room on my way out, I overheard Kate and Lady Anne.
But I tell you, Mom, I scarcely ever see him but that he's with Helen. Kate, this is unlike you. You think me jealous. Is that it, jealous? You're a girl, my dear, and he is handsome and rich. Jealous? But no, I am not. Mother, when I am with him, I'm afraid. Afraid? Afraid of what? I do not know. But I love my sister. And when she is with him, I am afraid for her. Rubbish, child. Now to your room and get dressed. Have you forgotten the birthday ball?
May I sit with you, Helen?
Oh, my, what a sober face, Peter.
Helen, are you afraid of me?
How could I be afraid of one for whom I feel sorry? You're unhappy with us. You feel strange among us.
Yes. Everything's so different. They all liked me at first, but now I can see it in their eyes. Fear.
That's because you look through us, Peter. You seem to know what we think, even what we're going to do next. I wish I could help you.
Oh, but you do, just by your sympathy. Oh. Even though you can't possibly know how much I need it. Oh, the days are all right. I go about your old London. That's the most marvelous experience that ever came to a living man. But at night, as I lay awake, it all seems like a nightmare. Until I remember you, Helen. Helen, you're not like the others. You're real. And I want to take...
I'm Helen, Peter. And my sister is Kate, whom you're going to marry.
Helen, where are you going?
I'm going to dress for the party. Our guests will be arriving soon.
There he is, Clinton. See? My gad, you'd think there was no other man in London.
A most amazing rebel, gentlemen.
Why, every morning the servants must fetch buckets of hot water so Master Colonial may wash himself.
Wash himself? All over?
Every morning, Mr. Throstle.
All over every morning?
Well, we shall see about that. Standish.
Yes, Major?
What's this talk of baths? You took but one bath aboard ship, and you talked about that for a week.
I cannot stand salt water, sir.
But all over, Mr. Standish.
Well, you admire the Romans, Mr. Throstle. The Romans bathed?
Excessively so, in their degeneration. But the virile powers of the Roman Republic were...
were doubtlessly as dirty as you. Yes, Throstle, I suppose you're right.
Pray forgive me, gentlemen.
Lady Anne.
Peter, she's here. She's asking for you.
She, milady?
The Duchess, Peter.
Oh.
The Duchess of Devonshire.
You'll find her enchanting, Standish, providing you do not keep her waiting.
The music room, Peter. The music room. After all, Mr. Standish, we would have yielded the tea tax. Why did you Americans insist on rebellion?
Why? I suppose, Duchess, to make the world safe for democracy.
Democracy, sir?
But surely you don't begrudge us our poor stretches of wilderness. You, upon whose empire the sun never sets.
The sun never sets. Sir, England has seldom received so magnificent a compliment.
Yes, it is rather a good phrase, isn't it?
Now about Miss Pettigrew. She will make you a devoted wife. And I'm sure, Mr. Standish, you are her very first love.
Men always want to be a woman's first love, Duchess. Women have a more subtle instinct about things. What they like is to be a man's last romance.
Oh, now, I swear there's no nimbler tongue than this in all London. And are you certain, as I am, that Miss Pettigrew is all you would want?
All I want? I have found there are in this world only two tragedies. One is not getting what you want, and the other...
Is getting it. Oh, a charming aphorism, Mr. Standish.
Georgiana, Duchess of Devonshire.
Now, what makes you mention my name?
Oh, I didn't mean to. The honor. I'm overcome.
You roll it out as if you were announcing me at court.
All the grace of the period seems to center in that name. In English history, it is the finest flower of an age of elegance. We know your face from Gainsborough has painted you, hasn't he?
Yes.
All the legend and beauty of this time cling about you. What can the 18th century offer that can even compare with...
Wait.
With...
You speak of me so strangely. I find your compliments becoming a little disturbing.
Disturbing?
You were talking of me as one might talk of the late Mr. Voltaire, in the past tense.
Oh, I made no use of past tenses, Duchess.
You were thinking of me in the past tense. Yes. You've spoken of me as though I were already dead.
Oh, dear me, and I tried so hard to make an impression.
Sir, you have made an indescribable impression. You may leave me now, Mr. Standish.
Yes, Duchess.
Mr. Standish, perhaps now Miss Kate will dance with you.
Dance with me?
Yes. It's been observed that Miss Kate has danced not once with you all evening.
Oh.
Can it be, sir, that she is almost of a mind to break with you?
Kate, break with me? Now, listen, Russell. We're going to be married and have 3 children. One of them dies at the age of 7 of smallpox and is buried in St. Mark's churchyard. Now, that's absurd, isn't it? But you believe it, don't you?
Well, since you can read Kate's future, perhaps you'll inform me also of Helen's.
Helen's future? No. No, I don't know that. I don't know. After the guests have departed, Lady Anne, truthfully, I have never attended such a ball in all my life.
Oh, but it was horrible, horrible.
Horrible? Why, Helen.
The Duchess, Peter. She repeated the things you said. Things that don't sound like you at all.
Oh, I just dazzled her with a couple of epigrams borrowed from a fellow named Oscar Wilde.
A friend of yours, Peter?
No, he won't be around for a couple of Well, never mind. This is just a little bit complicated.
Complicated? Oh, dear, dear.
The Duchess is afraid of you, Peter.
And Helen, you are not even commonly civil to poor Mr. Thrastle. Oh, I'm distracted.
Cousin?
Yes?
We've been speaking with Sir Joshua, Kate and I, before he left. He would destroy your portrait, sir.
He would, but he won't. He'll complete it.
Painters have good eyes, cousin. What is it that Sir Joshua sees and we do not? How did you ever get into this house? You walked in here, but no one saw you. You remember the rain, Tom? His shoes were dry. Stop it at once.
Madam, if I could have a moment alone with Kate.
Indeed, yes. Come, Helen. Tom.
Kate, you mustn't talk like this. We're going to be married.
Never. I fear you as I fear the devil. I'm leaving here in the morning for Budley.
We are going to be married, Kate, and have children and live here. That happens.
Look at me. Look at me and tell me that you love me.
Oh, I can't. I can't say that. Kate, wait. Go to Budley, but you'll return. And when you see me again, I may be changed. I may not be the same man. I may feel differently then about Helen and Thrastle. And if I do, promise me that you'll stand by Helen. She'll be alone. She'll need your help. Why, Helen, I thought you'd all gone to bed long ago.
Kate told me, Peter. Try to forgive her.
Oh, she simply discovered that I don't love her.
But you wanted her to marry you.
I had to play a part. That was all.
Peter, how can you know of things that haven't happened yet? Now, first there was my shawl, and, since so many things.
Tomorrow seems as real to me as yesterday.
Oh, I want to see ahead, too. I want to know all the wonderful things that are coming after we are dead.
Yes, you're in love with the future just as I was in love with the... Why? Why do you want to know?
So that I can make Kate understand and be happy with you.
And because I love the world and being alive, I want to see ahead because I love it so.
Kate would never understand, Helen.
Peter, please, the things you have seen.
The things I've seen.
Yes.
Where shall I begin? That candle there. Helen, long after us, this room, Berkeley Square, all of London will be flooded with light brilliant beyond any candle. All by the movement of one man's hand.
By magic. But what would it be like, Peter?
It's no use. There aren't words to tell you.
I could see them, Peter. Through your eyes.
But that isn't possible.
Peter.
Helen, your eyes. They burn.
This room. Yes. It blazes with your magic lights. And there on the wall, your portrait. It's finished. Sir Joshua finished it as you said he would.
The veil is thin for you.
A man and a girl. I can see them, too. Oh, they're dressed so queerly. The man. He's like you, Peter.
Oh, don't, Helen.
Yes, I will see. And outside in the sky, great birds bigger than 100 eagles.
Machines with men in them.
And water. There's water, the ocean. That great floating mountain there. A ship. No sails, no masts. And beyond, a great cluster of towers reaching into the clouds.
Only a city across the sea.
Oh, a fairy city. Men who fly like birds. They cross the ocean. Their houses pierce the sky. They'll conquer evil. Oh, Peter, they'll be like angels. Not men.
Now, close your eyes, Helen.
I will
Close
see.
them.
I
Close
will
them.
see. Oh, devils there are. Demons.
Close them.
With masks on their faces. A yellow mist is around them. They fall, they twist in the mud. Lights flare everywhere in a great flame. It opens like a flower.
A flower that blows 50 men to bits.
Curving streams of fire.
Pumped out of hoses to shrivel men like insects.
Oh.
1917. And it'll happen again in another generation. You want to see more of the future?
It isn't true. God would never have put us here to suffer for a race of fiends like that. There must be beauty there, too. And love. There must be.
Yes, there is. Helen, try and understand, and if you can't understand, then believe what I tell you now. I have come to you from that other world. A world you must forget, just as you must forget me.
Forget you? You know I can't do that, Peter.
I love you, Helen. God help us both, I love you.
I loved you before I ever saw you. In my first dream of you. Coming from somewhere far away to meet me.
Oh, this is no part I'm playing now. I'm myself. Myself.
Oh, take me with you, Peter.
No, I can't. That isn't possible. It isn't my life or yours. It isn't my world or yours.
Don't leave me. Don't go and leave me.
No, I'll never leave you, Helen. Never.
Oh, Peter.
There's never been a kiss like this since the world began.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. We'll return with Act 3 of Berkeley Square in a moment. Meanwhile, over at the Allens' house, they're doing their Christmas wrapping early. There's bright paper and Christmas ribbon all over the living room floor.
Oh, honestly, the ribbon slipped again. Honey, come put your finger on this knot, will you?
I never knew a woman yet who could tie a square knot by herself.
Now, no remarks. This is your present to Dad I'm doing. Now, just hold your finger still a minute. There.
This pretty paper. Where'd you get it? Looks nice.
Gosh, her hands are practically as red as the paper. Must be the housework and the dishwashing. I hate to see them like that.
Isn't it cute? Someone gave it to us on a package last year, so I saved it and ironed it smooth.
Oh, what a thrifty wife you turned out to be. But you don't have to pinch the pennies that hard, honey. As a matter of fact, I was just thinking, maybe we ought to get someone to help you with the housework and the dishes and things.
Oh, Bill, you darling. As if there was such a thing as a maid these days. Now, whatever made you think of that?
Oh, dear, he's noticed how awful my hands look. I simply must do something about it.
Oh, say, before you sit down, turn on the radio.
Sure.
Thrifty, too. Lux does up to twice as many dishes, ounce for ounce, as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. So if strong soaps have left your hands rough and red, change to gentle, thrifty Lux Flakes. Remember, you can change dishpan hands to soft, smooth Lux hands for less than a penny a day.
Why, maybe that's what's wrong with my hands. That strong soap I've been using for the dishes. I'll have to get some Lux tomorrow and see.
And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
3 of Berkeley Square, starring Ronald Coleman as Peter Standish and Maureen O'Sullivan as Helen. Once again, it's the present time. In Berkeley Square, the rain beats against the black windows. The clock ticks on. And Peter Standish continues the account of his incredible journey into the world of yesterday.
I had gone back to live for as long as it pleased me the life of another man. The life of the Peter Standish who was my ancestor. But I could play the part no longer. The man in love with Helen Pettigrew was not my ancestor, but myself. And now I knew I never could leave her. Never. My attentions to Helen became obvious to the household. They talked about it constantly. Then, suddenly, Kate returned from the country.
You'll marry neither me nor Helen. I've come back from Budley to save my sister, and save her I shall.
You'll return to Budley this very day. First she throws away 10,000 for herself, and now she'll keep Helen from bringing it to the family. If Russell here understands these altered circumstances, surely you can and will.
I understand the difference between his £10,000 and my £1,500. My affections still rest with Miss Helen.
If Miss Helen loves Mr. Standish, sir, they must marry at once. Are they not seen together constantly? Where are they now but riding in the countryside again?
Milady, Mr. Standish is no fit mate for any mortal woman.
Then you know. You know. Yes, he cast his spell on me, but God took pity. He saved me. We must pray that he save Helen, too.
Quiet, they've returned. Cousin?
Yes?
We'd have a word with you, sir.
You've a moment, Mr. Standish?
Oh, a century, madam, if you wish it.
Where is my sister?
Gone to her room, I believe.
Mr. Standish, before I came home, I stopped at the American legation.
You did what?
Yes. I had made a list of 10 of his phrases, expressions of speech. Should not the American ambassador, Mr. Adams, know what words are used in New York?
He's a Massachusetts man.
He had heard not even one of them. These words are not used in America, nor in this world. Peter Standish came from New York on the General Wolfe. His body stands there. But what have you done with his soul?
His soul goes marching on. Now, listen, all of you, in your silly way, you're trying to help Helen, and I love you for that. But I've seen your civilization, your fine city. And I tell you what's needed here is a new fire of London, a new plague. Dirt, disease, cruelty, smells. Lord, how the 18th century stinks.
Sir.
Madam, I've seen you in Sheridan's plays, read you in Jane Austen's novels, plowing straight ahead over everything like a tank lumbering through the mud. You hear that, Kate? Like a tank. There's your 11th strange word from the lexicon of Beelzebub. Peter Standish came from New York aboard the General Wolfe, did he? Well, Peter Standish came from New York in 5 days aboard the Queen Mary. So I make a few more blunders? So I drive you back to Budley, Kate, at 50 miles an hour? No, not in a broomstick, in an automobile. Ah, you're all over and done with. You're dead in your grave. Ghost!
Stand aside from the door. Stand aside.
Stop her. She'll tell Helen.
Clear out. Get back to your grave.
Ghost? Grave?
Mr. Thrussell, you're a dead and buried little pipsqueak.
Let me alone. No.
Exorcism. Thrussell cast out the devil. Banned by bell, book, and candle. Did you smell the brimstone, Thrussell? Shall I show you my cloven hoof? Am I to vanish in a clap of thunder? I'll set 10 little devils on you.
No.
Imprisonment. Imprisonment for life. For life. In this filthy little pigsty of a world.
Peter.
Yes?
They've told me, Peter. Told me how you feel. As one alive among the very dead.
Helen, we'll leave here. You and I. We'll go to America.
People would hate and fear you anywhere.
Oh, I can face them all. For you belong to me, Helen. Not to them.
Each night I've said, he must go back. But each morning when we'd be together again, I'd think, oh, only let me have one more day.
Helen, I couldn't live my own life without you.
What life is this for you? Be brave, Peter. We two alone have been chosen for this wonder out of the millions of lovers since time began. Our love is more real than if you'd been born in my world, or I in yours. Because it is a miracle.
That we've come together at all. Doesn't that prove we weren't meant to lose each other?
Yes, and we shall be together. Always, Peter. Not in my time, or in yours, but in God's.
Helen, you love me. You can't want me to go back. You love me.
With all my soul.
Then I stay here.
My world's a nightmare to you, Peter. A living death. Because you love me, you condemn us both to that? No. No, leave me while our love is still beautiful. I ask it for my sake.
Oh, Helen.
You've your own life to live out in the future. Don't be too sad there about a girl who's been dead so long. As I grow old, your youth will seem to me eternal youth. For you will come, won't you? Young, as I see you now, to my grave in St. Mark's churchyard. To you, that will be tomorrow, and yet it will be generations after I am dead.
Oh, Helen.
I'll ask for a stone with the letters cut deep, so they won't wear away before you come to me.
Helen, I love you only. Now and in my own time, and in whatever time may come.
And I believe. If only you could take back with you just one thing that was mine. Wait. There is something. This. Father found it in Egypt when the fleet was there. In some strange way, it's meant so much to me.
The Ansata cross. Symbol of life, of eternity. Helen, that was mine.
This little thing that has crossed the great darkness between us. Mine while I lived, and yours in a world that I shall never see. Go, Peter. Go now. Please.
Oh, Helen.
No. This was our parting. Please.
This was our parting. Helen.
No more. No more, dear shadows.
I had made my journey across the bridge of time, connecting today and yesterday, and I had returned. Behind me remained the Peter Standish of the 18th century, the man who sailed from America on the General Wolfe, who did marry Kate Pettigrew, whose portrait Sir Joshua Reynolds did finish. In his diary, he mentions a sudden happy change in their attitude toward him. He couldn't understand it. He must have had a fever, they said. But they didn't question him. A man with £10,000 a year could afford to be eccentric. The calendar on my desk says September 1939. Next to it is a simple wooden carving, the Ansata cross. I shall take it with me when I leave for France tomorrow. Earlier tonight, Marjorie was here.
Peter, they just told me. You're leaving for France?
Yes, tomorrow.
But you'll come back. And perhaps when the war is over and things are different, what?
Oh, I know, Marjorie. I know. We were going to be married. It seems so long ago.
Peter, that portrait on the wall, surely you don't think any longer that you are he?
No, but something has happened. Something which you could never believe. So, well, now it's goodbye, Marjorie.
Never mind, Peter. I can't break an old habit. I shall go on looking after you, even if it's from a long way off.
Oh, forgive me, Marjorie.
You're fine and honest as always, Peter. It's all right.
There's very little more to write about. This morning I went to St. Mark's churchyard. There I found a tombstone with these words, cut deep. Here lies, in confident hope of the blessed resurrection and life eternal, Helen Pettigrew, beloved younger daughter of Sir William Pettigrew, K.B., Vice Admiral of the Blue, and the Lady Anne Pettigrew, who departed this life December the 10th, 1784, aged 21 years.
We shall be together always, Peter. Not in my time or in yours, but in God's.
Our stars will be back for their curtain calls in just a moment. Did you ever think of 3 as a very important number? Plays usually have 3 acts. A yard of material is 3 times as long as a foot. Or if you're baking a cake, a tablespoon of shortening is 3 times as much as a teaspoonful. Here's another 3 rule. When it comes to washing pretty underthings, Lux Care keeps them lovely 3 times longer. Strong soap, hot water, and rough handling leave delicate lingerie faded and old-looking in no time. and seams often pull, shoulder straps fray, lace gets holes in it. Exactly the same kinds of slips, washed the gentle Lux way, come out lovely looking time after time. In actual tests, the Lux slips looked nicer after 30 washings than the wash day ones did after only 10. So, if you want to keep those pretty undies of yours dainty and new looking longer, stick to gentle Lux care. They'll stay pretty extra long, 3 times longer. Now, back to Mr. DeMille and our stars.
And now our thanks to Ronald Coleman and Maureen O'Sullivan for their very able and sincere performances in Berkeley Square.
You gave us a fascinating play to do, Mr. DeMille.
Did you read, Maureen, where one columnist reports that Berkeley Square is going to be made into a musical at 18th Century Fox?
18th Century Fox.
I mean 20th Century Fox. I've been rather moved by tonight's play.
You certainly were moved about 2 centuries.
I should think Berkeley Square might make an excellent musical, Mr. DeMille.
Yeah, think of the chances for song titles. This is a lovely way to spend an Ian's.
Or snuff gets in your eyes.
As for costumes, think what you could do with bustles.
And think what you could do without them.
Maureen.
Well, for a musical, we'd have to have a smash finale.
That ought to take place in the 22nd century.
But how do you know what the 22nd century will be like, Ronald?
Well, I look into my crystal ball and I see... Well, that's funny.
Why, what do you say?
So this thing must be inside out. I'm looking back to 15th century Paris, and there's Francois Villon.
Oh, you're saying this stage next Monday night.
Lux Radio Theater, Christmas night?
Yes. We've chosen for Christmas that delightful and stirring operetta, The Vagabond King, with Dennis Morgan, Katherine Grayson, and J. Carroll Nash. It's the story of a lovable romantic rogue, a poet who ruled for a day and who loved for a lifetime. And with it goes the enchanting music of Rudolph Frimmel and the singing of 2 of the screen's most lovely voices.
Well, that sounds like a very happy Christmas, Phoebe. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. I'm glad we met on Berkeley Square. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dennis Morgan, Katherine Grayson, and J. Carroll Nash in The Vagabond King. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Now, an important reminder to housewives. There is still a critical shortage of waste fats and greases needed to help win this war more quickly. Save every drop of waste fats from your kitchen. Strain them into a clean can and rush them to your butcher. He'll give you 4 cents and 2 red ration points for each pound. Ronald Coleman may currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor picture, Kismet. Heard in tonight's play were Dorothy Lovett, Charles Seal, Gloria Gordon, Leslie Dennison, Claire Verdera, Jacqueline DeWitt, Colin Campbell, Eric Snowden, Norman Field, Gwen Delano. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Vagabond King with Dennis Morgan, Katherine Grayson, and J. Carroll Nash.
Jingle bells for Christmas cake. Try Kate Smith and Aunt Jenny's Holly Wreath Nut Cake, made with new Easy Mix Spry. It's super delicious with the flavor of orange and almond and nuts. Stays fresh so long you can enjoy it all through the Yuletide. Look for the recipe. See the Spry ad in newspapers and December women's magazines.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Vagabond King with Dennis Morgan, Katherine Grayson, and J. Carroll Nash. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Up yours! Get out of the way!
Cat say he gonna be here, he should be here.
Open it up.
Shaft's his name. Shaft's his game.
Cat say he gonna be here, and he ain't. It ain't right. Oh.
Wait.
That's some cold shit. Throwing my man Leroy out the window. Just picked my man up and threw him out the goddamn window.
Listen, Snow White.
Me and you gonna tangle sooner or later.
Why don't you stop playing with yourself, Willie?
You ain't gonna do shit.
Shaft's his name. Shaft's his game.
Hey, man, I don't know no Ben Buford.
20.
Oh, that Ben Buford.
We're gonna take it out of your ass, pimp.
I'm looking for a nigger named John Shaft.
Just found him. Wow.
The mob wanted Harlem back. They got Shaft up to here.
All I'm asking you is to let me know what's going on. No names, no places, just what?
Okay, Tom, used up your minute. Get out.
Don't Tom me, man.
Where, gun? None here. I'll be goddamn. Yeah. Come on, in front of me.
You want to play your super heavy black number? I'm going to play mine. We can nail your tail for manslaughter on what we got on you right now.
Right on.
What is it? When you lead that revolution, why they better be standing still? But you don't run with a down no more. We're done running, man.
Shaft. Hotter than Bond, cooler than Bullet. Rated R. If you want to see Shaft, ask your mama.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Science has often experimented on certain animals to determine if they have memories. And we've heard many tales about an elephant's memory, especially toward those who have done him evil. In fact, there's an old saying, he has a memory like an elephant. Bill Henry, Stumpy, and Grey Wolf are going to find out to their amazement how a grateful dog can remember those who helped him. Actually, the help the fellows gave the dog was small and almost insignificant in a ranger's busy day. But the fact remains that they did stop and help a canine in trouble. Well, suppose we get started with our story, The Dog That Didn't Forget. Our story opens on the hog farm owned by Roscoe Dickens and his son Larry. The brood sows have recently delivered their fall litters, and there are hundreds of little oinkers running around in their pens alongside their mothers. Roscoe and Larry keep a watchful eye on their valuable sows and pigs because they've seen some large eagles flying about overhead eyeing a nice tender pork chop dinner for themselves. Right now, father and son are about to go into the house to have lunch.
Well, we'd better take our boots off, Larry.
I guess so, Dad. We'll never get all this mud off of them to Mother's satisfaction.
Yep, she'll skin us alive if we track mud all over the floor.
Right. Sit down on the step, Dad. I'll pull your boots off.
Okay. Age before youth, eh?
No, it's the respect of youth for its elders.
Yeah, you got a glib tongue, young fella. I suppose you use the same smooth talk on your girlfriend, huh?
Oh, Dad, come off her, will you? What's that?
Oh, it's them pig-loving eagles. Maybe I can get a shot at one this time.
Hey, Dad, you forgot your boots.
It's no use, Dad. They're too fast. Oh, you can say that again. From now on, one of us will stay here and stand guard. It's foolish of me to let us both go away at the same time. How many did they get?
6. There were 3 eagles, and they took a pig in each claw.
Well, you go on up the house and have lunch, and I'll stand guard. Them flying pig stealers come back again, I'll tell them so full of round shots I'll have to walk home. Well, what's so darn funny?
You?
Me?
Sure, you're standing there, your stocking feet with mud up to your ankles.
Stocking feet? Well, if I ain't a sight for sore eyes.
I shouldn't laugh. After all, this is serious, but you look so funny.
Well, son, there ain't no reason why we can't have a legitimate laugh, even in the face of trouble. Sometimes that's the best medicine in the world for high blood pressure and hot tempers. Give me some clean socks and my boots when you come back from lunch, will you?
Sure thing.
And if them eagles come back, I'll kick mud pies at them.
Roscoe and Larry Dickens aren't the only stockmen in the Knotty Pine area who are having trouble with eagles stealing their livestock. The Bruce brothers have been battling the eagles for several weeks as the giant birds carry off lambs from their flocks. Right now, Biff and Andy Bruce are using their rifles like anti-aircraft guns as they pour out a barrage of hot lead into the sky.
Look at those buzzers, Andy!
Hit one! Look at them feathers coming down.
Keep it up! It's going away!
We might as well stop shooting, Biff. They're out of accurate range now.
Yeah, guess you're right there. I don't think they got any lambs this trip, you?
Didn't seem to get any.
Boy, I sure wish we could get those lamb butchers.
I heard the other boys are complaining about the eagles, too. Suppose I mosey around and find out who's having trouble and what they're doing about it.
Good idea. I'll stand guard with this lead pill dispenser while you're gone.
Well, it appears that the eagles have quite a fancy appetite. Not only do they like pork and lamb, but they have their beaks set for veal as well. Let's drop over to the Sears Ranch as Clarence and Jonathan Sears ride through and around their herd of prime beef cows. The boys sure aren't happy about what they see.
Those pesky eagles have been after the calves again, Clarence.
Yeah, they sure have. Look at the talon marks on this calf's back. Better have the boys come out and patch up the wounded calves. Might get an infection and die.
Uh-oh. There's another calf over here with a hide almost torn off his back. I'd like to give those eagles an infection.
Yeah, a hot lead infection.
We've got to do something about this. Before you know it, those clawing varmints will have all of our calves scratched to bits.
I wonder if any of the other boys are having the same trouble.
I don't know, but there's one way to find out.
You mean over at Ben's store?
Sure, why not? Ben listens to the boys as they talk. He's better than a newspaper or a party line phone.
Well, howdy, Ben.
Howdy, boys. Draw up a barrel and set a spell. Thank you, Ben. What's new out your way?
Oh, nothing much. Hey, lean over here, Ben, and I'll tell you something.
Yeah? What's the matter? You got something secret here?
Not exactly, Ben. You heard any of the boys talk about eagles?
Huh? You say something about eagles?
Yeah, that's what I said. You heard the boys talking about eagles.
Larry and I have, Jonathan.
Hello, Roscoe. You having eagle trouble, too?
Man, hell. I take it that you fellas are being pestered by them, too.
They sure are. They're ripping our calves to shreds.
And did you hear that?
Yeah. Them buzzards sure have a selective appetite. What do you fellas plan to do about getting rid of them? We haven't any plans yet. We thought we'd drop around and find out if any of you fellas are having the same trouble.
Yeah, Ben. You ever heard tell of having this kind of trouble around here before?
Yep.
Good. What'd they do about them?
Well, let me think a spell here. Yep, it was 5 years ago this month. The boys in Shady River Valley had the same trouble.
How'd they get rid of the big birds?
Don't rightly recollect. And all I know is that they was gone all of a sudden like. Well, who was it?
I got it. Now I remember, sure enough. It was that there ranger fella, Bill, oh, you know who I mean.
Bill Jefferson, the boss ranger?
That's the fella, Roscoe. Yes, sir, he done it. Got rid of them there eagles right sudden like.
Hello, Ranger Headquarters. Henry Scott speaking.
This is Roscoe Dickens. Bill Jefferson there?
No, Mr. Dickens, he isn't.
Can you get a hold of him quick?
Perhaps I can this evening. He's out on the trail and he plans to stay out for another week or so. However, I talk to him almost every evening by radio.
Well, I'd sure appreciate it if you can get a hold of him this evening. It's quite urgent.
Well, I'll try my best, Mr. Dickens. Is there a message I can give him?
Yeah. Tell him I'd like to have him come over to my ranch. We need his help.
Bill, Stumpy, and Grey Wolf have been out in the forest a number of days now, mapping fire lanes. Each year, old fire lanes have to be cleaned of brush and scrap trees. Also, it's necessary to cut new fire lanes every few years to meet the changing fire hazard conditions. The fellows are using the conventional surveying equipment. Stumpy's using the Transit, which is a small telescope on a tripod. This instrument has special gauges and scales on it that tell the surveyor what his readings and elevations are. Bill and Grey Wolf do the footwork for the old-timer. They carry the long sticks that have height markings on them. Mapping's a rough job because it involves miles and miles of walking. Stumpy is mumbling unhappily to Bill.
You must be fire lane happy, Sonny. How many new ones did you have cut, anyhow?
Well, by the looks of this map we're working up, I'd say we cleared out quite a few.
Stumpy's one good eye get tired looking through Transit.
No, see here, you young whippersnapper. I got two perfectly good eyes, and they both work fine. I'm no surveyor. I'm even a worse map maker. But we'll say I get a little cross-eyed peeping through this pipe with a knothole at each end. Go on, run your line. I'll watch you.
I knew you'd see it our way, Stumpy.
We only have a dozen more fire lanes to map.
Them fellers think I'm Columbus looking for the United States. I'll keep 'em hopping as soon as I get all this contraption set up.
Okay, take reading now.
Well, what do you think I'm doing? Reading the Sears Roebuck Almanac? What's the matter with them guys anyhow? Hey, Grey Wolf, look out behind you. There's a wolf.
Where did you see the wolf, Stumpy?
Riding back of Grey Wolf. He was in this here brush.
How big was Wolf?
Well, pretty good size, Sonny. If he'd have jumped, you'd have had your hands full.
I'm glad you see Wolf through Transit.
Hold it, fellas.
Huh? You find trail signs, Sonny?
I sure did. Look here.
Oh, he plenty big fellow, all right.
I'll say so. Well, we've scared him off. Might as well finish surveying this new fire land and call it quits for the day.
Yeah. I sure could do with some victuals. Then have a nice quiet evening around the campfire before turning in. Well, I just finished the Gospel of John. Read it lots of times, but just as new to me as the first time I read it.
That tells me that the Bible is God's Word, because I not get tired of it.
Well, that's the great truth of the Scriptures, fellas. God's Word is just as new, fresh, powerful as when it was written. Men have been trying to fathom all of the Bible's truths for thousands of years. And will continue to do so until the Lord comes again.
That's right. I guess it's almost time to turn in.
Hey, I almost forgot to call Henry. I'll set up the radio.
Why bother, Bill? Let's leave everything peaceful and quiet the way it's been for days since we've been out here.
I wish I could, Stumpy. Better check in, though.
Well, I guess I'll stretch my legs before hitting the hay. Huh? Hey, what was that? Whoa. I see him. Sit still, fellas. I'll have old Betsy a bargain before you can bat an eye.
Hurry, Stumpy. That plenty
Don't
big
shoot,
wolf.
Stumpy. That's a dog, not a wolf. Eh? Well, great day in the morning if it ain't.
You're right. He hurt, too.
Let's try and get him to come over to us. I'll fix some food that should coax him in so we can help him.
Keep coaxing him, Sonny. He's weakening.
Ah, he plenty hungry. Food smell overcome his fears of us.
Come on, boy. Right over here, fella. That's right.
That's good, Bill. Ah, you do a good job.
Atta boy, just a little.
Seem a little more relaxed now.
Okay, fella, you're doing fine. All right, here's your food now.
Look at him go up his food. Poor feller probably hasn't had anything to eat since Hector was a pup.
Ah, you like warm fire, too.
All right, let's leave him be for a while, fellas. I think he'll stay with us until we can get a look at his injured leg. Okay, fella. Hold still now while I take a look at this leg of yours.
And good thing he come for help. The leg begin to fester. Soon blood poison set in.
Yeah, that leg looks like it got tangled up with a small animal trap.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Stumpy. Now, give me the first aid kit. We'll have our friend patched up in a jiffy.
Right here on top of gear. Say, Bill, you want to talk to Henry on radio?
Thanks, Grey Wolf. No, I forgot all about talking to Henry. See if you can get him while I bandage our friend's leg.
Ranger headquarters calling Bill Jefferson. Ranger headquarters calling Bill. Hey, that's the phone. Hello, Ranger headquarters. Henry Scott speaking.
Henry, this is Roscoe Dickens again. Have you been able to get a hold of Bill?
No, I haven't, Mr. Dickens. I've been trying for an hour.
How much longer will you try to contact him?
Oh, about half an hour. If he doesn't answer then, he won't until tomorrow evening.
Will you call me and let me know what happens in, half an hour?
Surely. I'll be glad to. Goodbye. Henry calling Bill. Henry calling Bill. Come in, Bill. Over.
Bill to Henry. Bill to Henry. Over.
Boy, am I glad I got you, Bill. I've been trying for an hour. Roscoe Dickens wants to see you right away. Over.
You know why he wants to see me, pal?
No, I don't, Bill. But I'll meet you and the fellows out at his ranch if it's all right with you.
Okay, pal. We'll pack up right away and meet you there as soon as possible. Over and out.
You ready to shove off, fellas?
Yep. I'm ready to scoot like a rabbit, Sonny. Hey, where's our friend with the bad leg?
Why, I don't know, Stumpy. Did you see him leave, Grey Wolf?
No. Maybe he'd go off while we listen to Henry and you talk.
It could be. Oh, well, he's in good shape now. I think he can take care of himself.
Sure. He'd have stayed around if it wasn't. Maybe he's the kind that likes to be lonesome.
Roscoe
Dickens has relayed the good news over the party line phone, and all of the ranchers and sheepmen in the valley have gathered at the Dickens home. Henry arrives there in a Ranger patrol car, and an hour later, Bill, Stumpy, and Gray Wolf walk in. In a few short minutes, Roscoe brings Bill and the fellas up to date on what's happened and why they've been called so urgently.
So now you've heard our problem, Bill. We need your help, and we need it quick.
Will you help us get rid of the eagles, or should I say, will you get rid of them for us? Because we don't have the slightest idea how to go about it.
Yes, gentlemen. We'll get rid of the eagles for you.
Well, that'll be wonderful. We sure appreciate your help. How long will it take?
Well, it may take days or weeks. We got to hunt the eagles' nests and get them there.
That'll be pretty dangerous, won't it?
Yes, Andy, I suppose so. That's why I suggest we go along. We're trained for this work and used to it. Let's go, fellas. I want to be up in the mountains by sunup.
Boy, I haven't seen hide nor hair of an eagle.
We're not up high enough yet, pal.
You mean we've got to go higher than this?
You said it, Sonny. Those birds are high flyers. They're probably nesting somewhere in those peaks up ahead.
Soon we come to highest point.
You said it, Gray Wolf. If I fell from here, I wish I had a parachute.
Hey, look at there, an eagle.
Nice watching, Stumpy. He flew from the top of the highest peak.
Hey, wait for me. I ain't as nimble-legged as you youngsters, you know.
Here, grab my hand.
There, boy. I want to be in on the kill, too, you know.
I think somebody's making this peak higher as we climb it, Bill.
Oh, a little more patience, pal. We'll be to the top soon.
Hey! We made it! There's the eagle's nest! But there ain't nobody in the home! Them there eagles ain't very cordial. Here they got house guests, and they let us sit here like bumps on a wall.
Not for long, Stumpy.
Huh? You see something?
Yeah, he sure does, Stumpy. Here come 3 eagles.
All right, let's get our positions, fellas. Pick your targets.
Yeah, I'll take the one on the right.
Might take one in middle.
I ain't got no choice. I'll settle for the other one.
Fire when ready and make it count. Good shooting, boys. All right, let's go home.
You ought to see Bill and the fellas now. They're really taking it easy at headquarters after almost running up the mountains after the eagles. Stumpy's got a generous supply of liniment, and it's warm, relieves his aching muscles, and a smile spreads over his face. There's a look of sleep in his eyes as he leans back in his chair. Bill, Henry, and Gray Wolf sit back with contentment on their faces because they've just completed a tough job. The bandit eagles will rob no more.
Roscoe!
That's right, Bill. Thought you said you shot all the eagles.
Yes, I did say that.
Well, I guess you fellas can't count to 3.
Huh? What do you mean? We sure can count to 3. What's more, we shot 3 eagles better than a tombstone.
Well, then there must be a 4th eagle.
Are you joking?
No, sir. The largest eagle I ever seen just attacked my pigs.
Listen to that birdie cut loose with a war cry.
Oh, boy. He sure is a whopper, all right.
See if you can pick him off from here, Stumpy.
Well, I don't think I can do it, Bill. I'll sure give it a try. Hurry! We gotta go after him.
Be careful, fellas. This is dangerous climbing. That's a good thing we don't have to go straight up.
And how? Bad enough climbing halfway straight up.
Stumpy, what's wrong? I got a muscle cramp in my leg.
There, I'll help you, Stumpy.
No! Go on, get that eagle. I'll catch up as soon as I get this cramp rubbed out.
It's not too far now. You better rest here, Henry. You're pretty winded. The air is getting rarer by the minute.
Yeah, Bill. I think I'll sit down and rest. Yeah, I'll catch up in a few minutes.
That's a good boy.
Come on, Grey Wolf. It's up to us now.
Easy now. Gonna have to walk right into him.
There's no other way to get Eagle. I ready.
Only a few more steps. We'll be right in his nest. Wish this big rock weren't in our way so we could shoot from here.
Look out, Bill!
Giant Eagle has descended on Bill and Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf tripped and stumbled backwards, striking his head on the huge rock. Now Bill fights the massive bird alone. He tries desperately to get his rifle up into firing position, but he can't. So now he's using it as a club to ward off the angry eagle. Bill moves like a boxer. Then suddenly he slips on the gravelous rock and slips halfway over the edge of the mountaintop ledge. He tries desperately to hang on and crawl back, but he can't get a good grip with his hands. The mad bird sees his advantage and swoops down for the kill. Henry quickly sizes up the situation and comes running, but he's too far away to help. The big rock is in the way of his line of fire. There was the gun. The eagle's almost on him. Henry's wild shots didn't scare off the vicious bird. Bill will never be able to hold on and fight the bird. The eagle's wings and beak will drive him off the ledge. A wolf! A wolf is fighting off the eagle. No, it's a dog. As the dog and eagle battle, Henry throws all crush to the wind and scoots over and pulls Bill back on the ledge to safety. Bill grabs his rifle and quickly draws a bead on the eagle.
Oh, boy. That was close. If that eagle had got you, Bill, you'd be dead now.
I'll say I would, pal. It's 3,000 feet straight down. Thanks to our canine friend, I'm alive.
Oh, where'd that dog come from? I didn't see him following us.
None of us did. Who knows where he came from? Thank the Lord that he did, however. That's the same dog we helped the other night.
Where dog now?
Hey, he's gone again. Now, why do you suppose he ran off?
I don't know. He's probably satisfied that he repaid us for our kindness to him.
Yes, sirree. That's one dog that didn't forget.
You're right there, old-timer. Animals do have memories. At least some of them do, and it's a good thing for Bill that a dog did remember. Boys and girls, when someone helps you, remember it. You may not be able to repay the same person who was kind to you, but that doesn't stop you from doing the same thing for someone else. Remember, the Lord said, we should do unto others as we would have them do unto us. We'll see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Hi there, boys and girls. This is Ranger Bill back again for just a third of a minute with an extra word of thanks to you for joining us today. Hope you'll team up with the Rangers every week at this time when your local station gives us this chance to get together. See you then. 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 See you then.
You liked him before, so he's back with more. Shaft. Shaft is back. In Shaft's big score.
He looks like Cal Asby to me.
What's left of him?
What did he tell you, Shaft?
Stay away from black hunkies with big, flat feet.
Last time he was nice. This time he's ice.
We go to a lot of funerals, Shaft, Willie and me. One day we'll drop in on yours.
Shaft is back in action with Bumpy and Willie and a new fox or two.
Why don't you take your things off? Hey, wait a minute. I didn't mean all that.
You keep the hell out of Queens.
What do you want from me, Shaft? That damn Italian is serious.
Shaft is back, tougher than ever, caught in the middle of a red-hot numbers war.
Looks like it's payday, Mr. Kelly.
Drop the guns and freeze. This baby starts kicking, it won't stop, so nobody get cute.
If you want to see Shaft score, you got to ask your mama again. Shaft's big score from MGM.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
Come on in, fellas. Special Service presents the Burns and Allen Show with Bill Goodwin, Felix Mills Orchestra, and the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Well, in Gracie's vernacular, there are only 5 more hinting days till Christmas. So, as George comes down to breakfast, Gracie starts hinting. Good morning, dear.
Bonjour, bonjour. Comment allez-vous? Très charmant.
Why, all the French.
Oh, forgive me. I have the hardest time remembering that you're not Charles Boyer.
Charles Boyer?
Oh, you're much younger, of course.
Gracie, what is this all about?
Oh, Gracie, you lucky girl. What other woman has a husband as handsome as Charles Boyer, as smart as Einstein, and as generous as Santa Claus? Oh, jingle bells, jingle bells.
I say, it's almost Christmas.
Christmas? My goodness, so it is. Well, it certainly slipped up on you, doesn't it?
In this house, it slips up on you like a herd of elephants.
Well, now, just look at that calendar. There are only 5 shopping days left. I just say that in case you forgot to get a present for one of your relatives.
Say.
Particularly a relative by marriage. Like wife or something.
Certainly don't need a calendar to tell me when it's Christmas. Everybody starts to hint for a present. People are so nice. They just can't do enough for you.
Oh, George, that's just your imagination.
Well, good morning, folks. Here's your orange juice. And, Mr. Burns, I brought you an extra tall glass this morning, and I picked out every seed so they wouldn't get stuck in your handsome throat.
You did, huh?
Yeah. Tell me now, is there anything else I can do? Would you like for me to feed you this morning?
No, thanks.
Try a bit of that marmalade on your toast. It'll bring a smile to your handsome face.
Merry Christmas, Mrs. Reagan.
Christmas? Saints preserve us. It is almost Christmas, isn't it? Why, Santa Claus will be here before we know it, won't you, Mr. Burns?
George would make a darling Santa Claus, especially one of those street corner Santas. They're so cute with their red suit and little bell and pots hanging beside them.
What's so funny?
Oh, Carol, you'd be different. Your pot would be hanging in front.
What would you like for Christmas, Mrs. Reagan?
Ah, now, Mr. Burns, I don't want you to go out and buy me a present.
No?
No, just give me some little thing you might have lying about the house. You know me, anything at all. Just so it's green.
Well, for example, a green what?
How about a green $20 bill?
Yes, I've got a few soiled ones I can't use.
Well, I'll be getting back to the kitchen. Jingle bells, jingle bells.
You see, Gracie, everybody is trying to get a Christmas present out of me. Charles Boyer, Errol Flynn. Nobody calls me that in July.
Oh, George, you're just sensitive. Nobody's acting differently.
Come in. Hello, Bill. Why, Clark, when did you get into civvies? Huh? Oh, it's you, George. I thought you were Clark Gable. What did I tell you?
Well, that's a perfectly understandable mistake, George. Clark Gable is tall, broad-shouldered, powerfully built, and you're, Bill, go out and try it again with Frank Sinatra.
Oh, no, Gracie. I think George is the Gable type. Okay, Bill. I know you're just hinting for a Christmas present. George, you don't think I was sincere? No. Well, I'm shocked and hurt. After the kind of friend I've been to you. Who came running when there was trouble? I did. When was that? Lots of times. I always run over here when I'm in trouble. Well, that does it. I'll never believe anything nice anyone says about me again. Not only Bill. Everyone pays me some phony compliment just so I'll give them a Christmas present. Calling me Gable, Flynn, Boyer.
Oh, now, you're just imagining that, darling. It's natural for people to pay you compliments. After all, you are attractive. You are handsome. You are going shopping, aren't you?
Oh, sure.
Come in. Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's a Christmas package for you.
Oh, thank you.
Anything for me, Mr. Postman?
No, just a package for George Burns.
Well, who do you think I am?
Aren't you Van Johnson?
Here we go again.
Oh, no, Mr. Postman. This is my husband.
Oh, of course. How silly of me. It's that clear-eyed specimen of virile manhood, handsome George Burns.
Okay, Mr. Postman, don't waste your breath. I'm going to give you the same kind of a necktie I gave you last year and nothing more.
You are?
Yes. Well, do you still think I'm a clear-eyed specimen of manhood?
Well, I will admit that when I look at your eyes, I can only admire and respect you.
Really?
Yes. I thought I carried big bags around. Well, goodbye. Merry Christmas. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, Gracie, are you convinced now?
Yes, Judge, and I think it's shameful. And I want you to know that you don't have to get a present for me.
Oh, but honey, I want to get...
No, Judge, I mean it. Let's not exchange presents this year.
Well, if you really...
Yeah, I do, George. I won't get you a present, and you won't get me a present.
Okay.
And we'll be saving lots of money, won't we?
Oh, sure. On your present alone, I'm saving $40.
Well, together we're saving $42.50.
Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. We're gonna leave you now. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along, o'er the deep blue sea, o'er the deep blue sea. Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye.
So long.
Good night. Toodaloo.
Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye. So long. Good night. Toodaloo.
Farewell, ladies. For we're gonna leave you now. Merrily, merrily we roll along. Merrily, merrily we roll along. Merrily, merrily we roll along on the deep blue sea. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep, deep blue sea.
Jimmy Cash, our young tenor, sings for you that I'm Making Believe. Sing it, Jim.
I'm making believe that you're in my arms, though I know you're so far away. Making believe I'm talking to you. Wish you could hear what I say. And here in the gloom of my lonely room, we're dancing like we used to do. Making believe is just another way of dreaming, so till my dreams come true. I'll whisper good night, turn out the light, and kiss my pillow, making believe it's you. Making believe is just another way of dreaming, so till my dreams come true. I'll whisper good night, turn out the light, and kiss my pillow, making believe.
Are you back again, Mr. Postman?
Yes, I overlooked this package.
Oh, this is the fancy corncob pipe I ordered for Bill Goodwin. You better not let Gracie see this. Wouldn't want her to know that I got a present for Bill and none for her.
You're not getting your wife a present?
No.
Oh, if I didn't get mine a present, she'd hit the ceiling with me. I'm having the May Company send some china to my wife.
You are?
Yes. I wish I could find a store that would send my wife to China. See you later, Mr. Byrne.
I hope Bill likes his pipe.
Oh, George, where did you leave... what's in that box?
This?
Uh-huh.
Oh, nothing. Nothing, dear. I'll see you later.
Oh, that little rascal. He's gone and got me a present after we agreed not to. I wonder what it is. I saw the word corn on the box. Could he be giving me his old vaudeville routine? Well, whatever it is, I'll have to go right down to the store and get him something.
May I be of assistance, madam?
Yes, Mr. Clark, as soon as I can catch my breath. Oh, my, your store is crowded.
Bulging, isn't it?
Yes. Awful. All those poor women in the dress department buying size 14 dresses. My, when they get back on the streets and spread out, they'll be size 20 again.
The hazards of Christmas, madam. Now, what may I do for you?
Well, I'd like a pair of pajamas for my husband.
All right. How about this pattern?
Oh, no. I don't care much for those red sunsets.
Those, madam, are polka dots.
Over my husband's hips, there'll be sunsets.
Well, of course, you know him better than I do.
Oh, these are nice. The ones with the stripes.
Yes, they are an attractive model. I wear them myself.
Oh, then I won't take them. Oh, and I wouldn't want you to catch cold tonight.
I mean that I wear a similar pair.
Oh, well, then that's different. I'll take them.
Shall I wrap them as a gift?
Oh, no. I don't know you well enough to accept a gift.
That'll be $10.
Oh, well, here you are. Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year.
Well, Mrs. Regan, my Christmas shopping is done. I just got George's present.
Did you now? And what did you get him?
Pajamas. Nice fancy ones.
Sure, and it will be a blessing to get him out of them long white night shirts. Remember the night we heard a noise and found him raiding the icebox?
My, were we scared. We thought our food was being eaten by a ghost of Whistler's mother.
A fine sight he was.
I'll hide his present here in the closet.
And I'll be getting back to me cooking.
Now, put it on the shelf under the... Oh, he had the same idea. Here's the little box with my present in it. Should I open it and see what he got for me? Well, sure, that's only fair. I know what I got for him. Oh, my goodness, it's a pipe. Merry Christmas to Bill from George. Oh, he didn't get me a present. Well, I'll have to take these pajamas right back to the store.
Gracie. Oh, Gracie.
She was here not 10 minutes ago, Mr. Burns, hiding your Christmas present in the closet.
Hiding my Christmas present? I didn't expect her to get me a present.
No, it is typical of her sweet nature, Mr. Burns. Even as a girl, she was always buying a collar for some poor old dog that nobody wanted.
Well, if she got me a present, I'll have to get her one.
Hello, remember me?
Yes, you're the lady who bought the pajamas for the husband with the non-skid hip.
Yes. Well, I'd like to return them, please. I found out that my husband wasn't getting me a present.
Oh, that type, huh? Just for spite, why don't you buy him some of this underwear? It's dreadfully uncomfortable.
Oh, no, I'm not mad at him. Just give me my money back.
Very well, if you insist.
Well, thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year. Oh, well, if they don't return them now, they return them after Christmas.
Is this the sleeping garment department?
It is.
Good. I'd like to see a nightgown.
This is only a suggestion, but pajamas are more in vogue for men.
Oh, it's not for me. It's for my wife.
I see. Something in an old-fashioned high-neck flannel gown, no doubt?
No, I want one in black lace.
For your wife?
Yes.
Oh, you dog, you.
Now, see here.
Oh, no offense. As clerk to customer, this gown is for your wife.
That's better.
But as man to man, have your fling.
Give me the nightgown. Give me the nightgown.
Well, Mrs. Regan, everything's all right. I just returned George's present.
Returned it?
Yes.
And he just left here to buy one for you.
Oh. Oh. Well, see you later.
Well, Mrs. Regan, everything is all right. I just got Gracie a present.
Got her one. Glory be, she's just returned yours.
Returned it? Then I'll have to return hers.
Hello, remember me?
Definitely.
I want those pajamas back.
Madam, may I make a suggestion? Have your husband sleep in his underwear.
Oh, he does.
Then what are the pajamas for?
Well, what do you think? To keep his underwear from getting wrinkled.
Here's the pajamas.
Oh, and here's your $10. Merry Christmas.
Happy New Year. Oh, why did I ever leave household goods?
Hey, clerk, remember me?
Oh, yes, Daddy. You bought the black lace nightgown.
Yeah, I'd like to return it.
I thought so. Now, how about getting something for your wife?
Look, this is for my wife. That is, it was for my wife. You see, she returned my present. I mean, we agreed not to get presents, and she double-crossed me. So I got her a nightgown. Well, now I have to return it because she returned it. I mean, I don't want to look like a jerk on Christmas.
Daddy, you'd better worry about the other 364 days.
Mrs. Regan, at last it's straightened out. I went back to the store and got George's Christmas present again.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, I hate to tell you this.
What?
But Mr. Burns just returned yours.
Oh, well, back I go. No wonder that store looks crowded. I meet myself coming in and out. Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk. Oh, could he be hiding from me?
Well, hiya, Gracie. What you got in the package?
Oh, hello, Bill. This is a Christmas present I got for George.
Oh. Say, maybe you can help me, Gracie. I'm looking for something very smart in a fox jacket.
Oh, did you try the third floor?
Well, yeah, but I lost her when she got on the elevator.
Oh, Bill.
Great.
Chasing women again. Haven't you got any ambition?
Yes.
Do you still want to be chasing women when you're 90 years old?
Sure, that's my ambition.
Well, Bill, you'd better be a good boy if you want Santa Claus to come and see you. My mother always told us girls that Santa has two lists. A list of good girls and a list of naughty girls. And on Christmas Eve, he takes only the list of good girls.
Oh, I see. Well, goodbye, Gracie. I'm going over and tell Santa Claus what I want for Christmas.
Oh, you've decided.
Yeah. I want that list he's not using.
See
you later, Gracie.
Oh, dear, now if I can just get George's pajamas returned. Oh, Mr. Clerk! Mr. Clerk!
Yes, madam. What can I... Oh, it's you again.
Yes, I'd like my $10, please. I'm returning the pajamas.
Madam, I've been through this 3 times now. On the shelf, try again. Back on the shelf, try again. Back on the shelf, try again. And now I'm back on the shelf a 4th time. What do you think I am? Oh, give me the pajamas.
Oh, thank you. It's no trouble, is it?
Oh, no. In fact, here's my card.
What for?
It has my home phone number. You can call me there at night in case of an emergency.
Oh! Well, thank you. Merry Christmas.
I doubt it.
Oh, Mr. Clerk, I want that nightgown back.
What?
Remember me?
Well, George Burns, who are you buying a nightgown for?
Oh, it's for you, honey. Bill just told me you had a present for me, so I thought I'd better get your present back again.
Oh, well, then I'll have to get yours back again.
Wait a minute. Are you 2 man and wife?
Sure.
That's right.
What a triumph for justice.
Never mind. Let's have the nightgown and pajamas.
Very well. One more mission to the exchange desk, and they're going to give me the oak leaf cluster. Mother told me there'd be days like this.
Well, we're getting our presents after all. George, do you think we're doing the right thing?
I don't know. Maybe we should have stuck to our bargain.
Yeah. Maybe we're being weak.
All right, here are your packages. Good day.
We've changed our mind. Give us our money back.
This game is liable to become as popular as tag.
Never mind. Just give us the money.
Here.
Come on, Gracie.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Mr. Clark. You know, George, I'm glad we decided to be sensible.
Sure, that's the right idea.
George, that nightgown, was it pretty?
Yeah. Lots of frilly black lace.
I see. George, it just won't seem like Christmas without presents.
But...
I don't want anything, but I simply must get something for you.
Oh, no. If I get a gift, you get the nightgown.
Oh, I figured it would work that way. Mr. Clark?
No!
Yes. Look, here's the money. We want the nightgown and pajamas.
Take them. And if anybody says Merry Christmas, I'll scream.
Come on, Gracie.
Happy New Year, Mr. Clark. Well, dear, satisfied?
I don't know. Hate to make an agreement and then back down.
You mean you're unhappy about it?
A little.
Well, no silly old nightgown is worth it. Mr. Clark!
The money! You want the money? Here's the money. Take the money.
Come on, Gracie.
Well, now it's all settled, and we haven't been weak.
Yeah, I really feel better.
Yeah, me too. The nightgown was black lace, huh?
Yeah, you know, the kind that sort of,
The kind that makes the man more, interested?
Uh-huh.
More,
Uh-huh.
Well, in that case, Mr. Clark!
The packages! You want the packages? Here are the packages.
Hey, what are you doing?
You're tearing up our gifts.
Yes, and I'm glad. Merry Christmas! Happy New Year!
My goodness, the clerks in stores these days are just impossible.
Way down yonder in New Orleans, in the land of dreamy scenes, there's a Garden of Eden, that's what I mean. Creole babies with flashing lights, softly whistle with tender sighs. Stop, oh, won't you give your lady fair a little smile? Stop, you bet the light you'll linger there a little while. There is heaven right here on earth with those beautiful queens way down yonder in New Orleans.
Now here are George and Gracie.
George, I know we agreed not to get presents for each other, but I was sure you'd get something from me, so I put something under the tree for you.
Really? What?
A list of what I'd like.
Merry Christmas, folks.
George Stevens, creator of such masterpieces as Giant and his Academy Award-winning A Place in the Sun, enlarges the scope of the screen with a motion picture whose monumental background is matched by the stature of its moving human drama. Drama that began when a mysterious stranger rode in from out of nowhere to play a decisive role in the lives of these rugged pioneers.
You can call me Shane.
Shane, who attracted the woman with his quiet strength, who fascinated the boy with the glint of his gun.
We'd all be much better off if there wasn't a single gun left in this valley.
A gun is as good or bad as the man using it.
From the clash of elemental forces, George Stevens has created a motion picture unforgettable for its spectacle and scope, its great human story, its deadly conflict.
I've heard about you.
What have you heard, Shane?
I've heard that you're a low-down Yankee liar.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. You've seen him on steeples, looking at you from walls and even peering at you from beneath your coat sleeve. He gets around more than any character in the world. His mission in life determines many things: the fate of people, the destinies of nations. Who is he? The clock. His face observes every event that happens, and you should hear his stories. Yes, listen for the stories of the clock and how he guides mortals on their destinations of mystery, adventure, comedy, or tragedy. The Clock is a new dramatic series heard over ABC on Sunday nights. The stories you will hear are not ordinary stories. Once a week, The Clock takes 30 minutes from his day to tell you a story that you won't want to miss. Listen for him tonight over most of these same ABC stations. And now, The Green Hornet. with his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Woman and Oliver Perry. The Green Hornet strikes again! Britt Reed, young playboy and publisher of the Daily Sentinel, yawned and opened his eyes as Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, stood beside the bed with a tray.
You told me it's time to get up already.
Yes, sir. It's almost 10 a.m. I bring your coffee, Mr. Britt. Also the morning mail.
Set the tray on the table there, Cato. I'll take the mail.
Oh, yes, sir. I turn on light. There.
Looks like a bunch of bills. A few invitations to some boring parties. This one looks interesting. Oh, let's see. Great Scott, Cato. Listen to this.
What is it?
To the Green Hornet. You see, I know who you are. Tomorrow night at 9, come to the merchandise warehouse to help with a job. If you don't come, the police will learn your identity. Signed, a lady who knows.
That's not good.
Decidedly not. This letter is in a woman's handwriting, all right. I can't for the life of me figure how she could have found out or who she might be.
What you do, Mr. Britt?
Well, right now I'll eat and then go to the office. Cato, this is going to take a lot of thinking, and no mistake. I never thought a woman would be the one to put the Hornet on the spot.
Later, in his office, Britt Reed was dictating an editorial to his secretary, Lenore Case.
Let's see now. Where was I, Miss Case?
And good government is the result of careful voting.
Oh, yes. Good government is the result of careful voting. And until the people learn... Got that?
Of course. I'm waiting.
And until the people learn to use their votes intelligently, corruption in public office won't be eliminated.
I have that, sir.
Now, where was I?
Goodness, Mr. Reed, you're not yourself at all this morning. One would think you'd received startling news before you came down or something.
Well, What made you say that?
Say what?
That I might have received startling news.
Oh, I was just saying that's the way you act this morning. Shall we continue the dictation?
No. You finish in your own words, Miss Case.
All right. Are you sure you feel all right, sir?
Of course I feel all right.
I'll add about 50 words to what you've given me, and then I'll bring it in for your okay.
I don't want to say it. Just send it down to Gunnigan when you finish it.
Yes, sir.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Case.
Yes? What is it?
I want you to write out in longhand the first paragraph of that editorial I just dictated. You can do it now, right here.
Why, of course, if you want me to.
I'll read it over and see how it sounds.
I can type it up much faster.
No, write it out. In longhand, please.
All right. I so seldom write in longhand, it's almost a task to do it, but
Well, that's enough. Just give me that much.
But I've just written 2 sentences, Mr. Reed.
Never mind, that'll do. Thanks. Now you can go type up that editorial.
Yes, sir. It won't take long.
Now to compare her handwriting to this note. Foolish of me, but this case is in a position to... Well, not a bit similar. I should have known better than to...
Hi, Reed. How's things this morning?
Oh, fine, Axford. Fine. Why do you ask?
No harm in asking, is there?
No, of course not.
What's that you got? Letter from a reader?
No, it's...
Let's see it.
No, don't take that, Axford. That's, something personal. What brings you in?
Well, I thought you might like to know something I found out this morning. That is, 'twas someone I saw that you know.
Well, I know so many people, one more or less doesn't matter, Axford. I should think by this time you'd be on your way to...
The guy I saw this morning, Reed, was Oliver Perry, that detective.
Oliver Perry?
Sure, he's back in town. And he sure got his nerve coming back after what happened last time.
Well, I'm glad you told me.
And you should see the classy blonde that was with him, Reed. They were having breakfast together.
You mean Perry had a woman with him?
Sure.
Well, did they see you?
Nope, they didn't. I don't like Perry, so I kept out of his way.
I see. I, wonder where they're staying.
Well, they were eating in a coffee shop at the downtown, so I guess they've checked in there. I guess she's his secretary.
Mm-hmm. Probably so.
You know, I think I'll tip off Inspector Evans that Perry's back in town. The cops warned him to stay out of the city after the trick he tried to pull on you last time.
I know, but I'd rather you didn't say anything to the police, Axford. It may be that Perry has business in town, so just forget about it.
Okay, if you say so, Reed. Well, guess I'll be on my way to cops' headquarters. I'll be seeing you later, Reed. So long.
So long, Axford. I'll get Cato on the private line. Hope he's at the apartment.
Hello?
Cato, I found out something very important. Oliver Perry is in town, and a woman is with him.
Oliver Perry? He come back again to get Green Hornet, maybe.
And that's what I think. And that would account for that note. He could have told that woman operative with him to write it.
But you're not sure, Mr. Britt?
No. It could be just coincidence that Perry's in town. But knowing him as I do, I'm inclined to connect him with that note in some way.
What you do, Mr. Britt? You think of something, perhaps?
Well, offhand, I can't say that I have, but... Yes, I have thought of something else, Cato. I'll tell you about it when I get home. Right now, I'm going down to police headquarters to talk to Inspector Evans.
Well, Mr. Reed, it's a pleasant surprise to have you call on me. What can I do for you?
Inspector, I've come to you in a rather delicate matter. You see, I've received a note intended for the Green Hornet.
A note intended for the Green Hornet?
Yes. Of course, you realize that if I were the Hornet, I wouldn't come to you like this.
Why, if you told me you were the Green Hornet, I still wouldn't believe it. Thought's too preposterous to consider even in a joking way.
Oh, thanks. Here's the note.
Uh-huh. The Green Hornet. How did you get this, Mr. Reed?
Through the mail, Inspector. The main thing is I do have it.
Do you think the Green Hornet knows about it?
That I wouldn't like to say. One never can tell. But it stands to reason if he realizes this note has been put into other hands, the real Hornet won't show up.
But if it doesn't, according to the note, this woman is going to expose him.
It seems to me the woman, and whoever might be working with her, is exposing herself to criminal prosecution by planning a robbery at the merchandise warehouse.
Yes, that's true.
If she does know the Hornet, it would be worthwhile taking her into custody.
That's right, Mr. Reed.
Now, look here, Inspector. I have a plan that may work.
But if the Hornet doesn't show up, they won't go through with their plans.
According to the plan I have, they'll think the Hornet has shown up.
Just what is your plan?
Well, maybe you won't go for it, but here it is for what it's worth.
Meantime, in the downtown hotel, Oliver Perry was talking to the woman who had come with him to trap the Green Hornet.
We have to move carefully, Carol. I'm in wrong with the police in this city, so I couldn't approach them. But I have contacted the federal men. They're after the Hornet, too.
I know. But suppose he doesn't show up, Mr. Perry. You had me write that note, but I really don't have any proof that the man who shows up is the Hornet. By the way, who was it you mailed that note to?
Never mind that now. I think that note will bring him out. And if it does, the federal men can move in on him.
I've heard a lot about the Green Hornet.
Never mind what you've heard. Those federal men will be planted near that warehouse. At the proper time, they'll close in and grab the Hornet. And then we'll get the reward. I've made several tries to get that Hornet, and I've taken it on the chin each time. But this time, I think we'll succeed.
The following afternoon, Axford entered Britt Reed's office.
Hi, Reed.
Hello, Axford. What's new?
Oh, nothing much. I've been trying to get a line on Perry and that woman who's working with him. But they don't seem to be doing much of anything.
As I said yesterday morning, Axford, they may be in town on other business instead of to find the Hornet, as you think.
I'll never believe that, Reed. I'm keeping tabs on them, too. If they do turn up with the Hornet in their net, 'tis the Sentinel'll have a scoop on it, or me name isn't Michael Aloysius Axford, that's what.
Well, I wish you luck. Has Perry contacted the police yet?
Nope, not that I know of. He's afraid of the cops, I guess, so he's going to handle this alone. That is, with the help of that woman.
Oh, in that case, he's liable to run into trouble with the Hornet. In fact, a great deal more trouble than he expects. You just wait and see. A short time later, Britt Reed left the office at the Daily Sentinel and went to his apartment where Cato was waiting. The two men discussed the situation.
You going to keep appointment with woman at merchandise warehouse, Mr. Britt?
In a way, yes, Cato. You and I are going to be in the vicinity.
But it's sure to be a trap. You say you have a plan, but you not tell me what it is.
My plan may not work out as I hope, Cato. If it does, you'll be in on it. If it doesn't, well, we'll just have to take that chance.
We go out in Black Beauty?
Yes, and we might as well go out now. Come on. Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. When the Theater Guild takes a check on its past Broadway hits, they find they have a long and illustrious list of plays as well as actors. From their roster of star-studded hits, the Theater Guild selects one every Sunday night for Theater Guild on the Air. And this year, like last, the Theater Guild on the Air has maintained its high dramatic standards with the psychological thriller Angel Street, the farcical fun fest You Can't Take It With You, and Craig's Wife. The Theater Guild on the Air is not warmed-over entertainment. It's top-caliber theater. Be sure to be on hand tonight when Theater Guild on the Air is heard over most of these same ABC stations. And now, back to the Green Hornet. After telling Cato he had a plan to outwit those who were plotting against him, Britt Reed and Cato went out in the Black Beauty. Meantime, Mr. Martin of the Federal Bureau was riding in a car toward the merchandise warehouse with Oliver Perry and the girl Carol.
What's the name of the person you suspect, Perry?
If you don't mind, I'd rather not say. That sort of thing could get me into trouble. However, if he turns up, as I believe he will, your men can move in and grab him. Then you'll see who he is.
Well, several of my men are following in another car. I'll place them across the street from the warehouse. Then, when I get some sort of a signal from you, we'll move in.
I feel rather nervous about this. From what I've heard, that Hornet is rather ruthless. When he finds out, I'm the one who wrote that note. He might...
Carol, pull yourself together. You've worked in other cases with me, and you've always shown plenty of nerve. Don't go backing us now.
Those other cases had nothing to do with the Green Hornet, Mr. Perry. Remember?
Don't worry, Carol. Our reports on the Hornet say suave, good-looking, and gallant with the ladies.
Maybe I'll be sorry I helped on this case when I get a look at that Adonis you're describing, Mr. Martin. Men like that are scarce these days.
But seriously, Carol, we'll have to move carefully. The Hornet has slipped out of many a trap that we and the police have set for him in the past. Personally, I've learned to have great respect for his cleverness.
I can vouch for the fact that he's clever. But no man can go on forever without making a slip. And I have a hunch that tonight, the Hornet will walk into our arms.
A short time later at police headquarters, Inspector Evans was talking to Sergeant Burke.
I called you into my office, Sergeant Burke, because I have a special assignment for you tonight. In fact, we'll be leaving on it in a few minutes.
Sure, Inspector. What is it you want me to do?
I have a tip that the Green Hornet will be out of the merchandise warehouse at 9. Pull off a job with some others.
The Hornet, you say?
That's right. And it's very important, Sergeant, that there's no slip-up on our part. Therefore, I want you to select a few men that you can rely upon to go out there with you.
Okay, Inspector. Have you any orders as to what we're to do after we get there?
Yes. Stay in the rear of the warehouse until they go inside. Then move in on them. But be careful with the shooting.
You mean if the Hornet starts to get away, you don't want
The Hornet may come there, and then again he may not. But I do want you to pick up the others. Then, even if the Hornet doesn't show, we'll grill some information from them about him.
Sure, I get it. But if we do spot the Hornet, then we
Now, hold on. You'll still be careful. I'll tell you why.
Well, since the Hornet is wanted dead or alive, I am a little curious, Inspector, as to why you want us to be careful with the guns.
Because the whole deal is according to a certain plan. Now, listen closely. I'll tell you what that plan is. Then we'll be on our way.
Will you not drive right up to warehouse, Mr. Britt? Police might be watching.
Don't worry about that, Cato. You can bet on it, Perry didn't get in touch with the police. Even so, we won't drive up right in front of the place. We'll leave the car down the block and go the rest of the way on foot. Then we'll go in the back entrance.
But if they're waiting out front,
By the time we go to the back entrance, they'll be inside if my plan works out. Then we'll go in. And Perry, if it is he, and I'm sure it is, will get the surprise of his life.
Well, someday, perhaps, we not get the best of Perry. He's very clever, very ruthless in trying to catch Hornet.
You don't have to tell me that after all the brushes I've had with him in the past. But this time I feel sure we'll come out all right. And Perry will be washed up more than ever.
I hope you're right, Mr. Britt.
If I'm not, it will be the end of the Hornet. I won't think of that possibility. Step on it, Cato.
Later, in the shadows across the street from the merchandise warehouse, Mr. Martin and his men waited and watched the two figures, Oliver Perry and his female operative, Carol, who stood waiting in front of the warehouse.
Now, get things straight, men. That's Perry, the detective, and the girl over there. It's almost 9 o'clock. If the Hornet's coming, he should be here soon.
What are we to do, Chief?
Well, Perry has a skeleton key to enter the warehouse. You let them go in. Then when the lights go on, we'll move in. You got that straight?
Right. Perry must be smart if he can outwit the Hornet, Mr. Martin.
Perry is one of the smartest detectives in the business. But of course, he's out for the reward. But all we care about is apprehending the Green Hornet.
That's right. Well, he'll deserve the reward if he puts the Hornet in our hands.
That's the way I look at it. We should... Look. There's a figure on foot coming towards Perry now.
Yes. And from here, it looks as though he's masked. Came around from the back.
This is it, men. Get ready. When I give the word, move. And move fast.
It's the Green Hornet.
Well, you did show up, huh, Hornet? I guess you didn't expect to see me.
Why doesn't he say something? Why does he just...
Guess he's too upset, Carol. Okay, Hornet, we're going inside. Have a gun in my pocket pointed right at you. Carol, use the skeleton key and open the door.
All right.
All right, Hornet. Hurry it up. Get inside. I'll find the light switch.
Look, I don't like this. He hasn't said a word, just looks at us.
Never mind that, Carol. You have a gun, keep it handy. I have mine pointed at him. In a few minutes, he'll be in the hands of the Federals and unmasked. And you'll know who he really is.
Funny, I have my gun trained on you, Perry.
What? He came the back way.
It's another Hornet. There's two of them.
Now, wait a minute. I don't get this.
I see that you... What is this? A Hornet in front of you, and another one at the back door. Cover them both, men.
Fine work, Mr. Martin. One of these is a real Hornet.
I know. I still don't get the idea of the two, but we'll be able to get the truth out of them. Disarm them, one of you men.
Yes, sir. I'll take their gun. All right, you drop that gun.
Here, take it.
I got this one. Now for the other one. Give me your gun, mister.
Here you are. Good. That takes care of that. Now, Mr. Perry, we'll unmask both of these men. One of them is a real Hornet.
I can point out the real one to you, Mr. Martin.
I'll have the pleasure of unmasking them myself. I'll take off your mask first.
How are you, Mr. Martin? Glad to see you.
What? It's Britt Reed.
I thought so.
Don't forget there's another masked figure over there.
Well, I don't get this. Well, might as well see who's wearing the other mask. Now for you.
Surprised, Mr. Martin?
Inspector Evans from police headquarters.
That's right.
But I don't get this. Why are you and Britt Reed both here wearing Green Hornet masks?
It's a trick, Mr. Martin. The one I sent that letter to was Britt Reed.
Is that right, Mr. Reed?
Absolutely. According to Mr. Perry is always right.
But there's nothing left for me to do but to take you in.
You'll have to take me in, too, then. I, too, was disguised as a Green Hornet, you know.
Look, what is this anyway? Inspector Evans, you must have an explanation.
Mr. Martin, don't bother about explanations. You know as well as I do that one of these men is the Green Hornet. Personally, I know which one. But you can get it out of them.
Perry, you were ordered to stay out of this city the last time you tried to pull something phony against Mr. Reed. This time you've really stuck out your neck.
What do you mean, Inspector?
Wait a minute. I'll be right back.
What's he doing blowing that whistle?
We'll wait and see.
Here we are, Inspector. Did you get them? Hey, what's going on here anyway?
Whatever it is, Mr. Martin, it's a plot to get the Hornet out of your custody.
Listen, Perry. You've worn my patience pretty thin. This is the last time I'm putting up with your insinuations.
It's up to you, Reed, to explain your way out of this mess.
Oh, no, it isn't. Sergeant, take that girl and Mr. Perry to headquarters for questioning.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Inspector. I don't know anything about all this except what Mr. Perry has told me.
Just what has he told you?
Well, he said we'd catch the Green Hornet and I'd get part of the reward.
I suppose Britt Reed will deny that he received a note signed by a woman.
Deny it? Don't be crazy. Of course I received that note. That's why Inspector Evans is here. I took that note to police headquarters.
Look, will someone explain all this?
Gladly, Mr. Martin. This Oliver Perry, the great American detective, has been pestering Mr. Reed for some time, claiming that he's the Green Hornet.
Well, as far as I can see, I've proved my point.
Quiet, you. Mr. Reed brought that note to headquarters. We both planned to use a Green Hornet disguise and come out to meet the ones who sent that note. As you see, they're Oliver Perry and this young woman.
What was in that note?
Here it is, Mr. Martin.
So you took this to police headquarters, huh?
Of course. It seemed like a threat to me.
When I read that note, I knew it was some kind of a trick. So we planned this trap. And as far as I can see, it worked.
Oh, has it?
Yes, it has. Or do you want to try to say that I'm the Green Hornet?
I say that Britt Reed is the Green Hornet.
Perry? I've taken so much from you, it isn't funny anymore. You've bothered me too much as it is.
Well, this looks like a case for the police. If the inspector and Mr. Reed planned this between them, and as far as I can see, neither one could be the Hornet.
Well, maybe so. But as far as Reed's concerned, in my opinion, he's an arrogant playboy and a self-styled smart guy who can't even run a 2-bit newspaper.
Perry, you've gone too far. The only language you could understand is this! Oh. Sorry I had to do that, Perry. You asked for it. Open the door, Axford.
With pleasure, Reed.
Now get out, Perry! Before you force me to lose my temper again. Get out and leave town fast.
I'm going.
The whole thing was Mr. Perry's idea.
I knew that guy was up to something. Mr. Reed, looks as though both the police department and the Federal Bureau owe you a vote of thanks.
Yes, sir. Mr. Reed is certainly a smart man. The real Hornet would certainly get a laugh out of this.
Yes, I agree with you, Inspector. He certainly would.
Oliver Perry ordered to leave town. Green Hornet involved in scheme. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel X Street.
True to life. That's the phrase a lot of people are using to describe David Harding Counter Spy Show, the program based on events of the times. Not so long ago, there were several rackets going on in the country where gangsters tried to extort money from the families of missing war heroes by telling them the GIs were still alive and needed money. David Harding Counter Spy dramatized an imaginary case of this vicious racket, and the public response was immediate. Many people wrote in to say they, too, had been taken in by such rackets. Every Sunday afternoon over most of these ABC stations, David Harding Counter Spy continues its work against rackets and the people who create them. For thrilling, down-to-earth drama, hear David Harding Counter Spy today. And be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Al Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Drama moves here. Raw, violent, real. And into this danger-infested land comes one woman. Young, provocative. Because of her, men fight heroically. Because of her, men die.
Button up that shirt, mister. You can sneer all you want to, but you keep your paws off my girl.
We must stop this war pony that walks.
Too late, Nathan. Too late.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states. No one could match his courage, his strength, and his resourcefulness. Justice meant more to him than the letter of the law, and if a man deserved a second chance, he could always count on the masked rider's help. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoof beats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hill country! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The train from Colfax, drawn by a snorting wood-burning engine, rattled past the last spur of the Blue Sage Hills and settled down to the final 30 miles of windswept prairie that lay between it and its destination, River Junction. To Deputy United States Marshal Sandy Clifford, inside the baggage car, the journey had a special significance. River Junction meant fame and possible promotion because seated opposite him with manacled hands was Slim Rafferty, the most notorious outlaw known to the territory.
What are you looking so nervous about, kid? You scared of me?
Of course I ain't.
Then quit squeezing the butts of them shooting irons like they was going to fly away from you.
I just ain't taking no chances, that's all.
I ain't armed. And look at these here cuffs you put on my paws. What can I do with them in my way?
I said I ain't taking chances.
Bound to get me to River Junction right side up spite of the devil himself, ain't you?
If you got away, it wouldn't be the first time you've given the law the slip.
Yeah, I have got away a few times before this, haven't I? Never kept count exactly. This time ought to make about a dozen, though, as near as I can figure.
This time? What do you mean, this time?
Why, shucks, kid. You really been thinking you was going to get me to jail?
I sure am.
Whereabouts are we?
Past the hills. Just past.
That means it won't be long now till you and me part company.
Huh?
Sure. I got a horse waiting for me somewhere along this stretch. A right good one.
Say what?
Now, kid, take it easy. Don't get excited. Why, you shouldn't feel bad about losing me. Older hands at the law game than you ain't done no better. Why, I recollect the time.
Blast you, what are you trying to do? What are you up to?
No, didn't I say to take it easy?
You make one move you shouldn't, and I'll drill you.
You shouldn't do that. Who's that? Time for the conductor, ain't it? Didn't he say he'd look in on you before we got to the junction?
Don't you move.
I'll stay like I was hitched, kid.
I'm telling the conductor what you just told me. Think you're breaking loose, do you? Conductor, this hombre says...
Reach!
What?
Reach, blast, sure, take it.
What the...
Back up. Keep reaching.
You... Where did you get that uniform?
You can ask the conductor when he comes to.
You see, kid, didn't I tell you? There ain't no use you're feeling bad. You just couldn't help yourself.
Shut up. Slim, we gotta hurry. Won't be long, we come to the grade. We ain't ready by then, we can't get off.
That where Jeff's waiting with the horses?
Yeah. Can you get this hombre's guns with them cuffs on?
Sure.
Don't try nothing, fella.
There's one. There's the other.
All right. Give me the keys to them cuffs.
You can go straight to...
Kid, don't act foolish. Scar means business. You do like he says. He ain't good-natured like I am. He's right mean.
Yeah, that's better. Put out your hands, Slim.
Get him?
Yeah. Now get a hustle on.
Uh-huh. There. I'm set.
Come on, fella. You're walking to the door with us. Don't want you to try reaching them guns.
I'm gonna lose my badge for this.
Are you, kid?
You know blame well I am. 6 weeks at Fairview. Shot it out with you, caught you. Now you just walk off like I was nuts.
Doggone, I'm sorry. Give him a word I am. You sure come close to having something to brag about, didn't you?
You needn't make fun of me.
I ain't, kid, I ain't. I savvy just how you feel. But you wouldn't expect me to go to jail just for the sake of your feelings, would you? Now, would you?
Cut out this fool palaver and come on. The train's slowing up. We're on the grade.
Sure, Scar, sure. Be right with you. Well, so long, kid. No hard feelings.
Go to blazes.
All right, if that's the way you feel. Let's go, Scar.
I'll jump first.
Fine. Adios.
Yeah.
Say, kid.
Huh?
Honest, I kind of like your style. Sure do. Don't reckon I'll ever be jailed, but if I am, well, I'd rather it was you that done it.
I figured this would make... Then I'm through, Marshal?
Can't help it, Sandy. You fell down on the job. Thunderation, son. Didn't you hear him down at the depot when the train come in and they found out Slim had got away? If I kept going, I'd never hear the last of it.
Uh-huh. I guess so. Well, how's my badge? I'll be seeing you sometime.
Hey, where you going? What are you going to do?
Do? Marshal, I'm going to hunt down Slim Rafferty if it takes me the next 10 years. And when I've got him, I'm bringing him here. And when I brought him here, I'm taking back that badge. Goodbye.
On the afternoon of the following day, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto made camp midway between River Junction and the woods that began several miles to the west. Tonto, who had been seated cross-legged mending his bridle, suddenly raised his head. He stared at the tall grass that bordered a small creek several rods away. When he finally turned to his companion, he spoke so that only the masked man could hear.
You look. What is it, Tonto? Watch. Grass. It moved. Huh. There's no wind. An animal? Maybe we wait. I saw something then, Kimasabi. Just for a moment, like a man's shirt. Huh. Wait here. Act as though nothing were wrong. I'm going to walk toward Silver. If he doesn't suspect what I'm up to, we'll have him almost between us. That's right. Don't shoot unless he wants to make a fight of it. Keep working at that bridle. Tonto, do that.
Thirsty, old fellow? Ready for water, are you? Well, maybe you'd better graze a little longer, Silver. Instead Steady there, boy. Steady. All right there, fella. Come out with your hands in the air.
What the...
That's a warning. Come over here.
How'd you know I was here?
You gave yourself away. What were you sneaking around our camp for? What are you up to?
I reckon you know without being told. Gosh.
What's the matter?
Want Tonto tie him?
Wait, Kimasabi. Well?
You ain't Scar.
Scar-legged?
You was hid out. You look to be about the same build from back a ways.
You thought I was Scar-legged?
Yeah.
What did you want with him?
You one of his parts?
I'm not.
How do I know that?
Me know this feller.
Huh?
You feller named Sandy. You lawman.
Huh? What you mean is I was a lawman.
That's right. You're Sandy Clifford?
Yeah. But on account of Slim Rafferty and Scar...
Never mind. I've heard the story. You captured Slim and Scar helped them escape. Now you're trying to cut their trail.
And even if you ain't going to keep me from it...
You still haven't recognized me?
You must be wanted or you wouldn't be wearing that mask. So I don't know you, I reckon. I can't place you right off.
We're not outlaws, Sandy, and I think we can help you.
Help me?
2 men helped Slim escape. Scar and Jeff Swan. Jeff was the fellow who met them with horses along the right-of-way. Correct?
As far as I know it is.
None of them is far from here.
You mean...
They've hidden out in the woods. Tonto and I have been looking for them also. We've trailed them that far, and before we're finished, we'll locate their hideout.
What are you hunting them for?
Because Scar and Jeff have dodged justice too long.
And Slim, blast him.
I just as soon Slim escaped.
Then you are pards of his. He's the worst of the 3.
You mean he's the best known?
Doesn't that prove
All it proves is that Slim has a reputation. He has, but he isn't an outlaw.
If he ain't, why is there a price on his head?
Because 7 years ago he sided with the Nesters against the cattlemen in the Mason County War. The cattlemen won out. They had the money and power behind them. They gave orders to the law in Mason County. The law put out a wanted notice for Slim. But he was guilty of just one thing. Being on the losing side.
He's been on the dodge.
He had to be. If he's ever returned to Mason County, he'll be hung.
If he ain't a crook, why is he hanging out with crooks?
What else could he do with a price on his head?
There ain't a man in the territory that the law'd sooner catch.
I said Slim has a reputation. He got most of it because he's always been clever enough to escape when he's been caught. Each escape added to the talk about him. He's been blamed for a lot of things, Sandy. But there's never been an eyewitness who could testify that Slim ever actually stepped outside the law. I know what I'm talking about. If Slim were really a criminal, I'd be as anxious as anyone for him to be captured.
Fine talk. Only I ain't so easy fooled, mister.
No?
When a masked man starts talking about bringing justice to crooks, he's up to something. You got the best of me now, sure, but I'll tell you this. I'm getting Slim Rafferty.
Perhaps.
He lost me my deputy's badge, and he's going to pay for it.
But in the meantime...
You look.
What?
Look at woods.
Say, looks kind of foggy over that way.
Fire.
Huh?
A forest fire.
Good gosh.
Me saddle horse?
There's no time for it. That fire gets a real start. It'll clean out everything all the way to the hills. We'll ride the horses as they are.
I'll ride to town, get them in to help.
You ride with us.
We can't do much alone.
We can do something. And they'll see it in town almost as soon as we do. Maybe they've seen it already. There's no one needed to call them out. They'll come by themselves. Get your horse, Andy. Tonto, call Scout. Let's get going. Riding without saddles, the Lone Ranger and Tonto led the way toward the forest, while young Sandy Clifford followed close behind.
Come on, Silver! Come on, boy! Come on now!
As they neared the forest, they saw that the fire was rapidly gaining ground. Smoke billowed into the air, scattering sparks. Suddenly, hearing their approach, a man on foot ran toward them, shouting as he came.
Hey, hold on! Either way!
Rain up! Whoa, Silver!
You fellas gotta help me. You gotta.
What's the matter, stranger?
My horse bolted when it seen the fire. My wife and young'un are in there. They ain't got horses. No way to get out. If they try it on foot, the fire'll catch them.
Where are they?
At my cabin. We can make it afore the fire on horseback. It's almost 3 miles from here, near Whitlow Gap.
Whitlow Gap? That's just the direction the fire's heading.
But Emmy and the young'un, you gotta help me get to them.
Here, climb in front of me.
You'll do it? Honest, you will?
We'll ride to your cabin. If we can, we'll build a backfire. If we can't, we'll see to it your wife and child get away, if it's possible.
Thank heaven.
Up with you. Up there. Tonto, Sandy, circle to the left. Cut into the woods beyond that gully ahead. It's our only chance.
We do that.
Follow me. Come on, Silver. Oh, Silver. Away! The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Sandy were met at the edge of the forest by a man who told them his wife and child were trapped inside the woods. The masked man and his companions circled the blaze and raced ahead of the fire in a desperate attempt to beat it to the cabin. In the meantime, Slim and his two companions, Jeff and Scar, were in their hideout scarcely a half-mile beyond the cabin. The smoke of the distant blaze was hidden from them, but they were startled by crashing sounds in the underbrush and...
We've been followed.
Hold on. Look there.
Well, I'll be.
That was an elk just raced by.
Listen to them birds. There's a panther. Look at them cottontails racing. What in thunder's going on? Like every doggone critter in these here woods is hightailed it for the hills. Something scared them. Hey, maybe there's a posse heading this way.
Wait.
Now, what do you want?
Smell anything? Do you?
Gosh, I do. And so do I.
Something burning.
Them critters running by.
It's a fire, that's what it is. And coming this way. Come on, we got to clear out.
The horses are scared. They smell it, too. Hey, what about our gear?
Let it go, you idiot. We ain't got no time to waste.
Hold still there. Right away them critters are running. For the hills.
We will not.
But I tell you...
Just the worst thing we could do. Fire will follow all the way. It'd catch us before we got halfway there.
Then we're trapped.
Not if you follow me.
Which way?
Past that woodcutter's cabin and down the gap. I figure we can just make it.
Then what are we waiting for? Come on. Get up there. Get on.
At the woodcutter's cabin, there was a scene of quiet heroism. The woman, realizing that escape was impossible on foot, tried to comfort her frightened child.
There, darling. There, don't cry. Daddy will get here. You'll see. There. There's someone now.
Is it Daddy, Mama?
I don't know.
Don't leave me, Mama.
Hush.
Mama. Mama, who is it?
Help!
Hey, look there at the cabin.
Stop!
Over there. Say, don't you know there's a fire coming this way? You'd better take that young and make tracks out of here.
But we can't.
What are you talking
Judd
about?
ain't here, and he's got our only horse.
Blast it, Slim. Come on. We ain't got no time for palavering. Let the woman and kid look out for themselves. They ain't nothing to us.
Why, doggone your
Jay,
hide.
help us. Won't you take us with you?
Why, sure we will, ma'am. Don't you pay no attention to what they said. They didn't mean it. We'll help you. Get the young'un on Jeff's horse.
You
and
fool,
we'll...
look at over there. Look at that smoke. I ain't waiting for nobody. Neither am I going to slow myself down carrying no brat. And I ain't neither. Come on and stay behind.
You'll help these folks, both of you. Blast your I'll not...
You do what?
Put down that gun.
Yeah, you can...
I said put down that gun.
You asked for it. Oh. Get going, Jeff. Get up. Get up there. Come on.
Polecats.
You're wounded.
That ain't nothing.
But it is your shoulder. It's bleeding.
There's more important things than a flesh wound to think about now, ma'am. Them yellow skunks lit out. Now, what in blazes are we going to do?
Your horse.
We wouldn't have a chance, ma'am. Not carrying the three of us.
I got you into this.
Now, forget it. Hey, look there.
The fire's closer.
And coming a raring. Ain't you got nothing we could hitch up, a buggy or a wagon or something that'd do for all of us?
There's nothing. You take Timmy and ride on. I'll stay.
Nothing of the sort, ma'am. We ain't leaving you behind. Maybe we can... Horseman.
My husband. My husband was that masked man.
Hi!
Hurry! Hurry!
Well, I'll be doggone if that young deputy ain't with him. Hey, you fellas going to get these folks out? You going to take them with you?
There isn't time.
But don't you
the
see
fire
them?
spread to the south of us. We're cut off.
Scar and Jeff just went through.
Perhaps they made it, and perhaps they didn't. We never would.
Then what'll we do?
We got to do something and do it blame fast.
They're fire.
You can see it.
Are the Raxers here?
I got 4 of them. I've been cutting ties for the railroad.
Pass them out. Cut a clearing around the cabin. Start a backfire. Hurry. There isn't a minute to spare. Obeying the Lone Ranger's orders, the men worked desperately to control the fire. The underbrush was swiftly cut away. Brands were lighted and applied to dry timber on the side of the cabin that faced the onrushing forest fire.
Fire that timber over there, Tonto. Slim, cut away this brush. Put your backs into it. Now's the time we know whether we win or lose.
Slowly at first, but with increasing momentum, the backfire spread and raced to meet the flames that had already laid waste several miles of timber. The masked man and his companions watched anxiously. Either the forest fire would leap the charred clearing between it and the cabin, or the backfire would conquer. The flames met, wavered, and then the woodcutter shouted,
Emmy! We won! We won!
Fire's going around it.
It's circling.
That's the closest thing I ever aimed to see.
The cabin's safe. We can't stop the fire. It'll have to burn itself out when it reaches the hills. But at least we have nothing more to worry about. And unless there are hunters back there, no one lives further in.
Stranger?
Yes?
I don't know how to thank you properly. I reckon me and Emmy and the young'un and, well, all of us, we'd have burnt for sure if you hadn't known just what to do.
The danger's over. No use talking about what might have happened.
This man here, he stayed on to help when he could have got away with the men he came with. He tried to make them stay, too, but they shot him and got away.
That must have been Scar and Jeff.
That's who it was, stranger.
I noticed your wound, Slim, but we were too busy to stop before. You'd better have that looked after. Tonto, see what you can do for Slim.
Me help him.
Just a second.
Well?
Sandy come along with you. He ain't said much yet. Ain't had the chance, but I reckon I got a good notion what he come here for. Been on my trail, ain't you, son? Well, ain't you?
Doggone it, Slim. What else could I do after you got away from me the way you did?
Lose your badge, like you said you might?
Uh-huh.
And figured that getting me back would get back your badge at the same time, huh?
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Well, I'll tell you how it is, son. You got the best of me. You've caught me again just like you said you would. But I don't hanker to be jailed any more than I did afore, so I'm warning you. I'll get loose again if I get the chance.
Blast it all, Slim. I can't jail you now.
Huh?
After you staying behind when you could have got away with them other fellas? After you stayed risking your life to help these folks? I just couldn't do it.
You mean I'm free?
For all of me, yeah.
By thunder, Sandy, you're square. You
But
certainly...
right now, I'm afraid it's out of Sandy's hands.
Huh?
What do you mean, out of my hands?
I told you the fire would bring the men from town. Look there. The marshal's with them.
And there's Scar.
And Jeff.
Figured to find you folks alive.
We're all safe, Marshal.
For them fellas, Marshal. Where'd you get them?
Jeff and Scar here?
Yeah.
Why, shucks. We figured we'd have to ride for the Gap just like you folks done. And these polecats come riding right into our hands, coming out of the Gap. Easiest capture ever made.
So they might just as well have stayed on and helped to fight the fire for all the good it done, huh?
You're Slim Rafferty, huh?
That's me.
Been hoping to get you for quite a spell. You trailed him, huh, Sandy?
Look here, Marshal. Slim stayed on to help these folks when it looked like he had a chance to get away and go clear. He done it without nobody making him either. You can't arrest him after all that.
The law's the law, Sandy.
But one moment.
Yeah?
You should be acquainted with Slim's record, Marshal. If you are, you know why there's a price on his head. You know it isn't deserved.
That ain't for me to judge.
You're going to jail Slim after all?
What do you think I ought to do?
Let him go. Give him a chance for it.
I thought you set a heap of store on that deputy's badge, son.
I do.
You said you was going to bring this hombre in and make me give you that badge again.
Sure, I want the badge, but if it comes down to a choice, I'd a heap rather you let Slim go.
Now, look here, Sandy, don't be a fool. Of course, I don't hanker for jail. I'll get away, too, if I can. Why do you want to put yourself in bad? I don't mean nothing to you. You don't need
to blazers with that. I told you how I stood, and I mean it. Badge or no badge. Haste him. Go on. You fellas heard me. Keep him in the air.
You going loco, Sandy?
I've just got sense.
What in thunder are you doing?
Giving Slim his chance. No man that done what he done is ever going to be jailed when I'm around. Go on, Slim. Get on your horse. I said go on.
You're crazy, but I sure don't aim to be hung. You keep him covered, and I'll hightail.
Come on, Tonto. Yep.
Hey, you letting them fellers go, too? You letting the masked man get away?
They can do what they're a mind to. They're all right. Nobody's going to jail them neither.
You have gone loco.
I'll take what's coming to me afterwards. But right now, I'm running things. Don't get foolish and make no fool motions.
Sandy.
Well?
Remember this. If you do get into trouble, Tonto and I'll be back to help you.
Thanks, mister.
But I doubt that you will.
Huh?
Come on, Silver.
Get 'em up,
Get
Scout.
Silver! Away!
Just hold it a second, fellas. They ain't clear yet. Huh? What's the matter with you?
You can put down that gun now.
I got a good start.
Uh-huh, and they can keep it.
Suppose I'm under arrest now.
You blame fool. You sure got a plenty to learn. But I reckon you will in time, all right.
I don't savvy.
You heard what the masked man said, didn't you? That he figured you wouldn't get in no more trouble.
Yeah, but I don't see...
Me and that masked hombre have met before. He knew doggone well I'd recollect him.
You know him?
That feller's the Lone Ranger. What? And I reckon he knew me well enough to know I was just testing you out. Sandy, there's times to jail a man and times not to. It takes a good lawman to savvy which is which.
Huh?
If you'd arrested Slim after what happened here, you'd never have got your badge back again if you lived to be 100.
Say, you mean that?
I mean you're a deputy again. And you won your badge not by jailing Slim, but by letting him go.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Shenandoah, famed valley of Virginia. Once 1,000 cannon thundered between its hills in the epic struggle that divided a nation. Men fought here and died. And on this land, a heroic family forged its legend.
Virginia needs all of her sons, Mr. Anderson.
That might be so, Johnson, but these are my sons. They don't belong to the state.
This is the story of Charlie Anderson, played by James Stewart, and his family. They reached for their rifles in the name of love, not hate, and met the challenge of two armies with a courage that lives on the screen for all to share.
You the leader of this band of fools?
Co-starring Doug McClure, exciting star of The Virginian.
Well, I love her, Mr. Anderson. Do you like her? Well, I just said I did.
No, you said you loved her. There's some difference between loving and liking.
Glenn Corbett, colorful star of Route 66. Patrick Wayne, rising star of McClintock. Philip Alford, young star of To Kill a Mockingbird.
I'm no soldier.
Catherine Ross, dramatic new Broadway stage star. And introducing Rosemary Forsythe.
I'll have to leave now. Do you understand?
Do you?
Drop out of the track. Drop the rifles right now. First, I'm going to empty your train, and then I'm going to burn it. Burn the train!
Never shot at a man before. They ain't gonna know that.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Take a letter, Miss Jordan. To Box 13, care of the Star Times. I need your help. I dare not go to the police for reasons I'll explain when you see me. Please come to my office in the security...
My office in the security building, signed Douglas McIntosh. Not much of a letter, but then, as the proverb says, great oaks from little acorns grow. And before this was over, the acorn grew into a large, large oak. And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, 3 to Die.
Douglas McIntosh. That's a Scotch name, isn't it?
Ah, you can smell the heather, Susie.
Wonder what he wants.
Well, if this man is the same McIntosh I looked up, he's building that new tunnel under the river.
Gee, maybe he wants you to be a hedgehog.
No, Susie, they're called sandhogs.
Oh, what won't they think of next?
Well, I think I'll see what Mr. McIntosh has on his mind. I'll be at the security building, Susie. Security building? Huh. It was the only security I was to know until the whole thing was over. Anyway, I went to McIntosh's office. I was shown right into an oversized man who looked as big as the Washington Monument in tweeds. He didn't waste much time.
So you're the man, eh?
Yes, I'm the man.
All right. You call me Mac. What's your name?
Holliday. Dan Holliday.
All right. Now, Dan, I'm in trouble.
Trouble gets around.
Fast. But look here, and I'll tell you quick. I'm a contractor. I bid on this new tunnel. Got the bid and posted my bond to finish the tunnel on time.
So far, everything's clear. What now?
Dan, I'm not going to finish in time.
Well, why not?
Now we get to the point, and a sharp point.
You say you're running into trouble?
Aye. Sabotage.
Well, why don't you call the police?
I can't, man. There'd be publicity. Unfavorable. I can't risk it.
Oh, then what's my problem?
Find out who's doing this to me.
You suspect someone of doing it?
Look, man, accidents like we've been having don't just happen. They're made. Broken air hoses, emery in the compressors, hundreds of delays, little things that add up to hours.
Oh, I see.
Another thing. So far, the men working for me think these things are accidents. But the moment they suspect somebody's doing the dirty work in that tunnel, they'd walk out. Sandhagen's dangerous enough itself.
In short, somebody's trying to ruin you.
Exactly. It would ruin me. The contract would go to someone else. They'd not get another contract for years.
But what can I do? I'm not a detective. You see, I
beg your pardon, Mr. McIntosh, but...
Can't you see I'm busy? What do you want?
Telegram. I thought you ought to see it right away.
All right, read it.
Well,
Oh, it's all right. You can talk in front of him. Dan, this is Fred Harris, construction engineer. Harris, Dan Holliday.
Glad to know you.
Now, what about that wire?
The last shipment of concrete we ordered was derailed about 200 miles from here.
What? Well, don't just stand there. Get every truck out on the road. Get that concrete here. You ought to have enough sense to think of that without coming to me first. Go ahead, get it down.
Yes, sir.
You see what I mean, Dan? Another delay.
Who's this Harris?
He thinks he's going to be my son-in-law. Also, he thinks an engineering degree makes him a great man, that it takes the place of 15 years of experience.
That's an argument I'd rather watch from the sidelines. Well, go on with your story.
Well, we have to finish in 3 weeks or I'll forfeit my contract.
McIntosh told me everything he knew. It wasn't much. Only that whoever was doing the dirty work, causing accidents, delays, Had to be working in the tunnel. So we went to the tunnel. But first, before I was taken down into the workings, I was given khaki coveralls and a fiber helmet and a little metal tag to hang around my neck. Mac explained the tag.
Every sandhog gets one of those. It's got his own number on it.
Well, what's it for?
Ever hear of caisson disease?
Oh, the bends?
Aye. Well, on one side of the tag, it explains the man is a caisson worker working under pressure.
Oh, so if the disease hits him on the surface, he can be given proper treatment.
That's it. There are 6 places in the city where that can be treated. The man is put into a chamber, pressure increased, then gradually decreased.
Like a diver. If he comes up too fast, the nitrogen in his blood is forced into his tissues, causes pain.
And sometimes worse. You seem to know a lot about it, Dan.
I'm a writer. A writer has to know a little about everything.
Then I hope you'll be able to tell me more about what's going on down there. All right, ready?
Mm-hmm. I'm ready.
Let's go.
Together, Mac and I rode one of the hoists down into the workings. My ears began to pop from the pressure, and I swallowed hard to keep them open. Then we came to the bottom of the shaft, about 150 feet below the surface of the ground. Mac looked around for a minute, and then...
Angus! Angus! Here! Come here!
A short, powerfully built man walked over to us. He was grinning as he said to Mac,
What brings the boss into the tunnel?
Angus, meet a friend of mine, Dan Halliday. Dan Angus Campbell, my foreman. Best man in the world in his line.
Aye, the best beside yourself. How do you do, Dan?
How are you, Angus?
First rate. Except we had another little rumpus today, Mac.
What?
Another break in the air hose at the shield. The hose whipped around.
Anybody hurt?
Aye, Phil Evans. Hose got him right in the middle. He's done for this job. Won't work for a month. Broken ribs.
Another one.
Aye. You visiting us here, Dan?
Well, you might call it that.
Dan's a writer, doing a story on sand hogging. Wants atmosphere.
You'll get it here. You want to see the works?
Show him around, Angus, and be careful of him.
Don't you worry, Mac.
Good. I'll go back to the office now. Come back there when you finish, Dan.
Oh, sure.
It's got him worried, Dan. And little wonder. Every penny he stands to lose. Every penny.
That bad, huh?
Worse. And if I ever catch the one that's doing it, I'll whip him around with me bare hands.
You and Mac seem to be good friends, huh?
I started together 30 years ago in Scotland.
Uh-huh. Well, time's fleeting. Want to show me around?
Sure. Let's get going.
I followed Angus into a big airlock. It was a reinforced concrete compartment with double steel doors. As one door closed behind us, the pressure was built up to equal that in the tunnel. It built gradually. But I knew what would happen if it went down fast. Caisson disease. A terrible, racking pain. Brother, I had a lot of respect for the men who worked down there day after day, taking risks, big chances every time they descended into the workings. Then he opened another steel door, and Angus and I were in the tunnel itself. As soon as my ears became used to the noise, Angus guided me to a small, flat car. We got on and rolled down narrow-gauge tracks through the center of the tunnel.
If you can hear me, this car runs down by gravity. Got a handbrake on it to slow it or stop. There's a motor for running back up. Saves time on a job like this.
How long is this tunnel?
This side's about a half-mile long now.
This side?
Aye. It started on the other bank of the river the same time we did.
Oh. Did you have any trouble over there?
No, only on this side. But we're keeping up with them. I'll keep driving till this thing's finished, accidents or no accidents.
How much time have you got?
3 weeks.
Think you'll make it?
We've got to, or Mac stands to lose every neck. Look, there's the end of the track.
I looked ahead. A tremendous scaffold rose into the air. Men covered it like ants, working with pneumatic drills, shovels, wheelbarrows. Dump trucks ran back and forth, filled with the mud and shale dug out of the wall of earth that lay ahead. I looked up, and I felt a little funny when I realized that right over my head was the river, and lots of clean, fresh air, while down here was nothing but the deafening noise of the hammers, and the thought that death worked right next to every one of these men. Angus noticed me gazing up at the scaffold.
First time you ever saw anything like this, eh?
Yes. What holds all that mud back?
That shield and compressed air.
Air? Just air holding back the river?
Aye. You see, compressed air here in the tunnel is built up to a pressure equal to the pressure that's shoving down from above.
Oh, in other words, if the pressure outside this tunnel is, well, 45 pounds per square inch, that's the pressure in here.
Right.
This may not be a good question, but what happens if the pressure in here gets less?
We'd be crushed to jelly.
Nice thought.
That's not all. There's always the danger of a blowout.
What's that?
Sometimes we hit a weak spot in the riverbed. The bed won't take all the pressure we got in here.
And you get a blowout, like a tire blowing out.
Aye. The men, machinery, equipment all blown to the surface of the river and into the air.
Has that ever happened?
Aye. And once, only once, mind you, a man lived to tell about it.
Angus, I take off my hat to you boys down here. 1 million people drive through tunnels every day. Yet maybe not 1 in 100 stops to think how the tunnel was built. And what it cost. Not only in money, but in injury, in death.
When a man takes to sandhogging, he takes to the dangers too, only.
Only what?
We've only got the half crew working today.
Oh? Why?
2 men have been killed. Nobody wants to be the third.
Superstition?
Maybe. But lots of the men are staying home until the third's, well, what I said.
Angus showed me the whole thing. Oh, there were 1 million ways in which someone could sabotage the works. Break an air hose, tamper with the compressed air gauges, lots of ways. Then later, Angus took me to a complicated affair. It was like an elevator cage. In fact, it was an elevator, as Angus explained.
This is the latest thing. Combination elevator and decompression chamber. Hop in, we'll go back up. We go up slow, Dan. As we go up, the pressure in here is decreased until it's equal to that of the surface.
Oh, then there's no danger of caisson disease.
Not if we go up slow enough. And the pressure's reduced. I set the gauges to do it for us.
Oh, I see.
Well, did you see enough to write your story?
No, I don't think I have. Not yet.
So you didn't see anything, Dan?
Of course not, Mac. How could I?
I was hoping you might get an idea.
Yeah, but I didn't.
You going back again?
What could I find?
Try it, man.
Oh, but I don't think I could find any.
You advertised adventure. You couldn't get it in a better place.
Yes, I know, but how could I explain myself down there?
You're a writer. Use your imagination, man.
Well, suppose I went back there as a worker.
As a sandhog, you mean?
That's it.
But you don't know anything about it.
I can handle a hammer, a shovel,
You'd get dirty and tired. Every muscle in your body'd holler out loud at you.
Well, I can always say I'm doing it for my art. Be a sandhog, see how it feels, then write about it.
By Harry, man, you've got it. All right, Dan. Starting tomorrow, you're a sandhog.
Oh, that was the way to do it. Well, when I got home that evening, I thought about it. That huge scaffold. Men scrambling over it, the pressure within the tunnel holding back the tons and tons of mud and silt ready to come in and crush everyone. What if that pressure failed? What if they hit a weak spot in the riverbed and there was a blowout? And the more I thought about it, the more inclined I was to... Yes?
Telegram.
Oh. Shove it under the door, will you?
Right.
Oh. And what a telegram. It read, "Save for the fact that I don't want more bloodshed, you'd have gotten yours today. Stay away from the tunnel, or you'll be the third to die."
And now back to 3 to Die, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I showed Mac the telegram the next day, and what he said filled the air with dark blue color for 10 minutes. Then...
We can check to see who sent this.
No dice, Mac, I did.
And?
It was sent from a pay phone booth.
I guess you'll be changing your mind about the job now, eh?
What makes you say that?
Well, he's after you, whoever it is.
Yes, I know.
You can back out if you want to.
And what would you think if I did?
Does that make a difference?
No, but there are a lot of men in that tunnel who stand to lose their lives. Mac, you've got to get the police
I
in.
can't, man, I can't. The publicity would ruin me.
All right. Fix it up for me to work down there, and we'll see what happens. Okay, so I became a sandhog. For 3 days, I used muscles that thought they'd gone on a permanent vacation. Well, I woke them up, and they woke me up in the middle of the night, aching. Then one day in the tunnel, I was talking with one of the sandhogs.
You know, Dan, you done pretty well, considering you're new at this.
Oh, I ache, Joe. I ache all over.
You'll get used to it.
I don't think so. But, Joe, tell me something.
Sure, what?
What about these accidents down here?
Oh, them.
What about them?
Well, maybe they're just part of the job.
Well, what do you think?
Some of them weren't just like accidents, that's all. I mean, well, like a hose breaker. 2 guys been killed.
And what?
Look out! Hey, you all right?
Yeah, okay. You?
I had to shove you, Dan. That car would have clipped you in half.
Yeah. Look, who's that?
Where?
Just going into the decompression chamber.
Huh? Well, Harris? Yeah, Harris.
Oh.
See what I mean? That car didn't look like no accident.
Thanks, Joe. And this is one time I can honestly say I was glad I was shoved.
That's okay. You know something? You were almost the third to die.
Before leaving the tunnel, I ran down to the spot where that car hit the stop bumper at the end of the track. It was wrecked. But in the wreckage, I found something. One of the tags, like the one I had. This one had the number 57 on it. I slipped it in my pocket. Maybe one of the sanddogs had dropped it. Then, just as I was about to step into the decompression chamber, Angus Campbell came up to me and...
Your shift's going off, Don?
Yeah, I'm finished for the day. Almost in more ways than one.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come on, let's get in. I want to get back up.
All right. Tired?
No, I'm worried.
I can guess why.
Huh?
Look, I know you're no writing a story on sandhogging. I know why you're down here.
Oh, you do?
Aye. Mac's desperate. I want him to call the police, but he won't.
How did you find out about me?
You've been nosing around, then?
That obvious, huh?
Aye, but be careful, lad. Be careful.
Yeah, I will be.
Joe told me about the car that almost got you.
Somebody sent it down the tracks.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye?
You've been with Mac a long time. 30 years.
30 years. Good ones, bad ones.
And yet you stay with a job.
I could have a top job on the surface.
I see. Angus, got any idea who's doing all this?
No.
Harris?
Huh? Why him?
Mac doesn't like you.
Ah, talk sense, Dan. What point in Harris's ruining his own feather-in-law?
Father-in-law-to-be, Angus.
Still no point?
Then how about the protection insurance to cover the completion bond?
Huh? You mean Mac might be doing this himself to get the insurance?
Yeah, this could be.
No, lad. The insurance wouldn't half cover the loss. No, that's no it.
And why?
I wish I knew. Competitors, do you think?
Who are they?
Brill and Company. But no, they wouldn't. They'd be too easy to find out. Men got a habit of talking. And talk gets around. No, Dan, that's no them.
Then who and why? And why did someone try to kill me today?
You get the answers to those things, Dan, and you'll have the whole thing. Well, we're up at the top.
I'll walk to the shack with you.
No, I'm going back down.
But I thought you were through for the day.
I've still got lots to do. See you tomorrow.
What Angus said made sense. Couldn't be Mac's competitors, because I checked. They'd been in business a long time, had plenty of money behind them. Had gotten a bid for another job upstate. And Harris? It didn't make sense either. If he was going to be Mac's son-in-law, it just didn't wash that he'd be sabotaging Mac. So I changed clothes, thought a lot, and then went home. Went out to get some dinner when it hit me. First a twinge, and sudden cramps that made me bend over as if someone had folded me inward with a baseball bat. The building started to spin, twist, Then it got all nice and dark.
There you are. You're all right now.
I know this isn't very original, but where am I?
Take a deep breath. That's it. Feel better?
Lots. What happened? Couldn't have been anything I ate.
You had the bends.
The bends?
Mm-hmm. The tag around your neck tipped us off you were suffering from caisson disease. So we put you in the chamber. Come on, get up. We may need this chamber for someone else any minute.
You make it sound as bad as the housing situation.
Yes, it is, but you're all right now. Next time, don't come up so fast.
But I didn't come up fast.
Yes?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Thanks a million, Doctor. Well, it had me. Good. I knew I came up slowly. Angus had been with me. Oh, but that couldn't be. Not Angus. The next day I went back to the job. I had just put on my coveralls when an idea hit me. I searched in my pocket.
Lose something, Dan?
Huh? Oh, no, Joe,
It's easy to drop something out of these coveralls.
What's the number of your tag, Joe?
Tag? Oh, the one we all wear in case we get the bends on top?
Yeah.
502. Why?
Got it on?
Sure. Always wear it. Here it is.
Uh-huh.
Why? What are you getting at?
I don't know. Listen, I'm going back for something I forgot. I'll be a little late on the job. Tell the section boss for me, will you?
Sure. Where you going? You're all hepped up.
Yeah. I guess I am, Joe. I'll be back. I went to see Mac. Told him he'd have to go into the tunnel that day and supervise operations. He thought I was crazy.
Me? What for?
To force your opponents into the open where we can get a shot at them for a change.
I don't get this.
Look, they're going after you, but by accidents. Things like that.
So?
But if you're in the workings, they might be tempted to wreck the entire tunnel with one stroke.
You mean by going after me?
That's it.
You want me to lead with my chin like that? I'll call the whole thing off first. Lose the contract. Money isn't everything. Exactly.
You're right. But men have been killed down there. You've got to think of their lives, too.
I do.
Then get down with me. End this once and for all. Force them into the open.
You're going, too?
Yeah, because I've got an idea. But I can't prove a thing until we see the last play. I was leading with Mac's chin, and I knew it. But mine was plenty sore, too, and that made me feel a bit better about it. Mac knew he had no choice, and so he decided to go with me into the tunnel. I went to my job, and it was a ticklish feeling knowing that any minute something might happen. Something that would make Joe, Mac, Angus, any one of us, the third to die, or worse. Then...
Hey, Dan, notice something funny?
Funny what?
I could have sworn the mud down here wasn't this deep before.
What do you mean, Joe?
Look, stand still, look around. The mud's coming up. It's getting higher.
Yeah, it is. Joe, the pressure in here must be going down.
Yeah. Dan, if it gets too low, that wall will come in on us. The whole river will be in our laps.
Come on, let's get to the gauges.
Dan, what's the matter?
Pressure's going down in here.
Come on.
There's nothing wrong with the gauges. They read the right pressure.
But they can't. The mud's getting higher.
Look, the men are coming in. They've seen the mud coming up.
But these gauges...
Hey, there ain't no air being pumped in. The gauges are stuck. Jammed. Somebody jammed them so anybody reading them will think the pressure was okay.
Get to the emergency compressors.
Pressure's dropping fast. Get to the compressors. Get them on.
I got them.
Watch the gauges.
We're getting pressure now.
What's the matter? What happened?
Angus, somebody jammed the pressure gauges to make it look like we had enough in here.
Jammed? Well, save for those emergency compressors, we'd have been done for.
What did you say, Angus?
I said the emergency compressors.
You said save for the emergency. Save for. Funny way of putting it, Angus. Either in words or on a telegram.
What's the matter with you?
Where's your tag?
Huh? Right here?
Yes, with a new chain. So is your tag I picked up in that cart yesterday. The cart that almost killed me.
You're crazy.
And you weren't anywhere around a minute ago.
I was coming in here.
Dan, what you trying to say?
There's your saboteur.
Man, you're crazy. Stark raving crazy.
Yeah? And you went back down yesterday to decompress yourself after I left the chamber. You didn't turn on the decompression valve for me on the way up.
You're crazy, man.
Not crazy, Angus, because you were the only one who could have played that trick on me. Get me out of the way by failing to turn on the decompression valve. You and I were the only ones in that chamber.
Hey, he's running back to the shield.
Get him. Get him before he gets the compressors. He'll wreck him.
Got him, Dan!
Good.
Dan, I never can thank you enough. But to think that after 30 years, Angus would ever do a thing like this.
Mac, don't waste time even thinking about it. Let's go finish this tunnel instead.
Gee, what was the matter with him, Mr. Holliday?
Jealousy, Susie? You see, he'd worked with Mac as a foreman. Then he saw Mac rise from a foreman to the owner of a big company. For 30 years, every day he'd go into the tunnel just an employee, while Mac stayed on top, the big boss.
And it kind of made him, well, jealous, huh?
To put it mildly, yes.
Golly. Well, that makes up my mind for me, Mr. Holliday.
Congratulations, Susie.
Huh?
What do you mean?
I quit.
Huh?
In about 29 years.
Oh. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville. 3 to Die is an original story by Mr. Sandville, adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Glorious feeling, we're happy again. We'll walk down the lane with a happy refrain and singing, just singing in the rain.
Hold it, Dexter. Well, Mr. Simpson, we're really rolling.
Yeah, well, you can stop rolling at once.
Huh?
Don, Lena.
All right, everybody, save it.
Save it. Tell them to go home. We're shutting down for a few weeks.
What?
Well, don't just stand there. Tell them.
Everybody go home until further notice. What is this? Yeah, what's the matter, R.F.?
The jazz singer. That's what's the matter. The jazz singer.
Oh, my darling little mammy, now little mammy, my little baby.
No, this is no joke, Cosmo. It's a sensation. The public is screaming for more.
More what?
Talking pictures. Talking pictures.
Oh, it's just a freak.
Yeah, what a freak. We should have such a freak at this studio. I told you talking pictures were a menace, but no one would listen to me. Don, we're going to put our best feet forward. We're going to make the dueling cavalier into a talking picture.
Woo!
Beautiful girl, you're a lovely picture. You were meant for me.
All I do is dream of you the whole night through.
Fiddle ready for love. I can jump over the moon up above. It has a fiddle and ready for love. I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. Make 'em laugh, make 'em laugh, make 'em laugh.
Good morning.
Good morning. We've talked the whole night through.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. everybody dance. Broadway rhythm, it's got me, everybody dance.
Thank you.